dia, Porto Alegre, sobreviventes do apocalipse, presentes aqui, assim que eu gosto. É muito cansativo, né, gente, participar do apocalipse. Eu também estava aqui na frente quando o pessoal da gestão aqui. Então, obrigado por vocês todos aqui pela paciência. Todo mundo vai ter um ótimo dia hoje. Estamos só começando. Ainda bem que não teve maiores impactos. E a gente vai anunciando...
We're just starting, and we're going to announce the program to you right now. So let's start.
Eu sou Lu Bazanella, para quem não me conhece. So my name is Luciana Bazanella, and it's a pleasure to be here at this stage, the next big thing. South Summit Brazil is powered by IE University, co-organized by the government of the state of Rio Grande do Sul and organized by Spain Startup and For All. And our thanks to Prefeitura de Porto Alegre, the whole city for this event, and all the partners who have embraced this movement. Especially our global partners, Corsan Aegea, Gerdau, Petrobras, Rio Grande Seguros e Previdências, e Sebrae X. And also how brands shape online interactions, foster engagement, and forge lasting connections in the digital realm. So welcome to the stage, Isa Dezon, founding partner and CEO at Dezon Creative and Perspective, and Miguel Angel Fito, CEO at Utopion. Uma salva de palmas, gente.
Good morning, everyone. So nice to have you all here. We know you went through a lot of trouble to make it here. So behave in all the online options that we have today is a question for every brand and every innovator around. So it's very exciting to be here with Miguel, who has some actual experience. I work with trend forecasting, so I'm much more in the world of ideas. I'm not a maker, so it's really cool to be able to talk about this. And while we were preparing this chat, Miguel all of a sudden says, in 2020, I escaped into the metaverse. And that's how the Utopia journey began. So I would like you to start telling us a little bit about that so we could get some insights on how we can escape into the metaverse and where did it take you?
Of course, of course. So really nice to be here. And yeah, in 2020, we escaped into the metaverse. I was traveling around the world for 2 years, and I get from total freedom to total lockdown. So I've always loved the music. So I was watching these Instagram live streams for musicians that we were creating some events, and the quality was not so good. So I started to talk with my co-founder.
Our audience a little bit of what we are to expect in the next frontiers of experience. Because I think
phone, you will be able to be part of amazing experiences, incredible of the year, and start experiencing everything in the new spaces. But yeah, for sure they need to experience these new technologies. You are able to create a community in a more immersive way, in a more, for sure, in the new expectation of the new generations. It's really important that they are able to be part of the experience. So now the new generations are born in gaming. They spend lots of hours in games, inside the games. So this is something that the brands have already understood. And yeah, the impact the data it's amazing, because the impact of the brand inside a video game is 300% more. 300% more than the traditional impacts in the traditional to be done by a machine, right? So, and this is something that is for sure we could spend hours talking about. But yeah, there are some really good solutions that will make our life much easier. Also, in the day-to-day of the taxes, of the governmental things, all this kind of stuff, it's complicated, you know, because some of the jobs already are being threatened by these technologies. And of course, if you see it like this, you will not embrace the new technologies. But if you see that the tasks that are completely boring for everyone, who wants to be putting numbers inside an Excel, who wants to do your own taxes, this kind of stuff, this can already be done by machines, and you don't need the people to do this, and you could make the people do more creative things, more attractive things, and you are able to grow yourself in another way. So this is something that is completely a game changer, I'm sure, and I will talk not only about a game changer, but we are talking about another game. So it's not changing this game, it's playing a complete different game. So it's like you want to play football with a ball, and now we are going to play it with a tennis ball. No, we are not playing football anymore. We are playing another game completely. So you have to adjust yourself to this new situation. It's completely important that you are willing to change yourself, because everything is changing around you. So yeah, you will be able to make a film with only one person in the team. So you will embrace this technology and this democratization of creativity, which is now for everyone here. I think that you will need to embrace it, because it's going to change completely everything. And that's the technologies that we are now using. Of course, AI is everywhere, but we don't believe in the substitution of people. We believe in being more creative, in democratizing everything for the people, that now it's more easy to get. So yeah, we are willing to see what is going to happen in the next months, but for sure we will be completely in the trend, as we have been for 4 years now, and we will embrace all the technologies that we think that are useful for the people, are useful for the brands. And yeah, that's what we've been doing in Utopian Global. Yeah.
So more creativity, less advertisement. I'm very excited for that. More exchange between the brand and the consumer, a more fluid exchange, and more participative kind of culture, right?
Yep.
I'm trying to get all the points so we'll remember all the key learnings. And also how we can rethink this relationship with tech and embed it into the companies from the start, right?
Yeah, for sure.
And what to you, just to close up, what to you is, for you as a person, as an innovator, a super successful brand experience, a case or something that comes to mind that to you is exemplifying everything we discussed here? Do you have any ideas?
Yeah, for sure. So, talking about my book, inside our platform, we had like 2 years ago, we had the first opera in the metaverse, right? So normally the opera is more for people from 50 years old to 65, 70, 80 years old. And this was a really good case, because we had more than 8,000 people inside this first opera in the metaverse.
Wow.
And normally in the theater there are only 900 spaces. So this, building a bridge between the old and the new, this is for us a really successful case, because every brand must learn that, of course, you can adapt to the new times, to the new ways, and if you learn how the communities, the people, how to impact them, and of course, if you go to the places where the people are, which, in my opinion, is, of course, gaming platforms and this kind of platforms, experiences, I think that they must learn that this is a really good option for them. And they need to think outside the box, and that's what we did with the opera, and it was really great, and we really enjoyed it.
Very cool. Well, thank you so much for your talk. Thank all of you for your attention, and we'll be around the event if you want to chat later on. Have a great summit.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Miguel.
Thank you.
Oi, gente. Obrigada. Todo mundo já pouquinho...
Thanks, guys. Everyone recovered from this sample of climactic change that we just had. So I'll give you, we had the canceling of the first panel this is what's happening, and we're going to be delayed for 1 hour. We're 1 hour to an hour and a half. So I guess under the circumstances, it was okay. So I hope you're all enjoying. I hope you're all enjoying at home. I know it's tiring being a part of this apocalypse, but we're here and let's follow through with the program. Keep yourselves updated on the app because a lot of people are working hard in order to update everything on the app for you. Perhaps you need to reinstall your apps, perhaps delete it and reinstall it. Okay, so let's begin.
Today we have the last vertical of the startup competition. Pitching on the stage, we'll have the most disruptive startups with the goal of becoming the winner of this edition. This is our third edition in Porto Alegre. International and national startups from different industries will be pitching to win one of the following awards: with Best Team, Most Scalable Startup, Most Disruptive Startup, Most Sustainable Startups, and Global Winner South Summit 2024. And today's startups are in the sustainability.
E as startups de hoje estão na vertical de sustentabilidade. Bom, e como jurados, as ideias deles serão seguidas por perguntas e respostas. Total de 5 minutos. O júri está aqui para avaliar os projetos com base em inovação, escalabilidade, equipe, viabilidade e investibilidade. E agora vamos receber os nossos jurados para sustentabilidade ESG, Luísa Leite, da Ace Ventures, Patrick Burgess, da Amadeus Capital Partners, Marcelo Ciampolini Neto, Antler, Patrício Gigli, Associação de Empreendedores da Argentina, Juliana Sarilho, BB Ventures, André Nunes, Betaí Brasil, Vitor Mascarenhas, EDP Brasil, Catalina Valentino, da LG, Arthur de Oliveira Alves, da Gerdau, Francisca Rojas da Mianchi, Imagine, Matheus Souza, da SAP, Márcio Pires, Sebrae RS, Guilherme Penha, Salles VC, Paola Rocker-Schaeffers, Departamento Estadual de Tecnologia e Inovação do Rio Grande do Sul. Uma salva de palmas para o nosso júri. Muito obrigado.
Vamos dar uma esquentada, gente, para a gente começar de verdade. Now we're gonna... He received the first startup for this track of the competition, which is Before Waste from Brazil. It's a marketplace connecting soon-to-expire products with consumers, offering a scalable solution to combat food waste. And to pitch for Before Waste is Luciano Kleiman, CEO and founder. Good luck.
Thanks, Lu. Good morning, guys. 1/3 of all the food produced in the world is simply wasted every single year. At the same time, over 10% of the global population, more than 800 million people, don't have enough food to eat. Besides that, food waste alone is responsible for 12% of all greenhouse gases emissions. So this is a dramatic issue that we must tackle now. Now we have created a solution that has today saved over 4 million meals, presenting to you Before Waste, the best solution against food waste. So Before Waste is an app that sells near expiring food for half the price. As we sell for half the price, we actually double the consumption power of the poor families. At the same time, we offer to retailers the chance to reduce their losses to expiration by half. We are uniquely positioned as a solution for supermarkets, and we were actually awarded by the Brazilian Loss Prevention Association as the best solution for it in the end of last year. We have over 100 stores connected in our ecosystem, and we are just about to kick off a partnership with Carrefour, the largest supermarket chain in Brazil. We operate through a matured and scalable process. So the sellers will upload the goods in the app. Consumers will get to the app, select the goods, and pay, of course, within the app. Then they can choose to get the orders collected in stores, as they do in 70% of the cases, or get the goods shipped to their homes in case they're willing to pay for the delivery fees. We are at least 4 times more efficient than the usual solutions adopted by supermarkets. And we operate in a model which is hard to replicate, as we do combine a sales ecosystem, in-store operations, and also system integrations. We are making people happy. Our consumers are buying over 4 times per month, and our long retention rate is enabling us to keep an LTV over CAC ratio above 8 times. So this is what our business, this is what Beef4Waste is about, creating true sustainable value for all the stakeholders beyond investors. So we are truly creating a new access to cheap food for the people we need. We are also reducing greenhouse gases emissions. There's no greenwashing here at all. Every product we sell would have been wasted. And at last, we offer to retailers, mainly supermarkets, the chance to generate cash flows out of products that would have been write-offs. We design the operation in a profitable model, so we are absolutely lean, we are basically assetless, we don't hold stocks, we don't own logistics. We monetize through a take-raise model, and our cash flow cycle, it's positive. So this is the team. We are, hungry to make this happen and to go beyond every limit. So our team combines a lot of experience, as you can see here, talent, and a lot of energy. And we are just about to propel our growth like never before, as we're just going to launch the strategic alliances that are the most important in our story to keep delivering our aggressive 5-year plan and explore a TAM which is already huge, only in Brazil. So join us in our mission now. Let's save over 100 million meals. Let's cross Brazilian borders and make a global impact. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions from the jury?
Thank you.
Pode ficar ali. Isso. Any questions?
Yeah.
Over there. Wait, the mic.
Have any sort of intelligence about routing, or are you like working there? Because my concern is that maybe if the logistics is not good, probably the footprint that you are getting from the waste may somehow reduce due to that. So just
perfect. That's a very important question. So the thing is, why do 70% of the orders are collected in stores? Because we're talking to people that have no money, right? They have strong restrictions, and the app works through geolocation. So the basic habit is the following. They open the app every day to see what's new. They choose the stores closer to their homes and check the offers. Now, if they want to place yet, but of course it's something we can do.
Other questions? Over here.
Congrats on the presentation. I was just wondering, who is your competitor right now, and what is your technology differential long term that makes it a competitive advantage for you?
Perfect. So I'll start from the last one. So as I said, I think like the business model we have developed, like there's this unique combination, because it's not just an app, right? First of all, we are bringing people that are looking for these sorts of products. For example, they don't have like the cultural, can I say, prejudice that near expiring goods have expired. So it's something they can eat. That's a cultural change. Supermarket, which is a complex and broad offer, it's actually a unique position. We don't have any, let's say, competitor which is doing exactly the same at this point yet.
So thank you. Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank
Your
you.
time's up. Thank you.
Because it impacts directly. This energy transition is not viable without transitions metals. Metals as lithium are vital for this. But are these metals that we carry daily on our pocket as sustainable as we think? In biomethylene we find that they are not. They are not only have an environmental impact, but they are also a pain for the industry. Why? During lithium extraction, 40% of the lithium is lost. It takes periods of more than 18 months, and it is not applicable to more than 50% of the reserves. And it also has a big consume of water and land. To tackle this, our team developed Lithium BioX. Utilizing biotechnology and molecular biology, we have detected some mechanisms in extremophile bacteria that we extract from the brines that we can use to bind lithium on a selective way. In other words, we have to create a biological magnet, but for lithium. If we extrapolate our results of laboratory and compare them with the vaporitic method, we are more efficient in less time, is applicable to the double of the reserves, and we are more sustainable. This technology has the capacity to be applicable to all the lithium triangle, place that hosts 70% of the reserves of the world, but only gives 30% of the market. Why? Because we don't have a technology to extract it, unless in a sustainable way. What's the difference about our technology and other direct lithium extraction technologies? That our core tech are these extremophile bacteria that we extracted from the brine. They have a natural adaptation to these brine conditions, these extremophile brine conditions. Within a B2B market, we are going to offer this technology, where through partnerships, we license the technology to market to our final customer, the mining companies. My partner and I, we are the founders of this, and we are backed by a group of experts that has more than 30 years of experience, each on their field. Thank you very much, and for more information, please scan the QR.
Thank you. Any questions? We're here.
Could you talk a bit about scaling up to full production and what's involved in your scale-up plan?
Yes. Nowadays, we are working on that to scale it up. The problem of scaling this technology in the brines, we have to think that the brines are 10 times more salty than the sea. That's why it's really difficult to put materials there. That's why we based our technology on these bacteria that already has this adaptation to the brine conditions and also has the capacity to bind the lithium on a selective way is also something difficult to produce with chemicals. Sorry, can you repeat? I don't hear you.
Yeah, just economic.
Congratulations. The next competitor is HeyCharge from Germany. And HeyCharge offers 100% reliable and affordable EV charging regardless of whether the user has internet or on their mobile device. And to pitch for HeyCharge is Chris Cardi, founder and CEO. Welcome, good luck.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for having me. I appreciate it. So yeah, I'm Chris Cardet. I'm the founder and CEO of HeyCharge. We're based in Munich, Germany, and we're making EV charging cost less, work better, and scale faster. I hope you think that's exciting. We certainly do, because EVs are going mainstream, but the technology used to power EV charging is both expensive and unreliable. So if we're going to scale EV charging, we need to fix that. Let's look at why that is. This woman's trying to start charging with her phone standing right in front of a charger. She's going to push the start button, and let's look at what happens when she pushes that start button. That message can cross continents, if not oceans, just to return all the way back to the charger she's standing in front of to start. And if she's underground, for example, that message may not leave that underground environment. It may not come back into that underground environment. So we invented something we call secure charge, and this replaces that kind of what we call crazy architecture with direct communication between the user's phone and the charger over Bluetooth, but combined with cryptographic token-based security from our management platform in the cloud. We're effectively using our own users as the communications channel to the charger, lowering cost, improving reliability, and scalability. And this disproportionately impacts people in urban environments, high-density housing. These are exactly the people who will be left behind as electrification goes mainstream, and we can fix this. We've got effectively one competitor in the no internet EV charging space, but in comparison to them, we have a global go-to-market. We are a platform, both hardware and software. We are also substantially cheaper and have a, I'll just say, advantageous IP position. So we started off with our go-to-market as a charge point operator, delivering charging to buildings in Germany with underground parking. This was kind of a lighthouse model to test the technology and check the value proposition. And I'm proud to report it's going better than we could have ever dreamed. I don't know if you can see that. Yep, good. That green box is visible here. It's not here. That green box represents the real estate asset managers in the German market that we've managed to close in just under 1 year of sales with a very small team. And that tells us that our tech works and it's delivering an epic value proposition. It's easy to sell if your product is both cheaper and works better. So we took a step back and said, hey, a lot of tech companies invent technologies to meet their own needs before breaking those out and making that the product. We're doing the same exact thing. We are basically offering our technology in a turnkey platform to charge point operators globally, as well as the tech embeddable version to large operators who want to build their own apps. It's going great. We had almost had our first $1 million revenue year last year, 3x year-over-year growth, and 50% of the revenue in the last quarter. And I'll just say we have an exclusive contract for 130,000 parking spaces in Germany. That tells you how good the product is at this early stage. We started in Europe, we're expanding to the US really fast, and we have our eyes on this market. We love to find local partners who want to help us deliver the technology. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Any questions there? Microphone there.
Thank you. You mentioned that you are focusing on property owners, right? Are you considering also working with utility companies? Because
absolutely.
My point here is you're tackling a lot of potential customers. Often in these markets, you have a lot of concentration in utility. So is that a strategy?
We think actually utilities are a natural customer for us. We focus on the property operators with our kind of our day one lighthouse model, but actually utilities as a general charge point operator, that's covered by our tech platform. Small utilities might use the turnkey product. Larger utilities might use our technology embed and put it into their own app. So answer is yes. Thank you.
What would you say that now is your biggest pain in order to keep growing? What's that next step?
Sorry.
So basically, it's a transition from a direct sale of our technology to a partner-based go-to-market. That's obviously something that's a little bit more difficult to enable other people to sell your technology than you selling it yourself. And then it's just the typical early-stage pains of kind of growing your sales team, growing your operations, growing your customer success, and kind of keeping your delivery curve there to meet the demand. And the demand is huge.
Any other question? Over here.
In your write-up, you say that you're 47% cheaper than the alternative solutions. Can you talk more about why you have a cost advantage and what you're comparing it to?
I could probably talk about that for an hour. There's a lot of anecdotes, but in general, if you get rid of that communications requirement, you're getting rid of a ton of installation, a ton of workforce complexity. You're reducing the labor hours to install. You have less equipment depreciating in the field. You're not paying for an internet connection, and you're not paying for support when that goes down.
You have 40 seconds. Would you like to make a final comment or a quick question?
How defensible is your technology, and what prevents someone like ChargePoint to enter your business or your region and do something similar?
I mean, our core defense is that we've patented it. We think we have the earliest filing date for anything like this. Of course, patents aren't a perfect solution. It's also just very, very hard to do well. We worked day and night for 3 years to make this really stable. We effectively build a bidirectional management channel through our users to devices that's cryptographically secured and controlled from our back end, and it's really just not easy to do.
Okay, thank you. Congratulations. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. From Sweden, it comes our next competitor. It's Ignitia, democratizing access to high-level weather forecasting provided by AI with honest prices and diversified channels. João Castro, Regional Director Latam of Ignitia, on the stage. Good luck.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Ignitia is a company from Sweden. It's a climate tech that works with a clear purpose. We work to democratize the climate intelligence, the weather intelligence for all the population. So why we do it? Because we have just now the main problem for our generation and for the next is the climate change. It's a big problem for us. In the last year, for example, extreme weather events caused 1,000 of problems, huge problems. The most important, for example, 30,000 deaths in the world. So to face this problem, we need good tools. We need tools able to predict better the climate and predict better these extreme weather events. So because of this, we have our system. Our system is different because we work with high resolution, totally AI process driven, and the most important thing, our system is focused for subtropical and tropical regions, while our main competitors in the world works with models developed for temperate climates with coarse resolution, like 37 kilometers of resolution. So our numbers in terms of accuracy is very good, 84% in the world. We did a study for Brazil, and we reached, here, 82% in terms of accuracy here for Brazil, while the second place reached 70%. So we have good numbers, good products, and we have good numbers in terms of customers. For example, we reached 2.8 million of subscribers in Africa, and today we have 800,000 active users. Mainly in Africa. Africa was our first continent that we started the work. Okay, we have 4 main channels to deliver our data. Ignitia, we deliver data by SMS, by WhatsApp. These 2 first is mainly for B2C market, and we have solution for B2B too. For example, dashboard is very good for cooperatives, good for big farmers and for medium farmers. For example, API for huge corporations that need the climate data to put in their own system. So because of this, we can reach two good ways to work. We can help farmers and we can help the business. For farmers, for example, we can increase the incomes, we can increase the productive that they can reach. And for business, important thing is increasing the customer loyalty. This is our team, some investors that we have, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions over
Question,
there?
please. We can send this alert by WhatsApp. So it's very good. This is the proposal, democratize the access, So we need good tools with the machine learning, with the high resolution. In this case of yesterday or the last night, is a very, very small system, very specific environment situation. So it's difficult to predict this. So we need tools. We need the tools. Yes, for the next years, we have a roadmap defined for the next 3 years, for example. For this year, we will start to grow in Latin America, and we start to work in Asia. And we started now in Colombia. The main product, WhatsApp content.
Okay, your thumbs up. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Congratulations.
Bye-bye.
Good luck. So the next competitor comes from Spain, is Mitiga Solutions. Mitiga offers climate resilience for any assets, anywhere, in seconds. And to pitch for Mitiga Solutions, we welcome to the stage Natalia Adler, Chief Strategy Officer. Good luck.
Bom dia, Porto Alegre. We are Mitiga Solutions, a spin-off.
Good morning, Porto Alegre.
Center. And let me tell you, in the next 6 years, there's going to be a 40% increase in the number of natural disasters because of climate change. That means that our houses will burn, our buildings will flood, and if there's any indication of the heat stress that we have suffered in the past few days, infrastructure will literally melt. And to protect these assets against the impact of climate change, we need climate resilience. But before that, we need climate intelligence. But that means time, expertise, and tons of computational resources. On top of that, all over the world, regulations are forcing companies to report on the impact of climate change to their assets. And Brazil, you're not off the hook. In 2026, it's going to be mandatory for listed companies to do exactly that. And that's why we bring you EarthScan, our platform where you can easily upload your assets, select any kind of hazards, flooding, heat stress, wildfires, and then the year in question, anytime now until the end of the century. And what EarthScan does is translate the complexity of climate science into an easy-to-understand rating system from A to F, F, not good, so you understand the exposure of your assets. And that is done for every single asset that you can think of anywhere in the world in just a few seconds. And that can be used so you can prepare the next building site, where to put a factory, or comply with any kind of regulatory framework. So far, we have analyzed over $500 billion worth of assets all over the world. And what makes us different? Well, we are experts in high-performance computing. That means scalability and makes our products much cheaper than our competitors. We also sell through SaaS subscription models directly or through partners like Accenture's, Video, Schneider Electric, so they make us money while we sleep. We ranked the best startup in Spain last year, and my favorite, one of the most impactful ones. And last year also we closed our Series A's with an amazing lineup of investors, Telefonica, Microsoft, Nationwide, and others. We have been able to double our AAR every single year since 2021, and we're going to triple it next year. We're a team of 65, and we're going to grow in the next 6 months to another 50 more people. And our goal here is to actually set up shop in Brazil and help this country be the best in climate resilience around the world. Muito obrigada.
Thank you. Any questions?
Model, so you sign up for a platform for an annual subscription, recurrent, and you have access to everything in the platform. It's based on the number of assets, so the more assets that we put, the more expensive it becomes. We sell directly or through enterprises, and through enterprises we have bundles that become, the price becomes cheaper.
Thank you. What kind of assets are you able to monitor, and what exactly is the information that a company receives on a specific asset? Is it to protect it? Is it to alert it for a potential storm? What exactly does the asset has?
The asset can be anything. It can be a building, it can be your house. The next time that you're thinking about doing that investment in Miami, you might want to think twice. It can be land as well. So with Tesla, for example, they are thinking about where to build the next factory. So they come to us to actually find out the best location to do that. We do ask some characteristics from the building. And this is very important for Brazil. I just learned that the stadium of Palmeiras is literally melting because of the heat wave. So understanding infrastructure and building size is very important.
We can have one more.
Hi, congratulations. How you are planning to land in Brazil and LATAM? What do you need here? You need investors, you need connections, you need partners?
Well, South Summit has been really great because we actually came a little bit earlier. We set up a little bit of time in São Paulo. We're talking to a lot of people here. So connections, I think, is going to be fundamental. We're talking a lot to governments and companies as well. This is, I mean, I think I don't have much trouble explaining the impact of climate change, but connections, I think, right now is key for us. So if you are interested, come and talk to us.
You have 15 seconds for the last message. Would you like to say something in 15 seconds?
Absolutely, I'll take it anytime I need. So anyway, so this is right now. We're here to land in Brazil, not in anticipation for COP30. Our goal is not to, help the government make announcements, but actually have results. And I think our technology can do that, and we have very good terms to do that with the United Nations, because our CEO has the mandate as a chairman of climate change for AI for the United Nations. So we're very happy to do that with all of you.
Thank you.
Obrigada.
Thank you. Thank you. From France, it comes our next competitor, Morpho. Morpho restores native and resilient tropical forest ecosystems to maximize environmental, social, and economic benefits. To pitch for Morpho, welcome to the stage Gregory Medri, CEO in Brazil. Good luck.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody, and thank you for being here, despite the weather conditions. So we are Morpho, and we are planting forests. Not only trees randomly, but entire and diverse forests. And how did our story begin? Actually, with those 3 kids, they're not my children, actually they are my bosses. And at that time of the picture, probably I was already married and expecting my own child. And what is the problem we're facing at? By 2030, 1 billion hectares of forest need to be restored. And at the actual pace, we will take about 5% of it. So we've built our expertise restoring native, resilient tropical forests. As I told you, we don't just randomly plant trees, as we want to maximize the social, the environmental, and economic impact. And how do we do that, actually? We are a truly both science-based and tech-based company. And we try to combine the best, all the knowledge that already has been provided from science with modern technologies at every stage of our solution. And believe it or not, this makes a huge difference. While traditional restoring companies today are able to restore about 200 to 300 hectares a year, our drones can restore 50 hectares a day. But what makes us really unique is this AAA team that we have been able to commit to our mission. Beside the 3 co-founders, we have different nationalities, different backgrounds, different field expertise, but we are all up to turn off our sleeves and put our hand in dirty to transform actually adversity into challenge and challenge into achievements. And so far, we have already 19 forests that are growing up around the world, in French Guiana, in Brazil, in Africa. And it impacted more than 1,000 people that we involved in our project. So we're here ready to scale it up. Thank you very much for your attention, and let's grow. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any questions from the jury? I'm here.
Yes, one question, congratulations.
Sure.
What are your main unit economics today and your...
Excuse me, can you just speak a little bit louder?
Your unit economics today, and how are you expected to grow in numbers in the next few years?
Okay, our economics today, and how do we expect to grow, that is? Okay, yes. Well, today we got this project, that are economic projects that led us to live and to grow, and we're really at a phase that we are going from a startup to a scale-up. So we got a great team on that, and we forecast to triple or make 4 times a year on the next 5 years, each year, actually.
Other questions? Have any? No? Over here?
Can you talk about what services you're providing besides just doing the planting? Are you doing follow-up? Are you tending the forest? What's the sort of full scope of services?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for the question. It didn't fit in the 3-minute pitch, so thank you very much. Yes, our solution is based on 4 stages, actually. The first stage is we go on field and we make a huge diagnosis of the area we're going to restore. It means soil sampling, drone images, and then we have a 3 to 4 months restoration plan that we do in our laboratory. Actually, we reproduce this area in laboratory and we test the best mix of seeds that will be planted. Then you have the planting, and then you have a long-term monitoring. And we have a dashboard that will take for carbon credit project. Actually, we follow the project on a 30 years path. So,
would you like to say something in 30 seconds? Your last message?
Well, no, just thank you again for being here. Actually, I can speak about the market. It's huge here in Brazil, and there are already a lot of people doing manually what we want to do at scale. And actually, we will need everybody to perform what needs to be done. So we see them much more as partners than competitors, as there is a huge market to be filled.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Congratulations. Thank you. Our next competitor comes from Chile. It's NanoLife. NanoLife is reshaping the way we consume household products through nanotechnology. And to pitch for NanoLife, please welcome to the stage Marcelo Olivares, CEO. Good luck.
Hello, everyone. 3 years ago, we founded NanoLab, a natural cleaning agent made out of orange peel oil. This is a lab that is reconstructing the way clean products are made. We decided to investigate and to research and to do natural cleaning agents. And we have developed a new cleaning agent made out of orange peel oil, 1,000 times smaller than a sun grain. We have compacted these formulas into nano refills. Billions of these nanocapsules fight stains together, removing dirt and grease faster and better than market-leading brands. We have compacted these formulas into a reusable format that we have called the nano refills. These nano refills are really easy to prepare. You just need to drop them inside a bottle, just add tap water, and in less than 4 minutes, you will have ready to use a biocleaning product with the power of nanotechnology, reusing endless times the bottles and saving the planet a lot of plastic. Did you know that approximately 30% of what we pay for these cleaning products corresponds to its single-use plastic packaging? With nano refills, we make reusable possible, delivering sustainable, affordable, and efficient products to anyone. Its compact size enables huge scalability because we don't need large-scale factories to produce them or high distribution costs. The timing for this project is perfect because two rising powers we have present here. First, the rising interest of people buying these sustainable products, and also government pushing policies and taxes on companies that are using plastic bottles. Home and personal care market in Latin America is very big. It surpasses 50 billion. But what's even more compelling is that recent forecasts project a 30% compound annual growth for the next 5 years. Our team is driven into 3 pillars of success. R&D led by Daniela Manuel with PhD in inorganic synthesis, sales and marketing led by Juan Ricardo, ex-CAM at Pepsi Company and Kraft Foods, and scalability and production led by myself, former CEO of Deysacare. We launched our products less than a year ago, and we have already penetrated more than 40 supermarkets, gaining a lot of traction, with over a 25% month-over-month growth and a repurchase rate of 45%. This shows not only the great eagerness to our products, but also the eagerness of thousands of families willing to change their consuming habits to this sustainable model of refilling. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. Any questions? Over there? Here? Okay. Okay.
I can go. Congrats on the solution. Looks amazing. One question about your supply chain. Can you elaborate a bit more on like where are you producing and where are they coming your suppliers and the ingredients to make this?
Absolutely. Okay, so our lab is in Santiago de Chile and our factory is also in Santiago de Chile. We're producing there. We have a small factory because, as I said, we don't need large equipment to produce these products. It's highly scalable. Next question.
No? Anything else? Do you have other questions? Over here, thank you.
What's the state of your patent today and here?
Okay, sorry.
What's the state of your patent today and your strategy to grow abroad?
Okay, it's a patent pending process. It's moving forward very well. We presented more than a year ago, and all the results show that our patent for our first active ingredient, that is orange nanoclean, is going to move forward correctly. We have also 4 other components that we have developed, but today I focus only on one, orange nanoclean. Thanks.
Hi. Looking at the market, there are some similar solutions out there which also do address sustainable initiatives as well. How do you compare to those?
Sorry, can you speak a bit louder?
Yeah, let me start again. So, looking at the market, there are existing solutions out there which also do focus on social and climate impact. How do you compare to those existing solutions on the market?
Okay, so how do we compete to other solutions? Okay. Our solution is one of the most sustainable around, not only because of its great impact and low carbon footprint, because all this also is very convenient. We have been able to develop an efficient model where we can offer a sustainable product at a very competitive price. Nanotechnologies gives us the opportunity to boost up all these efficiencies and not use plastic bottles, which are costly, and also a high distribution cost. So the people can buy sustainable products and at a very affordable price in order to make it mainstream.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, congratulations. From Mexico, it's our next competitor, New. It's an e-waste operating system that maximizes critical mineral extraction through the use of AI while minimizing the environmental and social impact of resources supply. So welcome to the stage to pitch for New, the CEO, Dylan Roman. Good luck.
Thank you. I think there are 2 things we can agree on. This weather is not normal, and doing business as usual won't take us out of the climate crisis we're currently in. We might need something new. Renewable energies and electric vehicles and all technologies that will solve the climate crisis, they all rely on critical minerals, which are scarce. Not only are they scarce, during the pandemic became also very clear that the supply of these critical minerals is neither safe nor environmentally sound. 40,000 children work every day in the cobalt mines. To solve this situation, the United Nations and the largest refineries worldwide have trusted us to enable the supply of critical minerals contained in electronics, to create a new paradigm of urban mining that has environmental and social aspects at its core. In a double-sided market, which is demand-driven and with a huge information asymmetry in it, there are large e-waste generators on one side and the green technologies on other. And we have created an operating system that allows companies to dispose of their electronics through an ESG scheme. We enable dismantling plants to identify the precious metal content inside electronics, and we connect these materials with the refineries that can extract them. With the information and the materials that we provide, we can reach full traceability of the minerals that we're mining. The benefits are substantial. No more gold or cobalt mined with child labor involved. Fair and transparent transactions between suppliers and refineries in the global north.
And we increase productivity by 80% at the human-machine interaction boosted by AI. Our proprietary technology enables the identification of precious metal value inside of the most heterogeneous components. This technology ensures quality curation and promotes positive network effects. Our journey started in Mexico, but we believe that we can shift the power dimensions between suppliers in the south and consumers in the north worldwide. Our team solely believes in empowering a society that understands what is inside of our electronics in terms of land and water use, in terms of labor conditions, and in terms of the rights of indigenous peoples. My invitation today is for you to take control of the critical minerals you have. Get involved, and we will enable you to create something new. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions?
What do you do with these materials? Do you export them? Do you trade them? Do you recycle the value chain for OEMs, for example? What do you do with the materials?
We concentrate on two specific materials which are the most heterogeneous, the lithium-ion batteries and the printed circuit boards. To extract the minerals that are contained, economy of scales is required. So we export these materials to the largest refineries that can extract these minerals.
What else? Are there any other questions? No? Would you like to say something to final comment?
Sure. If there are environmental managers, we are all electronic waste generators. So please get involved. We would love to learn about how you're dealing with the electronic waste problem in your companies. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you. From Brazil comes Prediza. Prediza predicted agriculture to produce better, artificial intelligence, and IoT to predict risk scenarios like pest, diseases, management, and climate change. Jefferson Rodrigues, founder and CEO of Prediza, is coming to the stage. Welcome and good luck.
Hi folks, my name is Jefferson. I'm the founder of Prediza. Prediza is an EA platform and IoT integrated, developed to predict the main problems in agriculture and the environment, like diseases and pests, not our core business. Prediza agriculture can reduce or better save 35% in each operational cost per hectare. Prediza climate models can reduce the loss for frost in agriculture from 18% to 10%. Prediza storage is a new product developed to increase the storage time in the silos and empower the farmer and the trader. Prediza machine is a no-color dependence. We cannot talk with John Deere, Valtra, Piscin, Crucianelli to make the real agriculture, precision agriculture. Prediza Connect is our private telecom network. We covered more 4 million hectares in Brazil. Our business model is a subscription. And the IoT in Loan. The team is formed by me, computer science, Gustavo Perego, economist, is subsecretary to government, and Henrique, our Gandalf White, Marco Gobezo is our father, is down to here, Camilo is a head of CEO group. Our roadmap is transform the agriculture management in a IA platform. Our partner have more than 200 years of experience in agriculture. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the jury? From that side, no? Over there?
How precise is your technology? Because that your technology is very precise to help us with these solutions. So do you have like a number or a way of determining how precise that is?
Yeah. Every line in hardware is developed by us. And we have more than 5 years with Embrap validated and retraining all models.
Any other questions here? Thank you.
Hola. I'm from Argentina. I know Crucenelli, so I want to know more about the partnership that you have with them because it's a big company of the agricultural machine. So,
okay. It is a part of the strategy because we root the culture, the mindset farm history. My father make it, my grandfather make it, and if alone, if you going to alone in the market, I can scale. Then, with cruise analysis, seeing, we can make the security and comfortable decisions of the farm. What?
You have 40 seconds for a final message. Would you like to say something in 30 seconds? Você quer falar alguma coisa em 30 segundos? Is that okay? So thank you. Thank you. Congratulations. From Brazil, we have Protium Dynamics. They develop hydrogen application production technologies for diesel engines to reduce costs and emissions from operations. And to pitch for Protium Dynamics, we have Leonardo CEO. Good luck.
Friends and guests, I'm about to share a thrilling tale of innovation, courage, and the spirit that fuels us here in Project Dynamics. My name is Franco Leonardo. I'm a chemical engineer and a pioneer here as the CTO. Let's dive deeper into the solution that will change how we use energy in our industries. Every year, billions of liters of diesel are burning in millions of diesel engines, harming our future in the decade that we say that we're gonna cut their emission by half. But we don't have any winning solution to substitute those engines. And they could live up to 30 years, and the problem will live by the end of their lives. Time is running out. We have to do something. That's what Project Dynamics choose to improve and start our journey with the hydrogen industry. We create a hydrogen technology by micro-adding hydrogen in diesel that reduce diesel consumption and emissions by up to 15%. We bring this to reality with EcoTorque, our solution for small engines. H2R, our solution for large vessels like in marine operations and in platforms of petroleum. And H2Wind for even larger operations such as power units and industries. All of our technology is based on our micro-adding of hydrogen. We don't use hydrogen as a combustion. We use it as an additive. So we aim to make diesel engines more efficient with this. EcoTorque will be running over 500 trucks by the end of this year, proving that these results make a great change to the market. H2Wind, H2R already have made a proof of concept in the drilling rig in offshore operations, and we have reduced up to 6% the consumption of the drilling rig. Our differential is our team. We have a very good expertise in hydrogen, process optimization, and also in plug-and-play technologies. Our business model is made in a way that the economy of diesel pays for us and make revenue for our clients. Imagine a world when all diesel engines can run cleaner. That's going to be true thanks to Project Dynamics. We have 23 brilliant minds in Project Dynamics, led by Igor as the CEO, Bruno as the CFO, and me as the CTO and CPO. Last year, we made our dream come true with $1.3 million investment, bringing HOR to the marketing. Now we're willing to $3 million for growth of operations, bring HO in the HOR for large operations too. Thank you all.
Thank you.
The hydrogen transition is happening now.
Thank you. Any questions? Do you have over there? Thank you.
Hi, thanks for the presentation. You know that in Brazil, the hydrogen industry is starting to grow, and
Yes.
even with the government and other private companies exploring. How is your solution connected to that ecosystem? I didn't get that, if you are doing that alignment.
Sure. Now we are aiming to improve the existing operations. In our view, all the assets that's now working used to be working to the end of their lives because they cost $1 million to be here. So we're aiming to improve this process so the transition can run smoother. To transition our way to the reduced carbon print, we have to first improve what's running, optimizing it, then make the change. So we are in the transition middle, looking for the full transition too. We are already making huge equipments for large amounts of hydrogen production.
Any other questions here?
The pictures of the devices that you showed, are those retrofits that are going into the vehicles?
I know they're already.
Or
Yes.
are you okay? And does it have any impact on the warranty of the vehicle? And secondly, are you working with OEMs or talking about getting into new build?
Great question, very great question. Our technology, we are aiming to retrofit existing engines. Yes, so all these technologies are aftermarket products. And yes, we are starting to get into the business that make the motor, the engines, to align with them. And now we only install in assets that is no more in the guarantee time. But we are getting ready to, we start talking to prove, we are making durability tests to prove that we don't fragilize metal with hydrogen and all the data to prove that we can make this change without harming the engines.
Okay, we have 20 seconds. Final message?
For sure. The energy transition is happening now, today, and we're going to rule here in Brazil. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. So that was the last startup from sustainability and ESG. And I want to be a big thank you to our startups and members of the jury. Thank you so much, our jury. You have a huge responsibility. Thank you. So the announcement of the finalists will take place here in the next Big Thing stage at 1:25. Então vamos lá, pessoal. Nós vamos fazer o anúncio, vai ser então
Right,
agora.
so the announcement for the winner will happen at 1:25. We're just gonna, continue so we can compensate the time lost. This is a free sample of a climatic crisis. So just grab a snack and let's continue with the program.
Keynote is battery supply chain, environmental and social sustainability in the mining industry. Let's understand how ESG initiatives can be applied in the mining industry as we delve into groundbreaking efforts to uphold ethical standards and mitigate environmental impact. To tell us more about that is Daniel Abdo, Director of Investor Relations at Sigma Lithium Corporation. Welcome. Go ahead. Thank you.
Bom dia a todos.
Welcome, everyone.
Queria agradecer a oportunidade de estar aqui para compartilhar pouco da nossa visão.
I'd like to thank the opportunity to be here, to share part of our vision and our history contributing with this energetic transition that we're going through. So China leads nowadays the market of electric cars and will keep on leading. So this forecast is that they will achieve 25 million electric vehicles sold in 2026. But in 2020, as you see in this graph, we have an inflection point, which was very interesting. For the first time, Europe surpassed China in terms of the sales of electric vehicles. And that triggered a number of initiatives from the European Union that has influenced the whole chain. So they have as a target the banning of combustion engines by 2025. And to achieve that target, they have to introduce a sort of passport for the engine. What does that mean? It's basically a requirement for suppliers that would like to enter the market for the whole chain starting 2026. So the producer, industries, car makers, even the recycling companies that work with the batteries, they must provide data about the carbon footprint of the whole life cycle of the battery, from the extraction of the minerals, the industrialization of the minerals, all the way to the end of the life cycle of the battery after it's used. So how do we mensurate that? In mining, the carbon footprint is basically on the impact on the land where residues are disposed, and in the air as well. Because the great villain in mineration is the diesel that is used to transport the minerals. But also, the impact of the energy use in the factories, using coal is still, the usage of water, depending on of the operation, there's an excessive use of water. We're going to discuss that in a bit. And how the residues are disposed and treated. So the producers of the batteries, they face, many challenges like energy.
And the third scope of the suppliers of the chain, where they work in a sustainable way, because this ends up impacting in a direct way the next member of the chain. The biggest challenge of manufacturers today, especially in Europe, is that the end consumer, it's not only enough to buy an electric vehicle that will help out in this energy transition into the environmental impact. He wants to be sure that this car was manufactured in a sustainable way. And so a tip to entrepreneurs here, if you're able to develop a tracking system of these raw materials until the end product, I think that's really important. Now, looking into the chain, into the entire chain in itself, there is a single opportunity for Brazil to become a protagonist in this green revolution, as we call it. Brazil, up to last year, didn't have a very relevant market share in this lithium market. From next year onwards, we'll be reaching 8% with the potential to reach 20%. Lithium is not something rare. Lithium is actually very abundant. The challenges are in the extraction and in the treatment of it. And Brazil is already in the front of the northern hemisphere because it has an energy matrix that's pretty much clean. 80% of our energy matrix is in hydro and renewable resources. Brazil is a neutral country, so we have geopolicies. We do business with China, United States, Europe, and we also have a great legacy, a legal legacy. When we look at the next link in the chain, which is the conversion of the mineral into basic chemicals, the problem with the Northern Hemisphere is that they don't have a cement industry like Brazil has. The industry cement is able to absorb the residue of this chemical conversion. Now, looking into a more broader perspective, speaking of all the materials, this table is extremely interesting, actually. Look at the difference between the existing offer today of these basic materials for batteries, as opposed to the demand in 10 years' time. Look at the number of new projects that need to be installed in order to supply that demand. Of course, in the middle of the way, we had a pandemic that paralyzed a lot of operations, broke a lot of operations down, but we kept on investing, and those who kept on investing are actually out on the top when the cycle resumed. So in this marathon of trying to service 25,000 million vehicles, the Northern Hemisphere has more than 300 gigafactories, so what we call them, these battery factories, America, China, and Europe. A gigafactory takes about a year or two in order to be built. And an operation of any one of these minerals takes about 5 to 10 years. From the viability studies and engineering project, the building, and the effectiveness of the commission itself. So how is the industry focusing and approaching these new issues, these new initiatives, and adapting itself? When we look at a life cycle analysis of the entire operation, what is the environmental impact at a level of air, water, and earth in terms of these operations? And when we look at Sigma as an example and how we were able to show the world that, yes, it's possible to, in an industry that's extremely stigmatized, how we're able to have a sustainable operation. Just to start, what do we do? Our operation is divided in two parts. We conduct the extraction of the mineral, and then we put the mineral into a processing plant that separates and purifies these crystals, which is the mineral that contains the lithium oxide, so we can then sell a product that's concentrated. Our product is called green lithium, zero quintuple. Why? Because we conducted a life cycle analysis research of our operation, and we saw that for each ton of concentrated lithium that we produce, the environmental impact is 0.027 of CO2. So because it's a very small impact, we bought carbon credits in order to zero that impact. Sigma is the first global operation of lithium that doesn't use waste barrages. We're not only the first, we don't only have these wastes, but we're also able to do the upcycling of our waste to other industries. The battery industry for electric vehicles demands a high rate of lithium, and our waste still has lithium. It's low, but we're still able to sell them to lithium producers in order to do household appliances, for example. Our plants, we don't use these chemicals. 100% of the water used in our plants is recircled. I'm going to talk a little bit more about that in a bit. And like I said, we have a contract that anything we do with the plants, they come from clean sources. We have a contract with Semig that provides energy supply from hydro and wind and solar powered. And just to show you what is the carbon footprint in the different operations of lithium worldwide, the Lipidoleta was a product that entered the market last year very strongly. But as you can see, it's not very much sustainable. The Chinese market actually boosted that use. And then we went to the Lipidoleta, which is the problem that we work with, but we were able to reach at a practically low zero impact. Salar are the operations in Chile, which are those water basins in Chile, in China for these lithium stations. They consume in water intensively, and DLE, which is the direct extraction of lithium, which has a very low impact as well. And as you can see, when we do the breakdown of our footprint, basically, we are at mining. And where do you see that? In the diesels used in the trucks and the explosives in order to try it used in mines, and the rest, concentration and transportation, they're pretty much residual. So in our operation, just to make a comparison between our operation as opposed to what our competitors are doing, in terms of scope 1, our direct operation, I already said that our factory recircles 100% of the water used, and we do not use chemicals that are bad for the environment. The waste, we don't have any waste barrier because we adapted and improved existing technologies in order to use these dry waste. And today we are zero waste as well because we're able to sell these wastes. And in mining, in order to reduce the impact of the diesel, we've been using biodiesel. And regarding the explosives, we use computerized simulations in order to optimize these explosions. And the scope 2, like I said, we use 100% of clean energy. So as a whole, how do we approach these challenges in this industry? In mining, we already talked about biodiesel and the computerized simulations. We use 100% of clean energy. In our main mine, the initial project, we projected a super cave of what we call it, but there was a stream passing through this cave, and we found out that more than 40 families in the region dependent on that stream as a source of water. So we preserved that stream. We dug 2 more caves, and we ended up not using 25% of our reserves in order to preserve that stream. And in regards to the water that we use and that we circle in the factory, we pump water from River Jequitinhonha, which is a river. The water is not proper for industrial use even, because there's a lot of fecal animal matter and a lack of clean water in the region. So we pump water from this river. We built a treatment station at the entrance of the factory, and this water is totally circulated into the circuit. And in regards to land impact, I already said that we don't use waste barriers because we've developed that dry technique that I mentioned about. And we also conduct the piling of pastures as well. And here, just to illustrate, give you a little bit of a visual, our green tech plant, which is our operation. This part that's actually in red, as you can see, it's basically what allowed our process to not have this waste barrier. This technology that was imported from other sectors and mining allowed us to concentrate waste into this pile that you can see here, and then it's piled later on as dry matter, and then later sold. Now, nothing would have been possible up till now without the support of the local communities. Our operation today is at the Valley of the Jequitinhonha, which is one of the regions in Brazil with the lowest human indexes in the country and as a consequence in the world. And let's face it, the impact of any operation in a region such as that one will be transformative, but it ends up creating two classes within the community, the ones that are employed directly by the company and those that are not. And so how do we approach this challenge? We tackle this challenge socially speaking. We believe that the best way to do that is to create the microcredit program for entrepreneurial women. And because the region is very dry, we created a project for basins in order to capture water from the agricultural lands, because we only have rain from November to February, and that way they're able to produce throughout the year. I'll stop here because my time is up. Thank you. Thank you.
Protection and restoration. Tackling climate change is the subject of the panel. The moderator, Daniela Giffoni, Head of Impact Business and ESG at Impact Hub Porto Alegre. And to debate, I call to the stage Denise Hills, SDG Pioneer at the United Nations, Fernando Simões Filho, Partner Director at Bem-TV Investimento Social, e Gabriel Santa Maria, General Manager and Head of Sustainability at Banco do Brasil. Welcome to the stage. Thank you. Como tu quiser.
Mulheres no meio.
Para facilitar, né?
Sim. Tudo bom, pessoal? Bem-vindo ao painel Restauração.
How are you? Welcome to the panel Restoration and Protection Facing Climatic Change, Tackling Climate Change. I'm here to be the mediator of this panel with these wonderful people, Denise, Fernando, and Gabriel. Be welcome. And I have here a reflection with Denise. We are in the decade of the 2030 agendas from the United Nations. Do you think that we may face this 1.5 degrees of temperature as a limit? Well, I am the first generation to feel the effects of climate change, the last one that can do something and not to do anything. And this is one of the reasons I'm here. And it would be funny if it wouldn't be tragic to talk about climate change after a day like yesterday. We're talking about a decade when it's conveniently the decade for action, because we have a lot to do. We have science, we have technology available. And the Global Pact, it's an organization of which I am part, which is the arm for the sustainability for the United Nations, are going to ask for the leaders of the United Nations to have an action against climatic emergency. We're talking about climate now. We're talking about climate change that's over now. We have to do something to mitigate the effects, change the pattern of production of consumption, and guarantee that the effects of human activity over the planet be less worse, to guarantee the feasibility of the system. So a very simple question. I don't want to cause a problem and then talk about your generation. Are you breathing? Where does this air come from? We're talking about a Congress for Technology and Innovation. So maybe the technologies to guarantee the air that you breathe and all the life in the planet. Do you have a risk? Trees, forests, and oceans. And we don't hear natural systems as a solution for that. Why is that essential? Because every human activity, including business, they generate impact. So we have to develop some kind of economy that's going to be able to generate economic activity without this considering what is external, having to give a new meaning for innovation. It's only going to be innovation if it solves the problems of the society, mitigates the negative, stimulate the positive, and it's a company that belongs to the new sector, including for investment.
Para resolver os problemas que a gente criou aí nos últimos 100, 200 anos, efeito da nossa atividade econômica. Então, só para terminar a sessão terrorismo, antes de ir para o final, vocês chegaram, né, que essa, por exemplo,
This, well, the global temperature reached in average 1.45 degrees more than the historic average. If you heard about this, of this Paris Agreement, is 1.5 degree. So we are very clear, we're very much dangerously close of what would be a maximum safe. You have a little sample yesterday of what that means in real life. Not your neighbor, but ourselves. We're talking about availability for water and agriculture, etc. So there's no way we are going to continue doing business in the last 100 years and continue having this prosperity. So we have to solve these problems. So this would be the first message. And here we have floods and losses of energy, etc. And here, how do we finance that? And why is it that maybe I don't have hope, but the idea is how are you going to change that? So I really want to know how we are going to change that, okay? Fernando, I'd like you to present yourself and talk about the examples you have in the practical, etc. Well, I'm Fernando. I'm the third generation of a family company that was founded by my grandfather with logistics and mobility, so that means high emission of CO2. And 10 years ago, I continue in the board, but I'm still working with social entrepreneurship. This is my area now, even because of the environmental challenges we have. So, and I have the big challenges like the emission, and I think 4 points. And the first step is to measure the emissions of CO2. And some people who think, it's expensive to measure the emissions. No, it's like you have to measure EBITDA, right? So this is just a matter of feasibility. So, in the short term, we cannot think about long term, and you have to see, for example, how these objectives are, what you're going to do this year, next year, and etc. And so we have to see if we are going to have a short-term or long-term plan. I need to think about short-term, but something consistent, and sometimes I think long-term and things don't come true. So this is a competitive differential. When you're talking about emissions, we're talking about productive efficiency, to have more assets, to have a fidelity of your client, etc. So emission is something that you have to do when you want a better situation. That needs to be clear. And well, the environment needs that. This is a moment when we have to work with preservation, and I'm working at pro bono for reforesting, and we have to have partnerships. So we will have wonderful projects for reforesting. So this is incipient, we have to stimulate and develop. So the companies, when they look for the best partner for this, they make this ecosystem consolidate. So, and how is Banco do Brasil dealing with this climate change? Well, I am Gabriel Santamaria. I have been working in the financial area for 18 years, and I'm head for sustainability in Banco do Brasil. It's a pleasure to be here to share this panel with people which are famous in the area. For Banco do Brasil, we're talking about sustainability. It has to do with the nature of the bank, because the bank has to be innovative, modern, with rentability, but at the same time you have to have a social environmental impact, and it should be positive for different publics. So this is more or less like the way of being for Banco do Brasil. So we have something we can do with the shareholder and all the partners, employees, and the society. And Banco do Brasil has internal practices, but I would like to focus on what should be important for a transformation for the country or the world, to see how we make the flow of capital go for these areas of decarbonization, the green areas with low carbon. We have more than 1 trillion reais, and we have more than 300 million about low carbon renewable energy projects in the public sector, which is a big client for Banco do Brasil. And this is how we are being able to move this forward. So we can see that we have international resources that can be captured with a smaller price. And a lot of this works, and that would be put for our clients in a way that could be more effective, cheaper, and with different situations. After that, we talk about education, convincing. This is another challenge of the moment we're in. So we have internal practices, of course, many of them, but the most important thing is how we incorporate of these ISD in the way we do businesses, because this is how we can do this transformation. Yes, we're talking about the systemic views, and here, how can we work with thinking about leaving the carbon out of the economy? So, in the financial aspect, how can you see if you are efficient with carbon, depending on the type of the economy? And here we have seen the flows. We have companies doing that, and the emissions for bonds related to indexes. That means if I have a good result, I reduce my emissions, I include human rights in the chain. So we have seen a growth of these types of bond. We can evaluate the risks correctly in the agriculture, entrepreneurial activity, and also there's a movement more and more to guarantee these practices to be close to the normal. So the financial aspect has to have a mechanism, TCFD, to measure and incorporate in the risk for capital the effect of climate changes that may compromise the capacity to give back the resources. And with that, we have more and more levels for activities in the financial aspect or mobilization with the idea to engage more companies. So this is a big challenge because the infrastructure in Brazil is full of emissions. And the fact is we are one of the economies that we are dealing with energetic transitions, and that means the competitivity and the capacity to bring resources in a country where you're measuring carbon. And this is more interesting. This is a condition for a country that's interesting for attracting the resources for financing. So this is important for the company, the regulation for finances, the regulation, not innovation. That's the new rule to measure the impacts. And in my long corporate life, if you are just following the law, well, this is normal. But you have to see the differences if you are related to a newer economy. So the multilateral funds for transition, they will get to Brazil until COP30, will have this capacity for innovation, companies that will show they're ready to do that, and the privileges that will go for activities which contributing more for less emissions, better conditions for human rights. And some other companies, they may have a lot of profit, but in fact, they're not putting on an effort to reduce the emissions of carbon. So I think this architecture that we talk about in the COPs are very important. Considering what I saw 10 years ago and what I imagine 10 years in the future, let's see if we could see and the speed, but I think the tendency is clear. So where are you looking for this with the financial aspects? We have a good experience for this access for liquid bonds. So we have an access for more financial resources, smaller price because of the emissions we have made. So if you're looking at it as a business, this is access to cheaper money. And I think there's something else that's interesting. Let's look at the positioning of the financial market. What Denise brought is that the market is going to look at the impact of the emissions, and you have less risk for credit. So you have to have that to evaluate that as a risk. And the last element that I bring, just to show that this is a way that's not coming back. This is a generational change. We have all this change from baby boomers to millennials, and we see that this is going to change how people are going to invest. So the banks should be interested in having other products that are more interesting, more connected to the new generation for financial resources. And we know that the millennials are not going to do that temporarily. This is a transition that is happening. So the financial market doesn't go back, it only goes forward. So Gabriel, tell me what you have to talk about Banco do Brasil in this subject. Well, Fernando, left the story ongoing, but what I would like to say is that the companies, when they are more sustainable, it will be easier for them to have access to capital, and this capital is going to be cheaper. You can be sure about that. One example of that is that the big banks of the national system, they have commitments to be net zero. For example, they have to have these emissions liquid, and you're talking about measuring all these clients that you have, how you finance them, and the emissions are put like a second responsibility for the banks. So more and more, we are looking for companies with low emissions, more sustainability, looking for the chain of value. And if they are not, the role of the banks is to make them more and more sustainable. So we do that through products which are specific and thematic. So I mentioned about conditions that are different. For example, Banco do Brasil. If you open the app and you finance a hybrid car, your interest rate is lower than a conventional car. The companies, if they want financing for more efficient engines, etc., we have discounts. So that happens in Banco do Brasil. Sustainability is a central theme for the strategy, and we have been contributing with our clients, partners, and society in a transition for an economy that's more green and with low carbon. So this is another point that we wanted to mention. I talked about our core. And what are the things that we can do with partnerships? Startups, governments, the third sector. This is the challenge and the name of the game. We have lots of challenges in front of us, and these partnerships are fundamental. I'll tell you a story. We had a family, 4 sisters. They were clients of the bank. They live in Pichuna in Amazonas. 17,000 hectares in the forest. No, they were getting no money for that, and they had costs because they had to avoid deforesting, etc., the trees being burned, etc. So we developed a project, and now they are getting 3 million reais per year for the next 30 years to protect this area. This is a solution that Banco do Brasil would never be able to do alone. With these partnerships, this is a way we found to make this solution possible. And now we have in our portfolio these solutions, and we can generate credits for carbon. We make the commercialization of the carbon credits. We have to transform these companies net zero and in the inventory of emissions. So these solutions are together with the way we are making business to help in this journey of this decarbonization. And at the same time, we have some assets, and it comes in the same perspective we were doing, like a shareholder, like the shareholders, but also the stakeholders. So now I'm about to finish my speech. These partnerships are important, but it's also important to think about new mechanisms for the remuneration of the clients that eventually have a forest standing, or maybe they will make a project for restoration. This mathematics is still not clear in Brazil or in the world, so I think the financial system should think about mechanisms and partnerships, new solutions, with the forest standing or the recovery of forestal services should be implemented in an effective way so that it would bring results. I think this is the biggest challenge that we have, but Banco do Brasil has a real commitment to the team. We have been known as one of the most sustainable banks in the world, and we think we have a duty to support these partners in the society and the commitments that we do in Banco do Brasil. We always have to talk to the market about what we have been doing, etc. Okay, we have some time. I wanted our guests to leave a message for the public. We are here in the summit for 3 days looking of what can be better for the world. I don't think the world need any new company that's not the best in the world, but the best for the world. So my message and what I wanted to say to you is that after I hear about the financial system talking about things mentioned on nature, and we see a day like today, we almost couldn't make this event happen. All this technology available for us. Well, let us be agents for the transformation. I see myself being part of boards, venture capital companies working with solutions based on nature and other systems. If you have a customer, a mother and a father, partner who is somebody who support this, well, we have to change. Life cannot be as it used to be. This is the message I wanted to pass to you. Fernanda, por favor. Well, I think as a final message, I'd like to make a reflection. One of the things that bother when we talk about the environment is that we always put that in the category of social impact. And we sound like the environment needs us, but it's the contrary. We need the environment and we bother more than we help. So this environmental problem is a social problem, and we have to address that if we want to continue here. If we don't deal with the climate being extra warm, we are going to be cooked alive. So after we die, the environment will get better and the environment doesn't need us. So this is the idea I'd like to leave. My message is behind every company, we have many people. It doesn't talk
A gente tem que incorporar esse líder, esse ativista que está guardadinho ali dentro e comprar algumas brigas. Brigas boas, né? Brigas que valem a pena, porque no final do dia
these people to be leaders. We want everybody to be a leader and say, let's be a part of this transformation. We want to change the models of the companies for more sustainable models. We have to fight for this. So it's very important for the prosperity of the business to incorporate what is part of the DNA and NDA of the company to have this core business of sustainability. So I'd like to finish, Gabriel. So first, we have to discuss about sustainability in an event like this. Without innovation or technology, we are not going to have a future that is sustainable.
So technology innovation will allow us to bring the scale to many of the solutions we have developed. It's thinking differently that will bring solutions that we haven't thought that they exist. So it is good that we are here. And if you are here, I know how concerned you are with the future of our business, our lives, and the planet. But to try and incorporate sustainability with technology, and we often talk about generating value, and I believe that that is the last point. So once again, we are not dissociating finances from economic and environmental. We are able to work on them together. I invite you to learn more about the bank's practices at our website, bb.com.br /sustainability. I'm available to you if you have questions. Thank you. Let's enjoy the rest of the event. Thank you very much. Thank you, Fernando, Denise, and Gabriel. It's been a pleasure having you here on the stage.
Bom, se tem uma briga que vale a pena a gente comprar.
Now, if there is one fight we should be involved in is for the life of our planet. Let's have a picture as well.
Sim. Bora. Obrigado, gente. Bora comprar essa briga. Vamos sim. Não
Go,
tem
folks. Let's get in this fight. I mean, there are no businesses without a planet.
Innovation can help address numerous challenges faced by companies, sharing Israeli best practices based on over 500 multinational corporations, innovating with Israeli startups. With the title Opportunities in Collaboration, the Importance of Open Innovation, let's hear our keynote speaker, Itai Green, founder and CEO at Innovate Israel.
Very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for coming. Today we're going to speak about open innovation, the importance of innovation. A little bit about Innovate Israel. Innovate Israel has been created 7 years back in order to help big corporations, traditional one, to stay relevant in rapid time changes where things are moving that fast by collaborating with startups. Who could imagine we will face such a headline? I think Google CEO couldn't imagine that a year and a half back. When you are asking the ChatGPT whether AI is going to replace us as people, the answer is very nice. The one that will replace us is not the AI, are those that know how to use AI. Same with corporations. Those that will replace the current corporations are corporations that know how to integrate and use new technology. But it's not easy to explain and convince Google CEO or Nokia CEO at that time that they need to change because they are leading successful big corporations. And there is an arrogance of success that you tend to think that what used to work for you in the past is going to be enough for the future, which is a big no. You always need to change and update. And we are living in a time of crisis, from one crisis to another, from the crisis of the COVID to war between Ukraine and Russia and other crises. A crisis is the best time for innovation. Crisis leads us to learn about new challenges. And when there are challenges, entrepreneurs are coming up with solutions. So crisis is the best time for innovation. These are the brands that have been founded during the last economical recession in 2008. You know them all. It's not going to take another 15 years till we see the results of the COVID crisis. It's going to take by far less. Because technology nowadays allows us to move faster. When BCG has asked decision makers about the cutting edge technologies for the future to use, the answer is AI, of course, and robots. Both are very much relevant for a Brazilian market. And when CEOs have been asked about the top 3 priorities for them, innovation is there. And 85% of them are increasing the budget for innovation at that time. There are 2 ways to innovate. One is internal innovation. Decide what you want to develop, bring some budget, a lot of budget, hire people, develop internally. In 95% of the cases, that's a waste of money. The opposite is the most relevant one for 2024. Open innovation, external innovation. What is open innovation? Open innovation is the understanding that most of the smartest people are not working for you. Not Amazon, not Facebook, not Google. Most of the smartest people, it's a matter of statistics, usually work for someone else. And who is else? Where are they? Those smart people are working for other companies, for academy, and most of them working for startups. So the main challenge for a corporate in 2024 is to collaborate with those smart people, with those startupists. That's the challenge. And open innovation is the lowest risk with the greatest ROI. What is in common between all these brands? Do you know? All of them, together with these, are Israeli unicorns. 536 multinationals constantly look for innovation in Israel. They must know something. They know that they better put their hand on the next waves in its early stage before their competitor does. Otherwise, they might lose the train and get out of business. So they are coming to Israel because they are afraid to miss. One of the main challenges for a corporate in the area of innovation is to make your door the first one, an entrepreneur, a relevant one to your challenges, knock on. That's a huge challenge. You want the entrepreneurs, the relevant ones, to knock on your door before they do so on the competitor door. Make your door attractive. When you ask the 536 corporations, multinationals, about their innovation activity in Israel, they tell you they do innovation because they want to create a gap comparing to their competitors. This is the Israeli ecosystem. It's a unique one, not due to the numbers, but due to the fact that all players within the ecosystem share information. When an ecosystem players are sharing, all the ecosystem players are moving faster. All. When you're looking into a certain domain to learn what's out there in Israel in order to better understand what type of solutions are, all you need to do is to go to Google, ecosystem map Israel and the domain that you're looking for. And then you get a map with the leading startups that are relevant to your interest. That's what you get for cyber, that's for wellness, edtech, digital marketing, fintech, travel tech, Gen AI, another Gen AI, and artificial intelligence. These are the leading startups in Israel in the area of artificial intelligence. I'm not going to move to the next slide unless you either say wow or bah. Who wants to say wow for this slide? No one? Who wants to say bah? Let's skip to the next slide. When a startup approaches you, they want to run a POC with you, to run a pilot, to learn from your experience. You are the domain expert, the best one in your business. And the startups are eager to succeed, best with technology, working 24/7. They will provide you with a solution. This is the best moment for a marriage. Get married with startups, with the good one, with those that provide you with solutions. It usually starts like this when I start consulting my clients. I receive messages like this. With all due respect, we are a big corporation, startups stand in line to work with us. No one standing in line to work with you. They can always cross the road, work with the competitor. You have the interest to work with them. They are not your suppliers. They are your partners. You need to know how to work with them. And fast. You cannot wait for 3 weeks to get comments from the legal department. Startups in 3 weeks are going to not be there or cross the road or bankrupt. 3 weeks time is too much for a startup. How to do it right? That's the reason for me to come. I've published an article about concrete, super easy to implement tips how to do it right, how to innovate in the right way with startups. Tip number 1, commitment. True commitment from top, from the senior executives, from board members. Otherwise, nothing is going to happen. Innovation is top down. Most of the board members have no clue what innovation is. Teach them. The better they know, the better they perform. You must have in each and every corporate at least one decision maker, one board member, one C-level executive with a strong, solid experience in technology and innovation. In Israel, it is mandatory by law since 2018 to have at least one board member in each and every bank board. Think about it. It's very smart. Don't wait for the parliament to make it a must. Just do it. MIT found that when you have 3 board members with a strong experience in innovation, in technology, the bottom line performance is better than competitors. The average age of board members in S&P 500, also in Brazil, also in Israel, is 60. Only 2% below the age of 55. That's a shame. We have to have diversity in age, in gender, in background, professional background. Bring diversity to your companies. At Accor hotel chain, they have a shadow board with kids below the age of 35 gathering together before each and every board meeting and get their attitude, their opinion to the regular board. That's very smart. It costs nothing. When you have such people around the board and C-level executives, suddenly board members start speaking with startups, start allocating budget for innovation, start following up and share what they do with their investors. And when investors learn about innovation activity, the price per share goes up. In each and every company, you have to have a single point of contact to be the one that will take the startup hand by hand along all the way with the corporate till a successful pilot. Publish challenges to the ecosystem. Tell them, what are your pains? There is a magic. Once an entrepreneur learns about challenges, they come up with solutions. Fear of missing out. These are the great people within the corporate. Hire them. Promote them. These are the people that will provide you with a great future. On the other hand, those with an NIH that are motivated by ego, not invented here, fire them, get rid of them, don't promote them, don't hire them. These are people that risk the future of the company these days. Speak the startup lingo, work 24/7, respond fast. Once you see a startup, try to think why yes. Why we want to get married with a startup. Don't look for excuses. Otherwise, your company is going to look like that. You don't want it. Treat startups like partners. They're not suppliers. Partners with transparency, with respect. And always remember that there are no 6 degrees of separation anymore in our world. Due to the internet and social networks, between the 2 of us, there is maximum 1 person. You can test it. You'll find that we have common friends. I mentioned that because you have to know that when you are meeting a startup, they leave the room and message to the ecosystem players, to other startupists, how the meeting went. And if you are doing great job, they will share it. Everyone would love to work with you and not with your competitor. But the other side is also, if you do bad job, no one wants to work with you. Yes, you need budget for innovation. No, it's not a lot of money. When a startup approach you and offer you free of charge pilot, insist paying. Because when they leave the room, they message the ecosystem, they tell them, you can't believe it. They insisted to pay. And what happens the next? Everyone wants to work with you. Don't measure the success of innovation by ROI, at least at the beginning. Measure it by the number of pilots across the company, including HR, legal, finance, procurement, everyone. The more employees would touch meat. Startup, the DNA of the corporate would be relevant to our time. You are looking for equity from the startup? Pay for that. It's not for free. Are you doing something for free? No, startups as well. And minimize bureaucracy. Very important to measure the success of the innovation activity. Very important. We have only 30 seconds for the presentation, so I'll skip it really fast. Check the level of engagement of the board. Super important. See how much funds you are allocating for the innovation activity. Check the number of pilots, number of integration within the last year. Make sure that the culture of the corporate is updated, relevant to our time. Thank you very much. Don't call me.
But
you can call me. You can call me. It was a joke. When my mom calls me, you know what how I answer? What happened? These days, everyone message, right? But you can feel free, message me. I commit to answer you as soon as possible with any idea. Thank you very much, and you're more than welcome to join me at 4:15. Bye-bye.
Bye, thank you. The name of the next fireside chat is The Road to IPO. We're going to discuss the current market conditions, navigate the road to IPO, and unveil effective exit strategies while we delve into the intricate landscape of finance and entrepreneurship. So come to the stage, Lúcio Feijó Lopes, Managing Partner at Feijó Lopes Advogados, and Paula Gunning, Head of Canada and Latin Capital Markets at NIS. Thank you.
Que horas são agora? Uma da tarde. Boa tarde para todo mundo.
What time is it now? So 1 p.m. Good afternoon. Many of you came to raise money, right? To raise circulating capital. Thank you very much for being here in this panel. It's one that we missed, and I needed in the South Summit to talk about what we call the holy grail of funding startups or consolidated tech companies, which is the IPO, initial public offering. Just so you understand the context, when we launch a startup or any other company, we finance it with bootstrapping. That's your own money, angel investors, and then you go through an accelerator, and later you maybe go through a CVC, corporate venture, and then maybe a little bit later you capture a little bit more of capital with a joint venture capital, and then you go to private equity, and then you eventually get to opening your initial offering. Before you get to this point, all of these roads were private funding collection. We don't go to the general public. We can't publish and say invest in my company. Now, opening your listing your company allows companies to access the general domain. You know, with John and Peter and Maria. So that's an important moment for the IPO. It's very important in Brazil and abroad. Today, we have with us Paula Gunning, who is head of the international area, Canada and Latin America, for the New York Exchange, NYC, which is basically the global stock exchange. The capital market in the world begins at 9 New York time. That's where everything works and happens. I'm Lucio. I'm a partner of Feijó Lopes Lawyers in venture capital markets. I'm really glad that you accepted having you here in the South Summit and talk about those companies that are in a more advanced stage, or companies starting, but they are aiming at this long shot and the initial public offering. My first question, what companies, consolidated technology companies or startups, should aim to open capital in New York? That is a good question. Thank you very much for inviting me. It's a privilege to be here and talk to you. As Lucio said, I'm based in New York. Well, I'm a Brazilian responsible for Latin America. So it is a great joy to come back to Brazil and talk to you because you are the future of the nation, entrepreneurs in this ecosystem, changing the world with your creative ideas. As Lucio said, we are just one stage in a journey. So you begin with an innovative idea, and then you build your business. Many moments to raise fund capital, but one thing I believe is changing because you talked about the profile of the tech companies. The answer is there is no profile. In the New York Exchange, we have 35 Brazilian companies listed. When you look at the global ranking of companies in the New York Exchange, Brazil is the fourth most relevant position besides the United States. Brazilians are creative, resilient entrepreneurs who look at the U.S. capital market as their final destination. And that has changed a lot. The times when I talked to entrepreneurs, and they looked at the U.S. capital market and said, "Whoa, this is a distant dream. I don't even know how to get there. How do I ring that bell?" So new bank have to be really big to get there. The reality is that more and more I'm talking to entrepreneurs with the companies in 2-3 years of history, but they already aim at an IPO in the United States as a final goal and are structuring their companies, and that's something that amazes me. They are structuring their companies thinking about accessing the U.S. market. What these structures are for an IPO in 3, 5 years or 10 years. Now, this mentality shift is very important and shows a more mature, prepared market because it's not an impossible dream. You want to get there, but you need to get there. We always saw in the capital market that historically companies will have an IPO in Brazil and then have a restricted share offer in the United States. In the last 5 years, more or less, some companies said, no, I'm not going to open capital in the United States. I'm going to go straight to the US because I want to become international and have a base of investors in the US, qualified outside Brazil. And do you believe that it's possible to become listed directly in the United States, in New York? Or maybe you have to do it first in Brazil? Yeah, I mean, you said it all. When you look at the 35 listed Brazilian companies in New York, out of those, 90% did that initial movement, first opening capital in B3, and in a few years they go to NYSE and become a listed company in the US. PagSeguro was the first company that decided to innovate. They didn't want to do this movement, and they went for an IPO straight in the United States without going to the B3. So they went listed shares in NYSE. Now, since then, PagSeguro was in 2017. We have now seen more and more companies considering that. Does it make sense to access the local market and then the international market? Can't I go straight to the international market? The answer is depends. Depends on what your plans are for your company, your main goals in terms of capturing and raising funds, your main clients. Also, it's a possibility. We are seeing more and more companies deciding that the local market doesn't make sense for them. They go straight to the US, certainly. Especially in the tech world, startups and unicorns, that is a common a movement, people going straight to the US in accessing directly the US market. Recent examples, AVTech, for example, they became listed in 2021 in a really cool IPO. They went straight, CP, CNP. They did the same, so we are seeing that more and more. We Brazilians are satisfied with the Brazilian market because it's big. I mean, in a local perspective, U.S. companies, they are born global. They say my garden, my backyard is the world. And for us, even reaching Latam is difficult. But I also noticed that companies becoming listed abroad are more internationally ambitious. I mean, they want to go to Latin America and the United States. So that's kind of like it, isn't it? Yeah, it's an important step of growing international. When I talk to the future new banks, that's what they tell me. We were born in Brazil, and we are proud to be Brazilians, but we are a global company or want to be one. And that may mean having operations in the US, but maybe not. Sometimes it's like New Bank again. They only have operations so far in Mexico, Colombia, and Brazil, but they did an IPO in the United States because they are a very relevant company in Latam, but they are global and consider international expansion. So more and more companies tell me that the US market makes sense for me because of the perspective to become international at a level to access global investors and becoming more visible. Now, speaking with the consolidated companies in the agribusiness, they believe that to list for an IPO in New York, requirements are very high. The standard is set too high that it won't apply to many of the Brazilian companies. Could you give us general outlines? What are the basic requirements for a company planning that is consolidated on the markets, so for them to start thinking about it? What are more or less the minimum requirements to consider an IPO in New York?
This is more something about a perception. I think this has been changing. Some years ago, when I was talking to the entrepreneurs, they had this perception that to make an IPO in the US, you had to be, I don't know, Vale, a huge architect. And this is very distant from my reality. And then I go, no, do you know how much you need to open your capital in the US? And when I talk about it, people are always surprised because it is always something like smaller than people imagine. One number for you to remember, how much I have to make an IPO in the US for market cap. This is the number, $200 million for global market cap, $200 million for you to make an IPO. Now, New York Times Exchange. So after these financial criteria, you have other criteria which are about the distribution of your offer in the US, and these are basic levels for the price of the shareholders When you make an offer, you have to pricify your stock at $4. It's super low.
Aconteceram aí, não somente de Latam, mas de outros players do mercado, é precificado sempre acima de 10, 15 dólares. É o comum.
This is what's common. And you have to make an IPO. The size of your offer needs to be $40 million. And that's small again. When you look at the last IPO that happened, the resources were something $200 million, $300 million. So the offers tend to be bigger. So this is the size of the offer. Your action has to have the precification for $4, and you have $200 million for market cap. We had less pre-definitions. And what you mentioned, what's amazing about the stock market is that now I'll go to the New York exchange market, and it's not the same thing. And maybe you will open capital in 5 years in the future, and you use the social media, showed you to the investors. So the companies in Brazil could take benefit of this. Part of the job we have is to get closer to the market more and more. I have been talking to companies, and they have been thinking about this, and maybe in 5 years they will go for IPO, and maybe they're Series A, Series B. So the idea is to have more information how to get there. What do I have to think about to be able to be ready to make an IPO in 5 years? The biggest, let's say, mistake people make is to think, I'll talk to the stock market only when I am about to make the IPO in 6 months, because they will not be interested in talking to me. It's on the contrary. We are here to help you. At the end of the day, we have the same objective. I want you there in Wall Street ringing a bell. So everything that the stock market can do to help you get there, to reach this objective, this is what we're going to do. So we have different educational programs for the market of AO in the US, how to access, how is it different from Brazil, etc., up to specific things, like you mentioned. One of the main difficulties of companies when they're not Americans is about marketing and visibility. So if you have a company that's private in Brazil and you compare to a company that's doing the same thing at your American peer, one of the biggest differences is that the American peer will be well known, or is usually well known in the local market before the IPO, because they are there, they have the customers there, everybody knows their brand, and etc. The Latam companies have these difficulties when they do not operate in the US. What is it that I do that before my IPO I still be able to be known in the American market, to have my efforts easier for sales when the moment is there? And this is something that the stock market will do very well. We are here to help you. That's for free. But we will not charge you for this. These are some of the things that we can offer, considering the marketing and the visibility, so that you can start telling your story in the American market even before your IPO, because when the moment gets, maybe you already have some visibility. We have different owners of companies in different stages. What is the difference between a company that works as time pass and the others not is the access to the money? How do you finance the capex? How do you finance the acquisitions with cheaper money, let's say? And you have an open capital company, they are more transparent, they are more regulated, they have more governance, and they have access to credit. I'm not talking about easy times. In easy times, everybody has an access to the credit. But let's talk about
Então, acho que esse é um dos benefícios. A gente está chegando bem ao final aqui do tempo. Se falasse em um minuto, dos grandes benefícios de abrir capital na Bolsa.
Eu acho que esse é um dos maiores benefícios aí que você tocou, né? Então, é o acesso a levantamento de capital num preço diferenciado, né? Então, uma questão de custos. A outra coisa que você tem como grande benefício...
Another benefit, especially when you make an IPO, that's international, in the line of stock exchange, is visibility. You start becoming a global company, and you have benefits for the company because you get to the table with Nike or Disney, and you can negotiate in the same level because you're also ANC listed. So, and some thousands of advantages. So one thing I'd like to say, if you have any questions, I'm open to listen to your story. Look at me at LinkedIn, Paula Gunnin, you can talk to me at the direct. If you are in New York, I would be very happy to receive you at the New York Stock Exchange in Wall Street, and it's been a privilege to be here. Thank you very much for listening.
The next presentation will cover success stories and strategies for using Zendesk to improve customer experiences and drive business and scalability, making it ideal for entrepreneurs and startup teams looking to leverage technology for growth. To present the best way for startups to grow, I call to the stage Arthur Rosenblit, head of Zendesk for Startups program in Latin America and Miami at Zendesk. Thank you.
Obrigado. Thank you very much. E aí, pessoal? Falar um pouquinho de português. Eu combinei com o pessoal que hora do almoço, né? Ninguém merece.
It's lunchtime, so I said I was going to speak Portuguese. You have translation, right? So I'll feel free to talk to you guys in Portuguese today. First, a very quick question, just to fill the stage. Who knows our Zendesk? Yeah, you're shy. Who knows Zendesk? Most of you. Okay. So I came to talk to you about Zendesk and present the 10 finalists for the startup competition. Zendesk. I'll ask another question. Who is a founder and who is founding teams in small startups here? Most of you. Let me just test here to see if I can change the slides. That's it. Okay. I was also a founder, as most of you, founding team for 7 years. I opened a startup in the core digital in Recife. I had a career as a founder for 7 years. Then 5 years, I was a director of businesses of WeWork. I think you know WeWork. Then you go to Apple TV and you can see iCrash. I don't have time to talk about that. You like iCrash. And that's 5 years of WeWork. And I've been here for almost 2 years at Zendesk. What did I notice in my journey as a founder? There were 2 things always in my head. Not 2 things, in fact, 300 things. But 2 things were there all the time. funding. I opened the startup. My startup started in 2011. Imagine how hard it was to have funding. And the client is the second thing. So I understood that if the client is not happy, is not well treated, is not having a good experience with my startup, no investor will save me because you will pay for the client to enter and they never stay. It's like a boat with a hole at the bottom. So I started looking for a software for support the client or customer experience or whatever you wanted. I got to know this company who started in Denmark with 3 founders, and then they went to San Francisco, and they created one of the biggest companies in the world for customer experience, and that's Zendesk. So I started with Zendesk, and the main message I would like to leave to you was that the best way for your startup to grow is not only to put the client in the center, because of course that's almost a jargon, customer obsession, focus on the client, etc., but to make happen so that your startup has the client in the center. So this partnership with South Summit, the idea is when you leave the Excel or the WhatsApp, that means you're not only supposed to answer WhatsApp, but have a professional platform so that you can bring the customer experience to another level. So how many companies are using these solutions? We are one of the biggest in the world for support to the client. So you see here more than 6,000 clients in the world. In Brazil, have you heard of Nubank? iFood, who never asked for iFood? Airbnb. So all these startups, they are giant, and they started small with Zendesk. So this is my mission here before I talk about the 10 finalists of the startup competition, is that you are online, you're here presential, you can go for another level. Let's not only be, I don't know, a logo on the wall saying focus client obsession, but let's go for a professional platform. As we say, Zendesk is a platform omnichannel. I know nobody lives without WhatsApp in Brazil. I know Brazil is a champion for WhatsApp. So you integrate all the channels. You put people at Instagram, WhatsApp, email, etc. You put our platform, you integrate everything in the same channel. If you get WhatsApp, you get it and it goes back to Instagram, to WhatsApp, etc. And the best news that we will give to you, together in a partnership with South Summit, is this small slide. Now, let's see how I went. I'm counting the QR codes. If people will do the QR codes, I'll know my speech was good. I convinced you. What's our idea with the partnership for Zendesk South Summit? You have 6 months of this platform, the biggest platform of the world for helping the client you have for free. And there is no catch. It's free, but then I cannot leave, etc. No way. It's 6 months free. You enter, you go out. I put Zendesk in my business. 1 week later, I didn't like. I think it's hard. You will live. 15 days, you will live, no problem. Okay? So you will be able to use our QR code, fill in the form with your name, the name of the company. In 24 hours, we'll send you a promo code. and you will activate and you have free training with a partner, 20 hours per week, 20 hours from Monday to Friday, learning how to use Zendesk, and then you will bring your startup to another level. Then you have the growth that you want. If you have a good relationship with your client, even your marketing costs will be smaller. May I make another test before I go up? You have to have two things: good product and good relationship with the client. I'll make two tests to confirm this. For example, who never had two similar options? One was even better. You liked more this option, but the relationship with the client was so bad. This was good, but not the best. But the relationship with the client was so good that you went for the second option. Raise your hands if never happened that to you. Many people, 70%. So if your relationship with the client is bad, it doesn't matter if your product is the best, because you have to have a good team, timing, etc. So the relationship with the client is the most important thing. Sometimes your competition has a product that's not so good, but the relationship is better. So you will sometimes lose your client for this competitor. So you should invest in that so that your clients start making the best marketing in the world, which is still mouth to mouth. If you have a good product and a good relationship, mouth to mouth will go. Does this mouth to mouth work? Have you ever seen, last test, have you ever seen a banner? Have you seen an advertisement on Global TV? Or a banner or ChatGPT? Have you heard about ChatGPT making an advertisement? Paying for this? No. Because it's so good, the product is so good, that the mouth to mouth is enough. If you're good at the product and the relationship, the mouth to mouth will be your big marketing. Okay, guys, this is the message I wanted to share with you. Thank you very much. Now let's talk about the startup competition winner announcement.
Agora vai.
Agora a melhor parte da história.
Agora só vamos apertar a tecla SAP.
Okay, now let's change to English here.
All been waiting for. We heard 50 pitches of startups in this stage for Industry 5.0, enterprise health, fintech, sustainability, and ESG. And now it's time to find out which are the ones, the 10 startups that are going to pitch for their lives.
This is unbelievable.
They're gonna pitch for their lives today at Arena stage, and now we're gonna find out which are the finalists. Top 10. Who are the top 10? And to join us on stage, I want to invite the CEO of South Summit Brazil, Thiago Ribeiro. A round of applause for him.
Boa.
Yes.
Grande Thiago.
Okay, guys.
Vou ficar aqui do lado e do outro. Pronto.
Yeah, come here. Let's get this party started. Look, this beautiful trophy. And now we're going to find out. The first one is the track Industry 5.0. We have envelopes, such as Oscar alike. Look at this. Okay, let's hear which are the finalists for Industry 5.0.
All right, everyone.
All right.
The moment that you all been waiting for. Oscar, no, I'm just kidding. South Summit competition. And the South Summit prize goes to Industry 5.0, important to say. Wait a second.
My God.
Well. Oh. Chromai! Oh, Chromai!
Where are you guys? Come here. And the other finalist?
It's going to stage, so I can give you the...
Yes.
Where's the music? Where's the music to our superstar? Chromai or Chromai? Then you can tell me what's the best way to say it. Chromai.
Come on.
Agora. é o Guilherme. How are you, Guilherme?
Congratulations.
Picture.
Finalists.
Congratulations, Guilherme.
Picture. Tiago, aqui.
Picture.
Okay, and the second finalist
Parabéns.
on Industry 5.0, we have another finalist. So go ahead, let's go. Let's find out.
The second checklist is IBBX.
IBBX. Congratulations. Join us on stage. Where are you guys?
Coming. Okay. IBBX.
Yes.
Boa.
Take a picture over there. Come here.
Leonardo.
Okay, a lot of paparazzis. Thank you guys. Yes. So the next one, do you have it already?
We have the
Enterprise.
The two new. Okay.
Here it comes.
Thank you.
So the two finalists for Enterprise. Who comes first?
You go, Thiago. We can go.
Okay,
Yeah,
Thiago.
yeah.
I'm the first?
Yeah, go.
Okay. Oh.
Enterprise finalist.
Outer Vision.
Outer Vision. Congratulations. Where are you?
Outer Vision.
Come to the stage.
Agora.
Parabéns, congratulations.
Congratulations over there. Come here.
É o Júlio.
Olha lá.
Tudo bom, Júlio?
Picture. Show. Yes.
Thank you.
And the second finalist?
And the second
Enterprise
finalist,
track is?
Enterprise winner, and the South Summit prize goes to. Oh my God. Evolution Intelligence. Whoa.
Oh yes.
Mazel tov. Mazel tov.
Mazel tov. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Yes, you see, it didn't work out yesterday. Yes.
Danny, tudo bom?
He
How are
certainly
you?
danced for this final.
Oops. Oh,
Oh, yeah, the
oh
trophy,
my
the
God,
trophy.
man.
Go ahead, go ahead. Go ahead. See? Dancing is for good luck. Okay, let's move on. So pitching today for their lives, we continue with our health startups. So the two finalists on the health track are, whoa.
Vamos.
Go ahead.
And the
So
South, okay, health winner, everyone, health winner. And you have to do that, you know? And the South Summit prize goes to, Bruna, goes to, whoa, Fagelab.
Phage Lab,
Phage
yes.
Lab.
Phage Lab, where are you?
Where are you, my
Join on. He had to jump.
Where
He
is it
jumped.
coming from? Okay.
Come on.
Come
Jump
on,
over
my
here.
man.
Take your trophy.
Congratulations.
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 Picture over there.
Your trophy, your trophy.
The trophy, yes. Okay, and the second finalist for Enterprise. No help.
And the second?
The second finalist, let's go.
The second is Ostera.
Ostera, where are you guys? Congratulations.
I feel they have
Join
a fan
us.
base here. I feel they have a fan base.
Yes.
Yes.
Congratulations.
Go over there for a picture.
Olá, Lúcia. How are you?
Congratulations. Okay, now it's time for FinTech. So the FinTech startups, the two finalists for the FinTech tracks. Who goes first? Over here.
Wow.
Go ahead, FinTech startup.
The first is AM5.
Oh!
I'm fine. Are you there? Where are you guys? Come here.
Coming.
It's running.
It's running.
Yes.
Let's go.
Run. Over here, yes, congratulations.
João, parabéns, João.
You're a finalist. Go over there, take your trophy. Take your trophy.
Category.
Amazing, okay. The second finalist for the FinTech track.
All right. FinTech is fantastic. Let's go.
Let's go.
And the South Summit Prize goes to... I will say Portuguese because I think it's from Brazil, but I never know. Palenka!
Palenka, folks. They are at the end. Come over here. And you guys stay here. We're going to have a final picture.
We have a final picture with everybody. Yes.
To motivate you for your final pitch today at Arena Stage, right? We need to give them energy.
Parabéns.
Congratulations. Go ahead. A picture over there. Yes. Okay, so the last one, the last track is sustainability and ESG. We have 2 finalists. Let's find out.
Please. I should go first? Okay.
Thiago has it.
Go, Thiago.
Go.
Well. Então, then sustainability and ESG is before wasting.
Before waste. Yes. Whoa. You should come up by here. Come on.
Jump.
Yeah.
Gostei da energia dele, hein?
Valeu.
Energy.
Jumping. Yes.
Jumping. Luciano.
Yes, okay, so the last
but not least,
finalist, sustainability and ESG.
Sustainability and ESG, last but not least. And the South Summit Prize goes to... It's the last, right?
The last.
We have to give a little bit of a
For now,
suspense.
the last finalist.
Heart is beating.
Only.
Mitiga!
Oh, yeah.
Whoa.
Oh, yes, come here.
She can also
Congratulations.
jump.
Oh, no, she's wearing a skirt. It's more complicated than that.
Congrats. Trophy.
Your trophy. Take your trophy. Take your trophy. Okay. So, okay, everyone, come up in the stage.
Oh, wait a second, because this is just in the middle of the picture. Okay.
Just a moment.
Okay. Good. Now.
The robots. The robots.
Okay, all finalists. I also wanted to invite Maria Benromea. She's not only the founder.
Hello.
She's an enthusiastic person.
Hello, and congrats. Big congrats to the 10 finalists for tomorrow. But I want to say other congrats for the 50 that you have pitched here, your startups, your projects. The 50 of you have been absolutely huge. So I would love to have one picture with the 10 finalists and with a big congrats. But another picture, please, with the 50 of you. So first the 10 and afterwards prepare everyone, because for us, all of you are winners. You are very good and you are going to do great business here.
Okay, let's do a beautiful picture. Come on.
Prepare
We need soccer team. We need a soccer team over here. Come on, guys.
Vou me filtrar aqui,
Who's going to volunteer to do the first row over here? Come on here. Who's coming with me? Yes. Come with me. Let's do. Yes.
Prepare the 50, please.
Parabéns, gente. Congratulations.
Come on, winners.
Okay, yes.
Winners. Arriba, winners.
Boa.
We do all 50 now. Okay, we have everybody.
50.
Everybody from startups. Where are the other startups?
Winners.
Queremos as 50 startups aqui. Todo mundo que fez pitch pode subir. Quem fez pitch pode subir. Bora, gente. Vamos fazer esse fotaço de família. Vem, junta aqui. Tem que juntar. Mais amor aqui. Pode vir. Vai ter aqui algum incidente. Eu tô tentando dirigir aqui a foto, gente. Vocês falam quando vocês podem. Vem mais. Já tem que dar uma sentadinha aqui. Vem, gente. Todo mundo tem que aparecer. Vai ter que fazer uma outra
Talvez dar
fileira
uma
aqui, ó.
baixadinha, fazer um time de futebol aí.
Vem comigo aqui na frente.
Brasileira.
Quem é o coragem, vem aqui, senão não vai aparecer, gente.
Agora.
Vem, pode vir aqui pra primeira fila.
Boa.
Quem vem mais, tá? Fechou aí o ângulo, gente? Fechou? Tenemos? Aê! Viva! Quero ver.
Agora. Boa!
Yes. Okay, guys. Thank you so much.
Obrigado,
Thank you.
pessoal.
Congratulations. Thank you so much. You're amazing.
Parabéns.
Okay, this looks like a barbecue, right?
Bom demais. Obrigado.
This looks like a party. This looks like a party to me. Don't you think? Come on, good luck. The finalists. Prepare yourselves. Pitch for your lives today. Wow. Ok. Então hoje à tarde no Arena Stage.
So today in the afternoon at the arena stage at 5:10, we're going to have the pitches all over again, and we're going to find out who the winners will be in all categories that you learned the 10 finalists for. And now we're moving on straight. Okay, did you have some money? Did you have something to eat?
Join us for a fun coding marathon organized by Rio Grande do Sul Department of Education, where you will experience an atmosphere of technology and innovation working together. And to moderate, I invite Naomi Oliveira, Director of Training, Technology and Leadership at Secretaria of Education of the State of Rio Grande do Sul. What? Ok. Sorry. Não, a gente vai ter 10 minutinhos. Vamos ter 10 minutinhos de break e depois eu volto
Sorry,
aqui.
guys, we're going to have a 10-minute break, and then we will come back with Hakachick. Be back in 10.
Tudo bem?
O Banrisul está chegando aos 100 anos e segue se adaptando aos novos tempos, mas sem perder o que nos torna únicos: o compromisso com o crescimento da nossa gente. O Banrisul é um banco único, porque te entende.
Sayuri, mais de 360 horas de treinamento e conselheira de primeiras viagens. Se conecta tão rápido quanto o nosso Wi-Fi grátis. Entendemos de pessoas tanto quanto de voar. Por isso que o céu é azul.
Sabe qual é a melhor maneira de fazer as coisas? Agora, Corsã e a Egea estão juntinhas. Duas grandes empresas de saneamento que vão levar mais água potável, esgoto tratado, recuperação do meio ambiente e saúde a 6 milhões de gaúchos. Porque juntas aprendemos mais, fazemos mais, preservamos e produzimos mais. Juntas movimentamos mais vidas. Corsã e a Egea. Agora, juntas. Nossa natureza movimenta o Rio Grande.
Empreendedoras do Brasil. Nadamos contra a corrente. E que corrente? Levantamos cedo, levantamos ideias, portas, sem baixar a cabeça, mirando lá no alto. Somos mães, filhas, irmãs, amigas que trabalham para subir e puxar as outras. E com o bebê, você tem apoio para chegar aonde imaginar. A gente imagina mais Lívias, Mazés, Zicas. A gente imagina mais mulheres no topo.
Somos um porto aberto a todos os povos. Somos um porto de idas e vindas. Uma soma de sotaques, uma cultura plural. O porto das praças e parques, do calor e do frio. O porto dos termos inconfundíveis.
E aí, tchê?
Somos o porto das pessoas. Uma cidade toda tua para descobrir, toda tua para curtir, toda tua para viver. Porto Alegre, toda tua.
Olhei para o relógio, procurando a precisão, e vi que todo mundo precisava de oração. Então eu descobri que para tudo ter sentido nessa vida precisava proteção do seu amor. Vou lhe dizer, assim como a cigarra primavera, eu espero a nova era, eu preciso de você.
Nada pode parar os inovadores. Os que não dão um passo maior que as pernas, dão saltos para o futuro. E que sabem que uma ideia transformadora está apenas a uma conexão de distância. Pois para quem inova, o impossível não é uma possibilidade. Assim, é Sebrae X, que conecta pessoas, empresas, parceiros e ideias para fomentar e promover a inovação que transforma. E isso é só o começo. Vamos juntos rumo a esse infinito de ideias, que por sinal é logo ali. Sebrae X, conexões para inovar.
Podem ser aqueles feitos extraordinários que marcam a história. Podem ser os feitos cotidianos que impulsionam o presente. Na Petrobras, os feitos das mulheres protagonizam nosso passado, nosso presente e principalmente nosso futuro. Feitos que constroem um futuro melhor, um futuro inovador, inspirador, conectado e inclusivo, com valores que fazem a diferença. Feitos de força, feitos de determinação, feitos de coragem, feitos de liderança, feitos de mulheres.
O Banrisul está chegando aos 100 anos e segue se adaptando aos novos tempos, mas sem perder o que nos torna únicos: o compromisso com o crescimento da nossa gente. O Banrisul é um banco único, porque te entende.
Sayuri, mais de 360 horas de treinamento e conselheira de primeiras viagens. Se conecta tão rápido quanto o nosso Wi-Fi grátis. Entendemos de pessoas tanto quanto de voar. Por isso que o céu é azul.
Sabe qual é a melhor maneira de fazer as coisas? Agora, Corsã e a Egea estão juntinhas. Duas grandes empresas de saneamento que vão levar mais água potável, esgoto tratado, recuperação do meio ambiente e saúde a 6 milhões de gaúchos. Porque juntas, aprendemos mais, fazemos mais, preservamos e produzimos mais. Juntas, movimentamos mais vidas. Corsã e a Egea. Agora, juntas. Nossa natureza movimenta o Rio Grande.
Empreendedoras do Brasil. Nadamos contra a corrente. E que corrente? Levantamos cedo, levantamos ideias, portas, sem baixar a cabeça, mirando lá no alto. Somos mães, filhas, irmãs, amigas que trabalham para subir e puxar as outras. E com o bebê, você tem apoio para chegar aonde imaginar. A gente imagina mais Lívias, Mazés, Zicas. A gente imagina mais mulheres no topo.
Somos um porto aberto a todos os povos. Somos um porto de idas e vindas. Uma soma de sotaques, uma cultura plural. O porto das praças e parques, do calor e do frio. O porto dos termos inconfundíveis. Somos o porto das pessoas. Uma cidade toda tua para descobrir, toda tua para curtir, toda tua para viver. Porto Alegre, toda tua.
Olhei para o relógio, procurando a precisão, e vi que todo mundo precisava de oração. Então eu descobri que para tudo ter sentido nessa vida precisava proteção do seu amor. Vou lhe dizer, assim como a cigarra, a primavera, eu espero a nova era, eu preciso de você.
Nada pode parar os inovadores. Os que não dão um passo maior que as pernas, dão saltos para o futuro e que sabem que uma ideia transformadora está apenas a uma conexão de distância. Pois para quem inova, o impossível não é uma possibilidade. Assim, é Sebrae X, que conecta pessoas, empresas, parceiros e ideias para fomentar e promover a inovação que transforma. E isso é só o começo. Vamos juntos rumo a esse infinito de ideias, que por sinal é logo ali. Sebrae X, conexões para inovar.
Podem ser aqueles feitos extraordinários que marcam a história. Podem ser os feitos cotidianos que impulsionam o presente. Na Petrobras, os feitos das mulheres protagonizam nosso passado, nosso presente e principalmente nosso futuro. Feitos que constroem um futuro melhor, um futuro inovador, inspirador, conectado e inclusivo, com valores que fazem a diferença. Feitos de força, feitos de determinação, feitos de coragem, feitos de liderança, feitos de mulheres.
O Banrisul está chegando aos 100 anos e segue se adaptando aos novos tempos, mas sem perder o que nos torna únicos: o compromisso com o crescimento da nossa gente. O Banrisul é um banco único, porque te entende.
Sayuri, mais de 360 horas de treinamento e conselheira de primeiras viagens. Se conecta tão rápido quanto o nosso Wi-Fi grátis. Entendemos de pessoas tanto quanto de voar, por isso que o céu é azul.
Sabe qual é a melhor maneira de fazer as coisas? Agora, Corsã e a Egea estão juntinhas. Duas grandes empresas de saneamento que vão levar mais água potável, esgoto tratado, recuperação do meio ambiente e saúde a 6 milhões de gaúchos. Porque juntas, aprendemos mais, fazemos mais, preservamos e produzimos mais. Juntas, movimentamos mais vidas. Corsã e a Egea. Agora, juntas. Nossa natureza movimenta o Rio Grande.
Empreendedoras do Brasil. Nadamos contra a corrente. E que corrente? Levantamos cedo, levantamos ideias, portas, sem baixar a cabeça, mirando lá no alto. Somos mães, filhas, irmãs, amigas que trabalham para subir e puxar as outras. E com o bebê, você tem apoio para chegar aonde imaginar. A gente imagina mais Lívias, Mazés, Zicas. A gente imagina mais mulheres no topo.
Somos um porto aberto a todos os povos. Somos um porto de idas e vindas. Uma soma de sotaques, uma cultura plural. O porto das praças e parques, do calor e do frio. O porto dos termos inconfundíveis. Somos o porto das pessoas. Uma cidade toda tua para descobrir, toda tua para curtir, toda tua para viver. Porto Alegre, toda tua.
Olhei para o relógio, procurando a precisão, e vi que todo mundo precisava de oração. Então eu descobri que para tudo ter sentido nessa vida precisava proteção do seu amor. Vou lhe dizer, assim como a cigarra primavera, eu espero a nova era, eu preciso de você.
Nada pode parar os inovadores. Os que não dão um passo maior que as pernas, dão saltos para o futuro e que sabem que uma ideia transformadora está apenas a uma conexão de distância. Pois para quem inova, o impossível não é uma possibilidade. Assim, é Sebrae X, que conecta pessoas, empresas, parceiros e ideias para fomentar e promover a inovação que transforma. E isso é só o começo. Vamos juntos rumo a esse infinito de ideias, que por sinal é logo ali. Sebrae X, conexões para inovar.
Podem ser aqueles feitos extraordinários que marcam a história. Podem ser os feitos cotidianos que impulsionam o presente. Na Petrobras, os feitos das mulheres protagonizam nosso passado, nosso presente e principalmente nosso futuro. Feitos que constroem um futuro melhor, um futuro inovador, inspirador, conectado e inclusivo, com valores que fazem a diferença. Feitos de força, feitos de determinação, feitos de coragem, feitos de liderança, feitos de mulheres.
Olá, olá. Então agora sim. Let's restart. We're going to
Hello,
start
everyone. Agora
Join us for a fun coding marathon organized by Rio Grande do Sul Department of Education, where you will experience an atmosphere of technology and innovation working together. And to moderate, I invite Naomi Oliveira, Director of Training, Technology and Leadership at Secretaria of Education of the State of Rio Grande do Sul. A round of applause, Naomi. Go ahead. Good luck.
Boa tarde, gente. Eu sou a Naomi, como já falaram, e eu vou apresentar o Hackathon.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Naomi, and I'm going to present Hackathon. It's a hackathon of ideas for public schools in Rio Grande do Sul. We choose the 10 top ideas based on the ODSs. The finalists are here. We're going to hear the pitches from the 3 tops ones. But before we start, I'd like to call to the stage our Secretary of Education, Raquel Teixeira. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. We are in one of the biggest innovation events in Latin America, which is South Summit. We are in Porto Alegre, Rio Grande do Sul, which is a champion state in innovation in Brazil. We have technological parks amongst the most innovative in Brazil, if not in Latin America. And we're going to present the most talented students, brilliant, innovative students from the public network of education. Our students, they integrate the science and technology ecosystem. They're not only, watching innovation while it happens at school, but they are within this ecosystem. It's with a great joy that I invite all of you to watch the pitches from our 3 finalists in this Hackathon, which is the 3rd edition, with over 264 subscriptions to take part in the event. Thank you very much, Secretary. So first of all, I'd like to present the jury composed by Raquel Teixeira, the Secretary of Education, Lisiane Lemos, Ricardo Madeira, Juliano Cardoso, Innovation at Gerdau, and Jorge Aldi, Superintendent of Innovation and Development at PUC Rio Grande do Sul. Round of applause. And this is how it will work. I'm going to call each team individually, and they will have 3 minutes to present their solutions. And after the 3 minutes, I'm gonna invite you guys for a round of applause, and then they are over. Okay, so let's practice. Everyone claps. A round of applause. Clap your hands. Okay, we're gonna have a timer here, and once they're ready, they feel ready, they're gonna tell us to start. Now, our first team is Patrulhic Business from State School Santo Antônio da Patrulha. Afonso to the stage for the pitch. Put the timer on the screen. Do you want to go through your slides just to make sure it's okay? Okay, just an adjustment in the microphone. Once you are ready, just give us the signal and we will start the timer, please. Set the timer. Only start once he says okay, okay? All right, good pitch to you. Let's go. Okay, you can start. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Afonso from Patrulhic Business, and I'm gonna talk about Ana and João's problems. Ana is a student who works, and there's not a healthy relationship between school and work because she cannot conciliate both, resulting in low performance in both. João is having a hard time getting his first job because of the lack of experience and lack of recommendation from teachers, which limits his opportunities. And these are some data on how big is the... Now, this is a relationship between the school, the CAA, which integrates the contracts for internships, and the relationship with the companies. And our app comes in to integrate all the process, integrate the contracts. So we have a development track so they can get trained at talent bank, so they can have more visibility in terms of the companies that are looking for employers. And also, something that cares for the well-being with a database of resumes for the companies. So this is how he registers. He fills out this profile, and then he creates, the profile with their skills, academic performance, score based on the academic performance and work performance. Here we have some information on the company, and these are some of the resources within the app. This is the final page where the student can invite a company to take part and be integrated to the app. Our biggest partnership is a state program that seeks to fight school evasion, and we would also promote courses within our app. So with school and companies working together, students will always be a priority. Thank you very much.
Agora a gente vai ter 3 minutos. Eu fico babona aqui do lado, tipo assim.
Okay, now we're going to have 3 minutes for the jury to ask some questions. You can start.
Agora sim.
Okay, here we go. First of all, I'd like to thank you for being here, taking part in this competition. I think your idea is really interesting. You solve a problem that is totally relevant. But my question is, looking at the journey of the student, I missed a link with continuing education, like, for example, higher education with the university. How do you fit that in within your solution? So first of all, we thought about school, but of course, if the app goes forward, it's actually developed, we'd like to include the higher education as well. Okay, congrats. Thank you. Talk a little bit more about the relationship between the schools, and how it will bridge the communication with the companies. Well, as you saw, no, there's not an effective communication between the workplace and the school, and that's the importance of the app. Taking the student from a role of the intermediary, going back and forth with information, prioritizing always the student, right? So that's what's the app is all about. Well, this priority in terms of the communication between the company, the workplace, how will you correlate the interest area of the student to the company that is more adequate for his or her professional growth? Well, within the app, the student will list, his areas, the ones that he's more interested, and then the company will see that and volunteer perhaps a spot for that student. Who are the main competitors for your app nowadays? Well, I don't know how to say the name, but it's mostly LinkedIn, I think. But of course, it's not really a competitor, but our app has resources that LinkedIn doesn't, because LinkedIn only allows students over 16 years old to register, and our allows younger students. Now, there were very difficult challenges that we faced building the app, but I think that we did a good job. But if I were to list the biggest challenges, it was basically how to monetize on the app, how to make money using the app. That was quite difficult. So we saw a light in the end of the tunnel, which is finding Pacto Futuro, which was the Parte Futuro state program was something that would help us solve that problem. So thank you, Patrolink. Congratulations. Now let's call to the stage the team Alfabetizando from State School Elisa Tramontina. Duda, she will present. So tell us when you want to start. Good luck. All right, you can start. Hi, good afternoon. My name is Eduarda. I'll represent the Alpha team. We all know that COVID-19 was a big problem that aggravated most people, especially education, where teachers were overwhelmed and students without enough attention. And then I bring two realities for you, Guilherme's and Clarice's. Guilherme has learning problems post COVID-19 pandemics, and Clarice, as a teacher, cannot cater for the needs of Guilherme. And this reality is represented by over 2.4 million kids that don't know how to read or write. 1 out of 7 of them have some sort of learning disability, and over 6 million actually drop out of school. So we developed a learning methodology, a teaching methodology that can cater for the main learning dysfunctions and disabilities, diagnosing the class through a test which the teacher can use to develop a learning track and apply activities. The student, on the other hand, will do the activities sent to him by the teacher and learn with it. Now, here's the prototype. This platform actually exists, is being currently developed, though, and we prioritize attention to the school materials, the games that we created to cater for the learning disorders that I mentioned. Now, remember the kid I talked about in the beginning of the presentation, he's real, and he was helped quite a lot by our methodology. And how are we going to monetize on the solution? Through contracts, the state and municipal educational system. Our teams is composed by me, Bruna, and Louise. And the message we have is that alphabetization is more than reading and writing. It's the ability to read the world. And the kids will never forget those who helped them. Thank you very much, and please access our QR code. Now, we'll have 3 minutes for questions. Once we're done, I'm gonna, invite you to applause the team. So Here,
pergunta
guys, I'm a bit emotional now. Congratulations. But what is your plan after the MVP? What is the purpose of the platform? Now, our next purpose. Well, for now, we only apply the solution at our school, but our purpose is really to take this to, the entire state and later to the entire country. You talk a lot about the integration between students and teachers, but what about the parents? Well, that's something we talk a lot about in your project because we understand that the relationship between teacher and student is important, but the parents and the kids is even more important. And because of that, there are children that are not, because of the lack of that relationship, there are children that still don't know how to read or write. So there's a key part of our app that does, just that, caters for students and parents. Congratulations. You mentioned the evaluation of reading fluency, and you said that the platform is already working. So what was your springboard to develop this part of the platform, to develop reading skills? Well, the basis were the kids, because we know that they are the future. And we also talk about, we take into consideration an existing test which evaluates the reading skills and fluency within reading. And we also know that alphabetization has a very ample, wide context. And we did some research, and we found out that some of the most important disorders are ADDH. So that's our priority right now. Okay, thank you, girls. Your focus. So since you have an MVP, you have a working app or a working platform, talk to me about the development of the MVP, please. Well, initially, we tried to develop a free of charge solution through Mozilla, which provided us with the possibility of developing all the resources, the basic resources, especially, and that, thank you very much, girls. Thank you. Time's up. Thank you very much for your presentation. Okay. Now I'd like to call to the stage Mercado Próximo. Arthur is here from São Francisco de Assis School. Good luck. All right, you can start. My name is Arthur Verissimo. I have a question for all of you. Have you thought about how is it to live without digital services, without apps to order your food, or a driver, maybe? Well, this is what over 285 municipalities in Rio Grande do Sul go through, where no advanced resources, technological resources are available for them to have those services. To solve this problem, myself and my group, my team, developed a platform to go against this problem. Mercado Próximo, that bridges the gap between those who want to sell and those who want to buy. This is how it works. The consumer selects the region, finds the establishments associated to the platform, chooses the products, and pays for it and receives the product at home. Now, the delivery people will register in the app, receive the order from the user, and then pick up the product and deliver it. For the companies, the retailers, they would choose a plan, register or catalog the products within their stock, sell, receive the money, and then deliver the product to the delivery person. Now, we have a high growth potential, able to achieve all municipalities that go through the program.
Within our municipality, we already have a prototype being done where we have on our form every 6 people, for every 6 people, 5 participate. And so we have the app, WhatsApp, automated WhatsApp, and our site WhatsApp, and our website, WhatsApp website. And so we have the supplier, the deliverer. So the monetizing works the following way. Plans for establishments, so monthly payments and percentage on sales. It was developed by Augusto, by Arthur, myself, and by Guilherme Tesh. Mercado Próximo. To gather those who want to buy, those who want to sell. Okay. And from now on, I'm going to ask you to upload the 3 minutes on our screen. See if the juries have any questions. Congratulations. I wanted to understand there are a lot of marketplaces for that. And I wanted to understand what is your differential in regards to other marketplaces that already exist out there? Well, it's nothing new, I guess, that these great suppliers of services, they do not able to cover all the cities and the entire state. For this Novo, the city of 4,000 inhabitants, where they're not able to cover either transportation, food, even Google Maps. There's not that kind of service in Google Maps for my house. And one of the interesting components that you presented is the delivery process, the delivery person. How does that relationship work with you in your head? Is everyone self-employed in that process? How does that work? Well, the delivery person would have to register for us, so he would work for us as self-employed pretty much. He would also gain a percentage on the sales and thus generating a benefit for everyone. In this experience that you've lived through, what is your level of attention? What have you learned with this first experiment, this first attempt? We've learned a lot in regards to vision. Because having gone through this experience here in Porto Alegre, it's a totally different experience from where we come from, actually, the 3 of us. The reality here is just something completely different. The issue of having traffic at 8 a.m., it's just crazy for us. And so we actually were very surprised with these new experiences that we were able to provide, we were able to receive, actually, that we were able to go through. You still have time. We know that one of the difficulties is that everyone wants to create an app, but you thought about how to make people download your app, and I saw on WhatsApp, but that's a concern that I have. Yes. In order to solve that problem, the city of Parisi, like I said, doesn't have a lot of technological resources. And like our forms on the slide, 94% of the population of Parisi would use our platform. That was on the slide, actually. Any other questions? No further questions. All right, thank you very much. Congratulations to the group. And now I invite the jury to follow Secretary Stephanie to deliberate the first, second, and third place. And I would like to call to the stage the Governor Eduardo Leite and Vice Governor Gabriel Souza. A round of applause, please.
Enquanto o governador se desloca.
While the governor is coming up to the stage, just to remind you that the first place will go to the South Summit in Spain. And the second place will get to know Google's headquarters in São Paulo. And the third place will go to Gramado Summit. Very well. Good afternoon, everybody. Actually, Gabriel and myself were called to the stage in order to talk to you guys and distract you while they actually reach a verdict. So that's what we're going to do. Is that it? How long is that going to take? About 5 minutes. All right, 5 minutes. So Gabriel and I haven't actually rehearsed anything for you, just as the other groups have. So we're actually in sort of a peril, right, Gabriel? Let's tell a joke, he says. No, let's not. And then you guys would leave. So guys, I would like to congratulate everybody from our teaching network, everyone who's have mobilized themselves, professors, students, teachers. Our Secretary of Education, Hecate Teixeira, she says she's actually drooling with pride to see that we went from 123 participants from last year's Hakachi to 264 this year. And that's exactly what we want. We want this expansion that generates a lot of mobilization within our networks, the best interaction between students regarding innovation, the students and teachers in order to come to this presentation. So Hakachi is much more than this moment right here. Just wanted to let you know so you don't get surprised by it. Knowing that we're the final stage of this competition, everything that's behind it actually until we get to this moment, mobilizing schools and having these interactions and giving opportunity to students to train this presentation that in itself is already a huge learning to be in face of a huge public, of a jury, of the vice governor of the state in order to do a presentation. So that's something, of course, very special and very important for these students. So we're very happy, right, Gabriel? For sure, Governor Eduardo. And I also wanted to remind you that for South Summit, it's a global event. It's an international standard event. It could happen in any metropolis in the world, but it's happening in Porto Alegre, Rio Grande do Sul, but it's for everyone. It's not only for those great investors, great entrepreneurs in the sector of technology innovation. Innovation has to be in people's lives since the beginning. And Hakachi, I think it fulfills that role because it takes it to public schools. So just look at all of this innovation environment since the beginning. Students from Rio Grande do Sul are motivated to be innovative and to find solutions to their problems. And because I'm seeing that the jury is coming back, I'm going to pass the floor back to you, Eduardo. I guess they're ready. So before we go to the drum drill, I would like to say Maria, our godmother of everything here, South Summit-wise, before the drum roll happens. And I told Maria that I'm actually jealous of her because she's all colorful. And I told her that I was going to wear the South Summit colors, but I didn't have any colors, so I'm just wearing green pants. Maria, is that okay? If you come next to me, we're all going to be wearing the South Summit colors of Rio Grande do Sul. So I'm very happy to congratulate the teams. Eduardo, Heloísa da Patrolink, Vanessa, Afonso, Nicole from Mercado Próximo, Guilherme, Arthur, and Augusto. And also the teachers, Luciana, Angélica, Fabrício. A round of applause for the teachers who got involved in this project. And I'm sure that Hakachi will fulfill its purpose to try to motivate this innovative culture within schools and, reaching our teaching network and having Rio Grande do Sul become a leader in this. And so now, drum roll, please. I already have the results, Eduardo, but I just wanted to first of all, Grupo Gerdau, who financed the coming of these children, Instituto Unibanco, SEDAP. We had partnerships. Ricardo Madeira is here representing Instituto Unibanco. So to all of our partners, a huge thank you. And now, let's call the names together, right? So drum roll, please. I have the results here written in this piece of paper. Shall we call them from in third place? Drum roll. Mercado Próximo. Just to remind you, the third place is going to be awarded with Gramado Summit, to go to the city of Gramado for the Gramado Summit. Congratulations. Congratulations. Congratulations, Augusto. Congratulations, Autor. Let's take a picture, guys. Come on. These famous kids right here. And I want to tell you that your spirit of self-esteem, Arthur, are you confident or are you nervous? And he says, I'm confident. So I just want to compliment you on your spirit of adventure and confidence. And now in second place, drum roll, please. Are people rooting at all? In second. Link.
O segundo lugar.
Second place. What do they win? What's that? A visit to Google headquarters in São Paulo. They will go to Google's headquarters in São Paulo and have an innovative experience there. Here's your medal. Congratulations. Congratulations. Let's take a picture, guys. Come on.
Valeu, parabéns, pessoal.
Thanks, guys. Congratulations. And now, in first place, no need for introduction, right? No need for drum roll. Alfabetizando. Thank you so much. You guys are going to Madrid. It's not because she has the same name as mine, Eduarda. Here's your medal. Congratulations. Congratulations. Congrats. Congrats. And these guys are going to Spain. Is that right, Maria? Maria, you will be hosting these three champions. We will take these champions to Madrid. Congratulations. Congrats, guys. These girls will go to Spain's South Summit. Congratulations. Congratulations. Are you guys happy? Are you happy or sad? You're crying. I don't know if you're crying from sadness or... No, we're extremely excited. I'm going to stop crying. Congratulations, guys. Come on, let's take a super picture here. All the 6 finalists, please come up to the stage so we can be celebrated with a round of applause and pictures.
Aqui, ó. Agachados aqui, ó.
Well, let's kneel down, guys. The teachers, that's right. Everybody. Come on, kneel down, guys.
Parabéns, parabéns.
Congratulations, everyone. Congrats, everybody. Congratulations. Thank you so much. Congrats. And now we're going to go have a 30-minute break and we'll come back to the program of the day. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Oi.
A Lídia é nossa secretária de equidade do nosso estado.
O Banrisul está chegando aos 100 anos e segue se adaptando aos novos tempos, mas sem perder o que nos torna únicos: o compromisso com o crescimento da nossa gente. O Banrisul é um banco único, porque te entende.
Sayuri, mais de 360 horas de treinamento e conselheira de primeiras viagens. Se conecta tão rápido quanto o nosso Wi-Fi grátis. Entendemos de pessoas tanto quanto de voar, por isso que o céu é azul.
Sabe qual é a melhor maneira de fazer as coisas? Agora, Corsã e a Egea estão juntinhas. Duas grandes empresas de saneamento que vão levar mais água potável, esgoto tratado, recuperação do meio ambiente e saúde a 6 milhões de gaúchos. Porque juntas, aprendemos mais, fazemos mais, preservamos e produzimos mais. Juntas, movimentamos mais vidas. Corsã e a Egea. Agora, juntas. Nossa natureza movimenta o Rio Grande.
Empreendedoras do Brasil. Nadamos contra a corrente. E que corrente? Levantamos cedo, levantamos ideias, portas, sem baixar a cabeça, mirando lá no alto. Somos mães, filhas, irmãs, amigas que trabalham para subir e puxar as outras. E com o bebê, você tem apoio para chegar aonde imaginar. A gente imagina mais Lívias, Mazés, Zicas. A gente imagina mais mulheres no topo.
Somos um porto aberto a todos os povos. Somos um porto de idas e vindas. Uma soma de sotaques, uma cultura plural. O porto das praças e parques, do calor e do frio. O porto dos termos inconfundíveis. Somos o porto das pessoas. Uma cidade toda tua para descobrir, toda tua para curtir, toda tua para viver. Porto Alegre, toda tua.
Olhei para o relógio, procurando a precisão, e vi que todo mundo precisava de oração. Então eu descobri que para tudo ter sentido nessa vida precisava proteção do seu amor. Vou lhe dizer, assim como a cigarra, a primavera, eu espero a nova era, eu preciso de você.
Nada pode parar os inovadores, os que não dão um passo maior que as pernas. dão saltos para o futuro e que sabem que uma ideia transformadora está apenas a uma conexão de distância. Pois para quem inova, o impossível não é uma possibilidade. Assim, é Sebrae X, que conecta pessoas, empresas, parceiros e ideias para fomentar e promover a inovação que transforma. E isso é só o começo. Vamos juntos rumo a esse infinito de ideias, que por sinal é logo ali. Sebrae X, conexões para inovar.
Podem ser aqueles feitos extraordinários que marcam a história. Podem ser os feitos cotidianos que impulsionam o presente. Na Petrobras, os feitos das mulheres protagonizam nosso passado, nosso presente e principalmente nosso futuro. Feitos que constroem um futuro melhor, um futuro inovador, inspirador, conectado e inclusivo, com valores que fazem a diferença. Feitos de força, feitos de determinação, feitos de coragem, feitos de liderança, feitos de mulheres.
O Banrisul está chegando aos 100 anos e segue se adaptando aos novos tempos, mas sem perder o que nos torna únicos: o compromisso com o crescimento da nossa gente. O Banrisul é um banco único, porque te entende.
Sayuri, mais de 360 horas de treinamento e conselheira de primeiras viagens. Se conecta tão rápido quanto o nosso Wi-Fi grátis. Entendemos de pessoas tanto quanto de voar, por isso que o céu é azul.
Sabe qual é a melhor maneira de fazer as coisas? Agora, Corsã e a Egea estão juntinhas. Duas grandes empresas de saneamento que vão levar mais água potável, esgoto tratado, recuperação do meio ambiente e saúde a 6 milhões de gaúchos. Porque juntas, aprendemos mais, fazemos mais, preservamos e produzimos mais. Juntas, movimentamos mais vidas. Corsã e a Egea. Agora, juntas. Nossa natureza movimenta o Rio Grande.
Empreendedoras do Brasil. Nadamos contra a corrente. E que corrente? Levantamos cedo, levantamos ideias, portas, sem baixar a cabeça, mirando lá no alto. Somos mães, filhas, irmãs, amigas que trabalham para subir e puxar as outras. E com o bebê, você tem apoio para chegar aonde imaginar. A gente imagina mais Lívias, Mazés, Zicas. A gente imagina mais mulheres no topo.
Somos um porto aberto a todos os povos. Somos um porto de idas e vindas. Uma soma de sotaques, uma cultura plural. O porto das praças e parques, do calor e do frio. O porto dos termos inconfundíveis.
E aí, tchê?
Somos o porto das pessoas. Uma cidade toda tua para descobrir, toda tua para curtir, toda tua para viver. Porto Alegre, toda tua.
Olhei para o relógio, procurando a precisão, e vi que todo mundo precisava de oração. Então eu descobri que para tudo ter sentido nessa vida precisava proteção. Do seu amor, vou lhe dizer, Assim como a cigarra, a primavera, eu espero a nova era, eu preciso de você.
Nada pode parar os inovadores. Os que não dão um passo maior que as pernas, dão saltos para o futuro e que sabem que uma ideia transformadora está apenas a uma conexão de distância. Pois para quem inova, o impossível não é uma possibilidade. Assim, é Sebrae X, que conecta pessoas, empresas, parceiros e ideias para fomentar e promover a inovação que transforma. E isso é só o começo. Vamos juntos rumo a esse infinito de ideias, que por sinal é logo ali. Sebrae X, conexões para inovar.
Podem ser aqueles feitos extraordinários que marcam a história. Podem ser os feitos cotidianos que impulsionam o presente. Na Petrobras, os feitos das mulheres protagonizam nosso passado, nosso presente e principalmente nosso futuro. Feitos que constroem um futuro melhor, um futuro inovador, inspirador, conectado e inclusivo, com valores que fazem a diferença. Feitos de força, feitos de determinação, feitos de coragem, feitos de liderança, feitos de mulheres.
O Banrisul está chegando aos 100 anos e segue se adaptando aos novos tempos, mas sem perder o que nos torna únicos: o compromisso com o crescimento da nossa gente. O Banrisul é um banco único, porque te entende.
Sayuri, mais de 360 horas de treinamento e conselheira de primeiras viagens. Se conecta tão rápido quanto o nosso Wi-Fi grátis. Entendemos de pessoas tanto quanto de voar, por isso que o céu é azul.
Sabe qual é a melhor maneira de fazer as coisas? Agora, Corsã e a Egea estão juntinhas. Duas grandes empresas de saneamento que vão levar mais água potável, esgoto tratado, recuperação do meio ambiente e saúde a 6 milhões de gaúchos. Porque juntas, aprendemos mais, fazemos mais, preservamos e produzimos mais. Juntas, movimentamos mais vidas. Corsã e a Egea. Agora, juntas. Nossa natureza movimenta o Rio Grande.
Empreendedoras do Brasil. Nadamos contra a corrente. E que corrente? Levantamos cedo, levantamos ideias, portas, sem baixar a cabeça, mirando lá no alto. Somos mães, filhas, irmãs, amigas que trabalham para subir e puxar as outras. E com o bebê, você tem apoio para chegar aonde imaginar. A gente imagina mais Lívias, Mazés, Zicas. A gente imagina mais mulheres no topo.
Somos um porto aberto a todos os povos. Somos um porto de idas e vindas. Uma soma de sotaques, uma cultura plural. O porto das praças e parques, do calor e do frio. O porto dos termos inconfundíveis.
E aí, tchê?
Somos o porto das pessoas. Uma cidade toda tua para descobrir, toda tua para curtir, toda tua para viver. Porto Alegre, toda tua.
Olhei para o relógio, procurando a precisão, e vi que todo mundo precisava de oração. Então eu descobri que para tudo ter sentido nessa vida precisava proteção do seu amor. Vou lhe dizer, assim como a cigarra a primavera, eu espero a nova era, eu preciso de você.
Nada pode parar os inovadores. Os que não dão um passo maior que as pernas, dão saltos para o futuro e que sabem que uma ideia transformadora está apenas a uma conexão de distância. Pois para quem inova, o impossível não é uma possibilidade. Assim, é Sebrae X, que conecta pessoas, empresas, parceiros e ideias para fomentar e promover a inovação que transforma. E isso é só o começo. Vamos juntos rumo a esse infinito de ideias que, por sinal, é logo ali. Sebrae X, conexões para inovar.
Podem ser aqueles feitos extraordinários que marcam a história. Podem ser os feitos cotidianos que impulsionam o presente. Na Petrobras, os feitos das mulheres protagonizam nosso passado, nosso presente e principalmente nosso futuro. Feitos que constroem um futuro melhor, um futuro inovador, inspirador, conectado e inclusivo, com valores que fazem a diferença. Feitos de força, feitos de determinação, feitos de coragem, feitos de liderança, feitos de mulheres.
O Banrisul está chegando aos 100 anos e segue se adaptando aos novos tempos, mas sem perder o que nos torna únicos: o compromisso com o crescimento da nossa gente. O Banrisul é um banco único, porque te entende.
Sayuri, mais de 360 horas de treinamento e conselheira de primeiras viagens. Se conecta tão rápido quanto o nosso Wi-Fi grátis. Entendemos de pessoas tanto quanto de voar, por isso que o céu é azul.
Sabe qual é a melhor maneira de fazer as coisas? Agora, Corsã e a Egea estão juntinhas. Duas grandes empresas de saneamento que vão levar mais água potável, esgoto tratado, recuperação do meio ambiente e saúde a 6 milhões de gaúchos. Porque juntas, aprendemos mais, fazemos mais, preservamos e produzimos mais. Juntas, movimentamos mais vidas. Corsã e a Egea. Agora, juntas. Nossa natureza movimenta o Rio Grande.
Empreendedoras do Brasil. Nadamos contra a corrente. E que corrente? Levantamos cedo, levantamos ideias, portas, sem baixar a cabeça, mirando lá no alto. Somos mães, filhas, irmãs, amigas que trabalham para subir e puxar as outras. E com o bebê, você tem apoio para chegar aonde imaginar. A gente imagina mais Lívias, Mazés, Zicas. A gente imagina mais mulheres no topo.
Somos um porto aberto a todos os povos. Somos um porto de idas e vindas. Uma soma de sotaques, uma cultura plural. O porto das praças e parques, do calor e do frio. O porto dos termos inconfundíveis.
E aí, tchê?
Somos o porto das pessoas. Uma cidade toda tua para descobrir, toda tua para curtir, toda tua para viver. Porto Alegre, toda tua.
Olhei para o relógio, procurando a precisão, e vi que todo mundo precisava de oração. Então eu descobri que para tudo ter sentido nessa vida precisava proteção do seu amor. Vou lhe dizer, assim como a cigarra, a primavera, eu espero a nova era, eu preciso de você.
Nada pode parar os inovadores. Os que não dão um passo maior que as pernas, dão saltos para o futuro e que sabem que uma ideia transformadora está apenas a uma conexão de distância. Pois para quem inova, o impossível não é uma possibilidade. Assim, é Sebrae X, que conecta pessoas, empresas, parceiros e ideias para fomentar e promover a inovação que transforma. E isso é só o começo. Vamos juntos rumo a esse infinito de ideias que, por sinal, é logo ali. Sebrae X, conexões para inovar.
Podem ser aqueles feitos extraordinários que marcam a história. Podem ser os feitos cotidianos que impulsionam o presente. Na Petrobras, os feitos das mulheres protagonizam nosso passado, nosso presente e principalmente nosso futuro. Feitos que constroem um futuro melhor, um futuro inovador, inspirador, conectado e inclusivo, com valores que fazem a diferença. Feitos de força, feitos de determinação, feitos de coragem, feitos de liderança, feitos de mulheres.
O Banrisul está chegando aos 100 anos e segue se adaptando aos novos tempos, mas sem perder o que nos torna únicos: o compromisso com o crescimento da nossa gente. O Banrisul é um banco único, porque te entende.
Sayuri, mais de 360 horas de treinamento e conselheira de primeiras viagens. Se conecta tão rápido quanto o nosso Wi-Fi grátis. Entendemos de pessoas tanto quanto de voar, por isso que o céu é azul.
Sabe qual é a melhor maneira de fazer as coisas? Agora, Corsã e a Egea estão juntinhas. Duas grandes empresas de saneamento que vão levar mais água potável, esgoto tratado, recuperação do meio ambiente e saúde a 6 milhões de gaúchos. Porque juntas, aprendemos mais, fazemos mais, preservamos e produzimos mais. Juntas, movimentamos mais vidas. Corsã e a Egea. Agora, juntas. Nossa natureza movimenta o Rio Grande.
Empreendedoras do Brasil. Nadamos contra a corrente. E que corrente? Levantamos cedo, levantamos ideias, portas, sem baixar a cabeça, mirando lá no alto. Somos mães, filhas, irmãs, amigas que trabalham para subir e puxar as outras. E com o bebê, você tem apoio para chegar aonde imaginar. A gente imagina mais Lívias, Mazés, Zicas. A gente imagina mais mulheres no topo.
Somos um porto aberto a todos os povos. Somos um porto de idas e vindas. Uma soma de sotaques, uma cultura plural. O porto das praças e parques, do calor e do frio. O porto dos termos inconfundíveis. Somos o porto das pessoas. Uma cidade toda tua para descobrir, toda tua para curtir, toda tua para viver. Porto Alegre, toda tua.
Olhei para o relógio, procurando a precisão, e vi que todo mundo precisava de oração. Então eu descobri que para tudo ter sentido nessa vida precisava proteção do seu amor. Vou lhe dizer, assim como a cigarra primavera, eu espero a nova era, eu preciso de você.
Nada pode parar os inovadores. Os que não dão um passo maior que as pernas, dão saltos para o futuro e que sabem que uma ideia transformadora está apenas a uma conexão de distância. Pois para quem inova, o impossível não é uma possibilidade. Assim, é Sebrae X, que conecta pessoas, empresas, parceiros e ideias para fomentar e promover a inovação que transforma. E isso é só o começo. Vamos juntos rumo a esse infinito de ideias que, por sinal, é logo ali. Sebrae X, conexões para inovar.
Podem ser aqueles feitos extraordinários que marcam a história. Podem ser os feitos cotidianos que impulsionam o presente. Na Petrobras, os feitos das mulheres protagonizam nosso passado, nosso presente e principalmente nosso futuro. Feitos que constroem um futuro melhor, um futuro inovador, inspirador, conectado e inclusivo, com valores que fazem a diferença. Feitos de força, feitos de determinação, feitos de coragem, feitos de liderança, feitos de mulheres.
Olá! Olá, pessoal!
Hello, guys. Welcome back. I'm Luciana Bazanella. And now I'm doing my last presentation on this stage because I'm moving to the arena stage right now. I'm going to root for the startups. Pitches will take place at 5 p.m. And now I'm going to present my last panel here. But a colleague will substitute me soon with an incredible program still on the stage.
An analytical look at early childhood care. The Early Childhood Dashboard was developed by the Government of Rio Grande do Sul in 2023. It's an unprecedented tool, and it uses data analysis and intuitive design to enable any user to assess the situation of children aged 0 to 6 in the state or in their municipality. So to moderate, I invite to the stage Kelly Matos, journalist and presenter at Grupo RBS, and the panel brings to debate Gabriel Souza, Vice Governor at State of Rio Grande do Sul, Luiz Fernando Zacchia, President at Procerx, and Daniele Calazans, Secretary for Planning, Governance, and Management at the State of Rio Grande do Sul. A round of applause. Thank you, guys.
Quem que tá?
Quem é que tu viu lá?
Boa tarde, boa tarde, boa tarde.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hello, testing, the microphone. Congratulating you guys, welcoming you. We're here to have a quick panel mediated by Kelly Matos about this panel is going to cover one of the tools that I enjoyed the most and the ones that interact the most, a dashboard about the early childhood in Rio Grande do Sul. I'd like to thank the members of the panel, and now I give the word to Kelly Matos. journalist and mother of Gabriel. Good afternoon. Welcome to our panel. First of all, I'd like to, just highlight that to talk about the early childhood, it's something that is very emotional to me. And I really think that we are walking towards a better society, a better environment for the children, and we really have to invest on that. We're going to talk about this dashboard that concentrates a number of data. And, I really want to talk to Gabriel about this because he promised that they would have mapped and registered every single data about the early childhood care so we can really understand where and how to invest. Because I read an article, that talked about investing in the early childhood means that we're investing in the nation. So the early childhood is basically the period where the children, the baby hasn't been born yet, is still within the womb of the mother, all the way to the 6th year of age. So this is something that is biological, not it doesn't care about the politics involved. We have to care for malnutrition, vaccination, cognitive stimuli, care, love. We can have violence involved. And once the governor established that early childhood care was one of the priorities of our government, we sought partnerships with technology companies to monitor data in 5 different areas through a methodology that UNESCO uses. And we have evidence that this is the actual more proper way of managing this, which is security, protection, education, learning. And this data is gathered from aspects from and resources from the public system in Brazil. So we would help us monitor every municipality and to grade them, so we can really know where we have to give more attention, not only to the regions, but to the policies as well, based on data once again, to also help on social control, provide the data for society to actually, talk to the governments about, what is necessary to move things forward in early childhood care and mobilize society, not only here in Rio Grande do Sul, but, in the rest of the country as well. Now, just to highlight that the data already exists, they come from the central database, from Bolsa Familia, from the school boards, and from that, we created a metrics and KPIs that would rate municipalities and tell us from that information, what's the specific data that shows that a certain region or municipality is catering well for, let's say, nutrition. So what sort of data is gathered and how can you monitor the data to make sure that the public policies actually incentivize the regions to improve? Oh, it's really nice talking about this. When I were invited to be in charge of this project under the desk of the vice governor, we would have many data before, many sources as well. But the question was how to use this data properly. Now, this work that involved all the statistics department, we analyzed the data. First we gathered the data, then we analyzed the data, then we created the KPIs, and then we made sure we had metrics to generate the rating you mentioned. So we can now apply those data in public policy, be it in the social assistance sector, in the educational sector. We have a panel now, a dashboard that can guide, public policies, not only for the government, but also to the municipalities as well. And this is the turning point right there. Now, we talked before about Rio Grande do Sul being the most digital state in the country, the one that provides the most number of digital services to the citizens. So we need to include that data science within our decisions. We have to work with this data towards a more intelligent development of policies. Now we hear a lot about innovation, and the government cannot just not decide to use this wide range of possibilities that innovation technology brings and use that in favor of society. So that's the idea, right, Gabriel? Sure, yeah. The government, the municipalities are the ones that have to make decisions based on evidence because, the funds are public. If a company wants to empirically use, their money without, a lot of data, that's his right. But us, as, public administrators, we don't have that right. So we have to be very wise in terms of how we use, the funds. And we often make mistakes, but we have to try to make decisions based on evidence so we, can get things right. So we decide what the area, what the policy is, to monitor policies, to understand if the programs are working. We have many examples in Rio Grande do Sul of successful programs internationally even is monitored by the academy here in Rio Grande do Sul with articles being published measuring how effective such programs are and even looking for ways to improve the programs. So the guys from our health department, they are very good at that, observing what are the academic contributions that can be used to improve, their policies. So, for example, we measure if the child in the early years and then, in later school years and in their early adult life, if they are benefiting from having gone through the state programs that we're talking about. So these are the data that help us to improve our decision-making process. Now, through our cell phones, we can find out a lot about what's going on, but Pedro and Tomás are here they work for the government and they help us raise information that can be accessed through your cell phone and understand indicators and data from your municipality and how we are caring for, the kids and the early infants in your region. In this early childhood is where the brain really develops in a way that dictates how that person will be for the rest of his life, from relationship to the immunological system. And that is all developed in the early childhood. And that's why we have to pay a lot of attention to that age band right there. And we do understand as mothers how much we have to discuss that so that all branches of society can actually get involved and help us improve on that. So, Isaac, I want to hear from you how difficult it was to have this dashboard done through ProSergs with a lot of help from qualified professionals. it's really important first to say that Procergs last year was ranked as the 15th technology company in Brazil. Within the public sector, it was the first. So historically, we have collaborators that are highly qualified, and specifically for this dashboard, we gathered the best technicians that we had, and we allocated them towards the development of this solution. So, the first parts were finalized within 20 days, which was health and nutrition, and made available to municipalities all over the state. And that was extremely helpful for everyone in the state. And that happened within 20 days. After we developed the other modules that were a little bit more complex, now once they were ready, within 3 days they were made available to the state as well. So the planning sector of the government was also key for the conclusion of this project. But Procergs was, highly committed to making this solution available as soon as possible, as we always do. Now, Vice Governor, as Isaac mentioned, the solution was created in modules, right? So please talk about how the solution was developed and how did the need to include different modules or tools within the dashboard was thought about. Well, to address that point, why 5 areas and not others? We trying to find out what were the best practices around the world to monitor early childhood care. I had to thank Clóvis Magalhães, Antonio, that is here as well. They helped us brainstorm possibilities and methodologies to monitor all those indicators. And the method was nurturing care, which is a holistic care system for early childhood. So we started observing the indicators that gave us process and what were the ones that gave us results. So the process ones are the ones who lay out the journey to achieve the results. So, for example, care within early childhood is something that is not only for babies and for infants, but it generates results for children in general. So we chose, first of all, processes and then results. So we're able to compile the data and fed the data into the platform. And they are periodically updated. So we have a panel that can give us a real picture of how the early childhood care actually is in Brazil. And all of those axes have their own peculiarities because you have to seek raw data often. For example, a very important piece of data is to know that Brazil has a hard time finding out how many vacancies, how many spots within kindergartens are necessary to cater for everyone, because that has everything to do with domestic violence, because women are often economically or financially dependent on the aggressor, which is often the man. And the children often stays at home. So sending this child to school and understanding how many actually how many schools and vacancies within the schools I need to cater for every child in Brazil or in the state is very important for us to reduce other problems within society. And another indicator is the quality. So, for example, the teacher, is it well trained for that? Do they have enough resources at the nursery school? So there are numerous questions that the dashboard, of course, will not be able to answer in detail, but it's a guiding, tool. It's a compass for us to develop public policies that will help sort out most problems, but not all, of course. And we can regionalize the information and also invite the media, society as a whole to help monitor the municipalities and the government so we can actually use this tool not only to understand where the deficiencies are, but to understand how to improve the services. Now, everyone understands, the importance of the service, but understanding, for example, how many children actually go visit the parents that are in correctional facilities, in prison in the state. So are the jails prepared to receive the children? Does that traumatize the kids? And from that, we came up with many insights to better prepare the correctional facilities and jails to better, receive the children when visiting their parents. So this is just an idea, so you can have about how much this digital tool can help us. And all these people that are not seen by people, that really make a difference. And I want to congratulate every single people involved within this project, because it can and it will improve the lives of many people in this age band, which is the early childhood, which is the most important age we go through in our lives. So your experience as a father, how did that change your view about early childhood? Well, you can talk about me, as before and after. Raise your hand if you're a parent here, please. Well, if you're not a parent, everyone here is actually a child, has a mother and a father. And being a parent changes your life. So, Dora, my daughter, she is turning 7 now, moving out of the early childhood. And she changed my life. And I started asking myself, when I was still a state representative, if we were doing enough in the state to help kids, and how important nursery schools were, the vaccination, nutrition, fighting violence, things that seem to be obvious, but you start looking at them differently after you become a parent. And Dora, my daughter, taught me much more than I taught her in reality. And that changed totally my view. I talked a lot about this with Eduardo Leite, the governor, our planning secretary here, who lays out the strategic map. And one of the priorities is to fight poverty, childhood poverty, especially within the early childhood age band.
About 800,000 children at this age in the state currently. And for the most part, they are in a situation where sometimes there are no opportunities generated like other people from the state because of perhaps where they were born or in the lottery, right? 40% of children who are born today in the state are registered in the CAD. How many? How much? The 30% in CAD, which is a registry for people with low income in the state. So it's something that we have to reflect about. In addition to thinking about this, we need to take action. We need to work with the government in favor of first childhood, and we need people who are more skilled. They need to learn more abilities. They need to be more skilled. They need to learn languages in order to have energy to become entrepreneurs and improve the world we live in. And the reduction of inequality has to do with public safety, policies for breastfeeding, investment in health. After I became a mother, I like to say that if we were living in a country, in a society that would be absolutely concerned with breastfeeding, the traffic police would ensure that I could stop my car so I could breastfeed. It should be a commitment from everybody, and not only the traffic police, the person who's looking at the traffic, but the vice governor, the governor, the secretaries. But we are, I think, going in that direction, and I think it's positive. Secretary, would you mind telling us about an example of your team? How did your team get involved? Because I think it has to do with that sparkle in the person's eye, right? Of pride, really. We're doing something that's really transforming the lives of these children and people who will be here, sitting right here in the future, talking about solutions. And so how was that with your team? I wanted to talk a little bit about the system when it was developed and the methodology that was done behind that, because data by themselves are no use. It's the whole possibility that they can be updated data. So now we've created the methodology where you have a most recent data, and that's extremely important because then you can actually follow the correct guidelines of the public policy. And being the owner of the tool was developed by the company in the state, so it's not in the shelves. There is no need to invest all the time money. It's a tool that was created by the state in order to fulfill the needs of the state and the public policy of the state. And so it's the role of our Secretary of Prosergues and the cabinet that we have to work cross-culturally with all areas. And it's really cool. I'm speaking as a manager here, that sometimes we don't look at public policies being effectively delivered, because at the end of the day, we end up working behind the scenes and giving support. IT people, logistics, and so on. But when we're able to understand that something was actually done, that we managed that, and that we thought of that, it actually helps out in public policies. Well, it's really rewarding, and we're extremely happy with that. And to know that this data, based on the data intelligence of our company, it could be actually improved upon, and with the necessary agility, and that's what actually strengthens us. I'm gonna step from planning for a little bit and talk about the budget. We also deal with at the secretary. We know it's scarce. It's a renunciation, really. We need to renounce some. Today at the stake, we have a strategic plan, priority projects, and that's one of them. So all of the resources that are allocated there have to come back to society somehow. And so we understand that the budget for this tool, I'm going to ask all the secretaries of the state and the public policies not only to define the priorities, but also to measure if the public policy was effectively done or not. So I'm extremely happy on behalf of the Secretary of Planning, because the reality is that we are working only as our competence allows us to, and the partnership with Prosergues is going strong every single day, and we understand that the company has this important strategic role. Zaka, you have already participated in public life for a long time, and how much of a difference does that make? when you have to manage resources from the budget that deal with data that are very precise. It's not because someone thinks that, oh, this needs more attention. No, that's documented, and there's a calculation behind that, an instrument that's able to measure how much that municipality is more on this side, on that side. I think what's important is that we have to look at the state and the 497 municipalities, the small municipalities that don't have this technological resource and conditions. The manager, the mayor will have to access this tool, and then he'll have the information, exact information of the user, of the difficulties of his municipality, and where he needs to invest in. And so that seems to me the usefulness of this tool. Of course, for the manager of the state, for the manager that's there, it's extremely important. But we have to assess that. How important is it? The mayor of Estrela, Mari Schneider, was here a while ago, and he told me, how important is that to you in that municipality of Estrela? There's going to be a precision towards necessary information, and you can deviate your action as a manager and the resources of your budget. So technology innovation applied to public management will improve everybody's lives. No question about it. No question about it. When you unite the concept by the cabinet or the vice governor, by the government, and the partnership, Procegs SPG, in order to develop a proper tool adjusted for that, I think Procegs' role is exactly that, to create the proper tool and to receive all of the data so they can make this available to the entire society. And what the secretary just said, that because it was developed by the state, by the public management, it's also differential, right? You don't rely on anyone else. It's done here by us. It's done here by us, by an agility, with an agility and with a precision that's impressive. And I think that's really just a gain for society. Gabrielle, let me look at the time. We're almost out of time. But the practical application you mentioned to me, areas that are easy to touch upon, like nursery schools. I wouldn't be here if my son didn't have a nursery to go to. Sometimes kids go to these schools because they live in an extreme poverty reality, and they need to be fed, and they need to have meals. And so have you had any look at this sort of situation where you look at it in a critical way? This tool, this dashboard, how does this dashboard tool help you out? Well, yes. The governor, Eduardo Leite, is a manager, and he likes dashboards and data a lot. So everything is based on data. And so he, in his cabinet, and I also have it in mine, I have a screen with the data of many areas, not only regarding early childhood, but we have this other digital tool from the government. And I think in the pandemic, right, people were able to see that because he always conducted his lives showing that screen and going data by data, exactly, and explain everything because he knew what the panels were about. So it's funny because when I'm going to go and discuss something with him, he said, no, I already saw that on the dashboard on early childhood. But I just wanted to show you my cell phone, guys. firstchildhood.com.br. You can check it out later. Please don't do that right now because we are 4 minutes to the end of our panel. Do that later. But afterwards, it's really user-friendly. It's easy to access. Look at this. The schooling of the person responsible for the child that is in CADE Único. So you can take everyone from CADE Único. You can look at the schooling, the level of schooling of the person responsible for that child. CADE Único, again, it's people with low income, extreme poverty. So there's an index. When you're closer to 1, the better the index is. And when closer to 0, the worse the index is. Is that right, Thomas? And you have actually a trend, which is a green for those who are going up and red for those who are going down. You also have the quality of the offer for nursery schools. Look how awesome this is. I'm from Tramandaí, okay? I can look at my cell phone right now, the quality of the offer of these nursery schools that happen to be in my municipality for children ages 0 to 6, as well as how much it's serviced in that city. So the closer to 1, it's better. So my city, it's at 0.7. So at a national level, it's a pretty good grade, but it's still something that can be improved upon because we have to get to 1. That's the ideal number. So we can't have 70% of servicing these needs. What are the needs of that nursery? We're calculating people with low income that need to put their kids in school, and sometimes because they have to work themselves in order to ensure their own income and their own lives, and sometimes take care of their own families, and sometimes having to going through different situations and difficult situations like domestic violence and such. So we need to service a need for these nurseries in the state, and we also see the quality of the first years of primary school because it has everything to do with it. I mean, I take the kid out of the nursery school and I put her in preschool. That's actually actually mandatory. And so in the primary school, in the first years of primary school, you need to look at the quality of education in primary school in your school. And then the high school dropout rate, I'm looking at children. Why am I looking at dropout rates? Everything has to do with the other thing. It has to do, the better your early childhood is, the better your cerebral architecture is, the more neural connections you're able to make, the more quality you'll be able to have in terms of receiving learning and knowledge in your level of knowledge. So everything is correlated, really. So this dashboard, it's an extremely good tool because it's process these data, because I'm not able to research that in the databases that are available online myself in Brazil. So it's a service really that we deliver to society. Again, it's not to criticize, but of course it's also involved, but also to make this opportunity available for these managers and for them to create public policies based on evidence. And so society, press, the academia, institutions, they are also essential in that. We are talking about innovation. And I would say that this is one of the biggest innovations in public policies in early childhood in Brazil. And we are extremely proud. As you can see, our entire team, we built this tool that was launched by Governor Eduardo Leite at the end of last year. Absolutely ready. These 5 axes are available on the internet. You can easily access them, and you should access them in order to help us out in terms of the quality of first childhood in the state of Rio Grande do Sul. How do you access that? primeirainfancia.rs.com.br. It's very intuitive. It's very user-friendly. Congratulations, Procerg, because it's extremely intuitive. It's extremely colorful. It's a heat map. The redder the redder the color, the worse the grade. You can look at your municipality. You can look at the entire state. There are many indicators and links. And Gabriel, if you want to go to the stand, the government stand, you can also take a look at what the marketplace is like. Guys, thank you so much for your attention. I'm going to be insisting on this topic. Investing in childhood is not the future, it's actually the present. And it's great that we have all of this compromised with public policies that focus on this. Thank you so much and congratulations. Excellent. Congratulations.
Hello everyone. As you know, the startup competition final has now moved to the main stage, to the arena. Luciana and all the finalists will be there for the final, but the party continues here. Until 6:30, we have an amazing lineup of speakers for you, and I'm thrilled to be your host. My name is Fabielle Nunes. I'm the CEO of Mundi Game Experiences. We create realistic and unforgettable experiences to promote best practice and culture in the areas of innovation, entrepreneurship, and ESG. Our simulations have been played by over 100 corporations with participants in over 20 countries. And I'm super thrilled to be here introducing some other CEOs to this stage. And to get the party started, let's bring now the CEO Step Out of Her Bubble next talk. This keynote brings an inspirational talk focused on the importance of cultural awareness and cross-cultural understanding for corporate leaders. Let's hear about the benefits of embracing cultural diversity, fostering inclusive leadership, and building bridges across borders. With you, CEO at Eni Ideias, Nissan Gaenis.
Bom, a primeira coisa que eu vou ter que fazer.
The first thing that I have to do is to compete with your cell phones. Because people want to have new perspectives and they end up looking at what they already know. That's my Zeca Bordão, my son, is here, and one time I dyed my hair and it went wrong. It was kind of, brownish, reddish, and no son of a bitch was there to tell me that my hair sucked. So my first question to you is, who in your company says that your hair sucks? Tells you that your hair sucks. In these events, all of these events, they reproduce a lot of same conversations. I can't stand knowing anymore that the world is VUCA. What is that crap? I mean, they tell you, get out of your comfort zone and start defending home office. Home office is comfort zone. How are you going to build culture without a cultural area in a comfort zone? So my question, if I'm able to convince and to compete with all of this noise here, is how and what are we going to do? Different companies. How are we going to do? Different companies repeating, speaking, and thinking the same things over and over. All of us, the world is going downhill. You saw the rain last night, and when we listened to McKinsey, thousands by thousands, so the democracies are in ruins. The United States want our metrics, because they're being commanded by two people who nobody wants. We are competing with democracies, with dictatorships, and the whole process, decision-making process of dictatorships is much faster than ours, because democracy is analogic and dictatorship is digital. So we are here working with different kinds of things. So the other day, a bank called me to do a lecture, and they showed me that they had modernized their company because they had ball and beanbags. How about that? Look, there's no more place to sit. That's the new thing. You have no place to sit anymore. You don't have to go to your company anymore and live outside your comfort zone. How's that? And they showed me, and he was extremely thrilled about it, that his company had become something new because they had foosball and beanbags. And what about purpose? Purpose is another sucky thing. Nobody wants to earn money. They want to save the world, and the world is going downhill. That's just peachy. I mean, look at this altruistic capitalism, right? The Motto is here. My friend, from my Aurelio, my school friend, who's one of the biggest managers in this country, in SLFC, and the Harvard's motto is make a decent profit. If you start there, I think it's just spectacular. Decent profit. Of course, you need to have purpose. You need to have a clear purpose of my company, but purpose costs money.
Purpose costs money. So purpose of and ideas is to care for clients as if they were clients, and to care for clients if they were causes. It's a whole lot of work because it takes up all your time. It's what Americans call a night job. You know, Lehman Brothers had a lot of purpose, but so you see, no one pollutes the oceans anymore. Everyone now is ESG because I assume that now the fish are polluting the oceans because no one is polluting the planet anymore. Everyone's got a purpose. Everyone is ESG, and the richest man in the world is calling his son Shish. So would you marry a guy that would name your son Shish, and you are giving all your data to this person? Think about it. I was in the United States, some time ago. I graduated in Harvard at 65, and the discussion in our classroom, a very animated discussion, is that the biggest career in the United States, which is truck driving, would be automized. Now, how would that work without welfare? Think about it, guys. Let's stop building a narcissistic future, because, that is not going to work, because democracy is going to ruin. American democracy went to the gutter, and we are singing. But we're facing a big problem now, and I'm so animated about the future that I bought a ranch in Patagonia, and people ask me why I did that. Well, and I tell them, I smell shit in the air. So democracy is going to the gutter. Europe is failing because Europe thinks that world problems are their problems, but don't believe that their problems are the world's problem. Now, think about it. Think about China. China is becoming our economy. We're, shipping out, the steel to China, iron to China. So my purpose here is for you to think with your own heads. Don't leave this event thinking the way people want you to think. You want to hire someone to be a counselor at your company, invite your mom or your mother-in-law. Because think about it. This truth will make you keep the pill and throw the banana away. Now we're repeating. We keep on repeating things that events such as this, are repeating. There's a lot of good information, but think about it. People come here with popularity data, with trends, and they feed that to you. But think with your own head. You have to look, you have to listen, you have to take that to your reality, your culture, your existence, your market, and you have to make your own journey, your own way. And don't live here with 10 commandments. That doesn't work. 4,000 Brazilians went to South by Southwest, and they go there, thinking they're going to find Jesus. It's not like that. People listen to the same truths, but they don't practice them. So here's some homework for you. or better, you will have to switch the fit in which you wear your sock. And that is not easy. Imagine if that's not easy, changing, the feet in which you use your sock. Imagine changing habits, like stopping to smoke. People are vaping now. They're not smoking anymore, they're vaping. That's hypocrisy. And then people say, I'm a vegan, but I vape every day, all day. That's crazy. Think about it. Why do people... No, I love Instagram, to listen to the crap laid out there to us. And people keep laying out rules for us, and we follow those rules. But don't do that. Think with your own heads. Like discipline. For Caetano, for example, is working at night. That's his method. And what is his strategy? His strategy is what you don't do and what you are not. Don't try to use or be something that it does not encompass the culture of your company. That doesn't fulfill you as a human being. And we have challenges between, the West and the East. And remember, I'm not against democracy. I'm just giving you the big picture of what is happening. We're walking towards artificial intelligence. Someone tells me how much time I have. Oh, right there. Okay. Now, artificial intelligence is wonderful. But I want to know what are the side effects that it brings to us. Because like San Francisco is within the Silicon Valley, and it's a nightmare of drug users. People are lost there. So think about it. They have, a notion of purpose there. And they say that, they don't do anything, for money. They should change their name to the Love Valley, not Silicon Valley. And Caetano calls them, rigged angels, because no one talks about money. Well, I have 3 minutes left. And what's the main point here? You're going to listen to a lot of crap. Some of them are true. Some of them are true, but they don't belong to you. And the remaining are just lies. And you're going to have to edit everything that you saw and heard here. And if you do that, you're going to have a competitive advantage that is fabulous, because you will... I'm going to give you one last example. The creative industry is going to the gutter, because once you get to the publicity agency and you say, this cost structure, like one of the biggest agencies in Brazil with 800 collaborators. So if you have cost, you are afraid. Remember, if you have to pay bills, you must be afraid. So there is no revolution with costs. There are no revolutions without a change of culture, with the capacity to execute the ideas. So take advantage of your time here. There's a lot of wonderful things that you can see and listen to, but you have to be able to sieve through all of that. Understand what is reality for you, what is not. And make that a wonderful journey. And don't only live here as a parrot, just regurgitating what other people say. So if someone says, what are the trends, the ready-to-use sentences that they say, purpose, for example, people will just repeat that. And every time that you sit by someone, besides someone interested, they won't say any of that. Caetano Veloso came to Rio Grande do Sul. And he says that the real Bahia is Rio Grande do Sul. It's a sentence in one of his songs. Caetano had dinner with Lupicínio Rodrigues, and he was wearing lipstick. Lupicínio didn't say anything. He would sing those hardcore songs, about, how sucky your life is, the songs. And Lupicínio's wife said, those are all lies. Those are all lies. I met Nelson Mandela once. You know what he asked my wife? How did you meet? And then we started discussing love. So I didn't come here to bring you new answers. I only brought new questions. Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here.
Brilliant. That was a great round of applause. And guys, we had a little change on the program. So we have a switch between the following talk and the current talk. So entrepreneurship and innovation with the CEO of Arezzo will be the one after this one. And now we're going to call to the stage and hear the next panel, Thriving Together, Open Innovation Unleashed. Let's discover how in today's rapidly changing and highly competitive business environment, open innovation has emerged as a critical strategy for companies to stay ahead of the curve and uplift the ecosystem. To moderate this panel, we'll have Eduardo Loreia, Latam Director at South Summit, Itai Green, Founder and CEO at Innovate Israel, and José Maria Ciota, Executive Director at Yese Business School and Partner at EULAC Digital Accelerator. Guys, the stage is yours.
What do you want us to see? What do you want?
We'll figure everything out as you wish.
Take the, please. Fala, galera. Eu sou Alexandre Birman.
I am Alexandre Birman. Who is here to see Alexandre Birman? Very good, you're smart. I am Alexandre Birman. I'm going to talk about my pet at Arezzo, but that's fake news. My name is Eduardo Loreia. I am from South Summit.
He's expecting for me to talk in English, so I'm switching now to English because I want to give you just a little bit of explanation before we can speak with our great guest today, Alexandre Birman, which is a fantastic businessman from Brazil. He's arriving at the event, so he's going to be 20 minutes late. Arezzo guys, can I believe that he's going to be just 20 minutes late, or he usually is more late than that? More or less. Okay. So it's possible that he takes more than 20 minutes to arrive here. But we are going to cover for him. So the three of us, we are going to tell the story of Arezzo, right? You know Arezzo? It's a joke, okay? No one here knows nothing about Arezzo. Okay? So I just wanted to say to you that it's going to be a pleasure for all of us, including us here in the audience, to hear the story of Alexandre Birman. But before, you have a great opportunity to learn about open innovation and the next chapters of open innovation from two international guests that are going to tell us about their experiences, their perspectives, and that is going to be for sure a great experience for you. So let me start by introducing our guests. But I'm not going to do it myself. They are going to do it themselves. So directly from Israel, we have here Itai Green. Itai, please give a hint for Itai, a great guy that is here with us today.
Thank you very much. So I'm Itai from Israel, and I own Innovate Israel, which is a consulting firm that helps big corporations to stay relevant these days of rapid changes by collaborating with others, which is open innovation.
But if you collaborate, are you not losing your secrets?
Nowadays, for a corporate, for a traditional corporate, there is no other chance to survive rather than to collaborate. There is no way for a corporate to rely solely on internal innovation. No chance.
So we are going to explore a little bit more of that in your next participation. So, Jose Maria, who are you, Jose Maria, and where do you come from?
Yes. So thank you very much for the invitation, and hello, everyone. I am a partner at the EU-LAC Digital Accelerator. I'm also, as you can see in my back, executive director at the SAP Business School and also a Harvard alum. Today, I bring in to all of you, there is a hidden opportunity for Latin America. That's my pitch.
And where is it hiding? It's at the other side of the stage, or where can we find it?
You will see in a second.
Oh, and where do you come from?
I'm coming from Spain. Yes.
From Spain. So our guest from Spain, a big hint for him.
Thank you very much.
So we are going to hear perspectives of open innovation from Spain and from Israel. I would like even for you to think if there's some kind of difference because of your origin, because of the market that you're part of, because of your position in Europe and your position in Middle East. If you could explore that, it would be interesting. Me, myself, I work with open innovation in Brazil. Of course, my company also comes from Spain, so we have some experience in that market. But we can even explore a little bit of the differences, the cultural differences that may have some kind of impact in the methodology. So Itai, you spoke about collaboration. So let's think about Mr. Alexandre Birman that is going to be here very soon. So he's a manufacturer of fashion, mostly shoes, but also other designs, other brands, and so on. So a big part of his competitiveness is attached, of course, to his technology, to his insight, to the positioning of the brand, and so on. So you're speaking about collaboration. How does collaboration collaborate in that sense with that? And why should we not be afraid of collaboration when a secret and having some exclusivity is so important for strategic positioning?
First of all, there is no other way these days of rapid changes rather than collaborate. If you rely only on internal innovation, you end up like Nokia. There is no other way. And, you know, you need to realize, every traditional business has to realize, most of the smartest people are not working for him or for her, for that corporate. Most of the smartest people are working for academy, for other companies, for startups. If you are not familiar with this ecosystem, you miss. You end up like Nokia, like Agfa. And so there is really no other option. And you know, he can hire McKinsey to tell him what's the next thing to do. But even McKinsey doesn't really know what's next. Because with all the respect to those smart people, they rely on existing data on the web, on databases. They don't really know about a couple of entrepreneurs in the garage which do not have any web presence yet. So for a big corporate to know what should be done and who should they collaborate with in order to stay with the trend and not to be surprised, you have to run innovation in an open innovation methodology, in a smart way, in a professional way.
So in my next question, we are going to explore a little bit about that methodology. So I want to know how we are going to do it, and also how to separate. There is an expression in Brazil with joio and trigo. Someone can say that for me in English for me? How can I say joio and trigo for him? Rye and? I can get it. It's not water, right? So, yeah, so how do you separate the good startups and the good collaborators and the bad collaborators? Because there's plenty of people saying, I want to collaborate with you, and so on. So if you can explore that a little bit more in our next question.
Sure.
But I want to move to Jose Maria. Jose Maria, when we spoke a little bit before, you spoke about the why and the how. And you said there is a a hidden opportunity. So elaborate a little bit more. What is the hidden opportunity and what people should be paying attention to here in the audience?
Let's go. For that, I have to ask a question not to the guest speakers, but to the audience. If you are in a startup, please raise your hand.
Quem é startup aqui? Startups aqui na plateia.
Startups in the room? Okay. Second question. If you're a corporation, please raise your hand. Thank you. This is what we call corporate venturing. Corporations and startups innovating together. Now, most of you, or many of you, are coming from Latin America, Chile, Argentina, Peru, Mexico, Brazil, the Caribbean, and more. And there is a huge opportunity for the next 5 to 7 years, which is when we were doing an analysis with more than 100 corporations in Latin America in 2018, we found that 24% of those corporations were innovating with startups. Do you know what's the current number? 40%. So A, this is growing at a speed. Corporations innovating with the startups. However, if you compare right now Latin America with the US market, we have a 95%. So this is just the beginning.
It's now I'm speaking from the Brazilian market, and I myself am an innovation consultant. We practice open innovation. At some points, I have the sensation that we hit the top. So my impression is completely wrong?
Let's provide some data. Since 2016, the number of corporations that have innovated with the startups, for instance, one of the mechanisms, the corporate venture capital, has increased between 2 to 4 times in terms of volume of investment and number of transactions. However, there is a second opportunity. If you analyze the Latin American market and you try to identify what's the most common corporate venture mechanism right now, is the corporate incubator. However, when we were trying to analyze all the corporate venture mechanisms, such as corporate acquisitions, corporate incubator, and other mechanisms, we found that there is a new mechanism, and that's the second opportunity that we have found in Germany. It's called the venture client. The venture client is, imagine that you're a corporation, you identify a challenge, and you try to find solutions, startups to tackle that challenge. And then you do a proof of concept, a pilot. Now, with data, we compare both mechanisms in terms of cost and speed. And on average, the venture client, the pilots, can improve, optimize cost and speed versus the corporate incubator. Therefore, when you start tomorrow at 9 a.m. doing corporate venturing, analyze the data to choose the right mechanism.
So you're answering Itai's question, right? So you're stealing the question from him, but I'm going to ask anyway. But with you, Jose Maria, for when we interact again, I would like to hear you on return on investment of open innovation. So yesterday, we gathered 80 corporate innovators, so 80 leaders of corporate innovation from the largest companies in Brazil. Someone here was at that encounter of the 8? Yeah, I see one there. Someone else was there? Corporate innovators reunited at Instituto Caldeira 2 days ago? Just that guy. Okay, so the other ones are hearing this for the first time. So we got everyone together and we were discussing, do we need to prove value from open innovation in the companies? Should we have a more bandwidth to create, to be creative, to see what is the result, and so on? So I would like to explore that question. Itai is smiling because he wants to speak about that also. But Itai, I asked you so that we could explore a little bit of methodology, right? So you spoke about the methodology of open innovation. And also I had a follow-up question for you that you stay thinking about. How to choose a good collaborator. So if I'm Arezzo, or if I'm Vale, or if I'm Sicredi, I see guys from Sicredi here, right? Sicredi guys, are you paying attention or are you looking at your phones? You're looking at your phones, but now you're looking at us, right? So if you're from a bank, if you're from a mining company, if you're from a big retail company, there's lots of people saying they want to collaborate with you. I have a new technology, I'm a startup, and I have something for you. So it's difficult to choose between that many options, and of course you cannot make proofs of concept with everyone. So how can you tackle that?
So it's like marriage. You need to do some backup check. and you need to build relations. I can tell you that in a vibrant and healthy ecosystem, it is relatively easy to run a backup check on entrepreneurs. And of course, when you start working in this open innovation environment, you reduce the risk by working, for example, with serial entrepreneurs. So you can start with that and start with something that is a kind of win-win and quick win. So you can really start showing value. And then along the way, you start learning how a good entrepreneur behaves. So it's a matter of experience.
And what would be a good example of a quick win in open innovation, in collaboration between a corporate and a startup?
I think that there are many areas within the corporations that are relatively kind of soft areas. For example, you can start running pilots within the HR or finance or procurement, not in the core of the company. Start with that. Look how it works. Get some learnings and then move to the core of the business. Build this experience. Once you build it, you can do amazing stuff and get great value. My recommendation to my clients is at the beginning, at the first couple of years, do not measure the success of innovation by ROI, but only by the number of pilots. The more pilots you will run annually within all the organization, across the organization would be much more ready in order to get prepared for the future, for the more complicated pilots, for the more complicated integrations.
So when you speak about collaboration, you're thinking essentially about pilots, about, that's the measurement unit for collaborations between startups and companies?
At the beginning, the way to measure is by the number of pilots. I can tell you from my experience, and this is something that each and every corporate here can do. When I meet a new corporate, I first meet decision makers. Let's say I take one VP, and I meet them for 1 hour. I learn the challenges. After 1 week, I come back with a list of 50 startups that, in my view, are relevant to this challenge. This VP takes 1 hour of his or her time and rank the level of interest in each and every startup. It takes 1 hour. 2 weeks later, we run an innovation bootcamp with the VP and its people, let's say 15 people. We start 1 hour explaining what open innovation is, how to do it right, what we shouldn't do, and then 10 startups, the most relevant ones, according to the VP, are getting into the office. One after the other, 30 minutes each, 10-minute speech, 20 minutes Q&A. At the end of the day, the decision makers decide with which out of the 10 they want to move forward to the second meeting. Do you know what is the statistics?
What is?
How many here think that out of 10 startups, the people in the corporate people are interested to move forward with 1 of the 10 startups, 2 out of the 10 startups, 3 out of the 10 startups, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Let's try to
7 out of the 10 startups, the corporate people show an interest to have a second meeting. That's amazing, because at the end of the day, your goal is to have 1 or 2 pilots per unit, per division. And in this way, after they've been learning what innovation is, what they should do, what they shouldn't, they met 10 startups which are relevant to their challenges. They picked 7 to have a second meeting. Their chances for 1 or 2 pilots annually are above expectations. Super efficient. That's my recommendation to start with.
I would like to know the opinion of corporate innovators in the audience. I see Bruna there. So Bruna, what do you think? Bruna doesn't want to speak now. So let's speak to Jose Maria once again. Jose Maria, Itai started to answer your question. He was trying to steal the question from you. So he was speaking about ROI. So in Itai's opinion, we should not measure return on investment on innovation, open innovation initiatives in the first years of this work at the company, maybe because there is not that much history. There is not that much culture yet. You're still trying to find your path, your way to work with that in your organization. What is your opinion on that?
On the one hand, I would say there are different models. So for instance, if we check Samsung Ventures is combining both strategic KPIs and financial KPIs. Then we have other companies. I remember, for instance, Intel Ignite that is combining also both. But then you have companies such as Alibaba, or there are a few banks that are moving to the extremes, to only financial KPIs or only strategic KPIs. So my first point would be, it depends on the strategy of the company. The second point, I'm sorry to mention this to the audience, that is, I'm bringing really bad news for all of you.
I didn't get the question, sorry. What is the question?
So the point is that I'm bringing bad news for the audience, which is 70%, I repeat, 70% of these collaborations fail, based on a research that we have done and we have published at Harvard Business Review. So, stop, no, this is not the end. Because we have been doing research for the past decade with more than 500 chief innovation officers to understand what the remaining 30% is doing differently. And therefore, we are in the room. There are some also hidden teams here in the room. Here we have, for instance, the partners of the EULAC Digital Accelerator. We have Tecnalia with several partners here, Micah, Paco, Ruben. We have EBN. We have also the Inter-American Development Bank and a few other partners. And the goal, it's a project funded by the European Commission where we're going to try to support corporations bridging the Atlantic between Latin America and the Caribbean and Europe to optimize this process of doing piloting between corporations and startups.
That's interesting. So you're saying that innovations that we are developing here in this market may have a contribution in the European market, and there's some support for us to work on that.
In both directions.
In both directions, it's even better. We can work with solutions from Europe here in Latin America, right? I was intrigued by one of your phrases, which is the rate of success of the collaborations. I'd like to comment on that. Before he comments on that, let's see the corporate innovators here in the audience. Let's see the rate of success in proofs of concept in pilot projects between corporation and startups. In your opinion, it's up until 30%, 50%, 50%. Half of them work, half of them doesn't work. The ones that doesn't work, we stay only with the knowledge acquired, but not with a further collaboration. Is that correct? Let's see, 70%. 70% work. Yeah, so Jose Maria says 70% fail. So it's a good debate. Tell us about your experience on that, Mr. Itai.
I'll tell you. Jose Maria is right.
He's right. Okay, so you're agreeing with him.
Wait. When a corporate doesn't know how to run innovation, the success rate of pilots that turns to an implementation, a successful pilot, is 30%. But when a corporate is running innovation in the right way, in a professional way, it is 70%. And that's not something I was reading about. These are my clients. That's what they do. The difference between the 30% and the 70%, you know what is the difference?
What?
The level of engagement of the C-level and the board of directors. That's the difference. If the board members, if the C-level executives are engaged truly into the process, it reaches 70%. Otherwise, 30%. So the challenge is really that. And with regard to the ROI, I must tell you something. Israelis are not smart than others.
Not smart?
No, not smart than others. We just have the experience. And the experience in the area of open innovation, we are lucky. Why we are lucky?
Why?
You know how many big international, multinational corporations are running innovation activity in Israel?
No.
Guess. Who says that 100 multinationals are running innovation in Israel? 200, 300, 400, 500? 536 multinationals are running innovation in Israel. So we are lucky to learn from their best practice. That's all. And according to their best practice, according to research that have been done by PwC, most of them do not measure the success of innovation at the first couple of years by ROI. So I recommend you to follow.
Jose Maria wants to comment on that, but before I have a follow-up question. You say that the companies that are doing it right have a high success rate. What is the rate of companies doing it right?
That's a matter of, I really don't know. In Israel, I think that maybe around 50% are doing it right, 50 not. Other places, I don't know. It really depends. But at the end of the day, there is so much to learn from others. The whole idea behind open innovation is learning from others, is collaborating with others. Then exactly with the COVID, that governments learned from each other. Same with here. There is so much to learn. Just learn and implement. It is by far more simple than people tend to think. And again, the challenge is not to find the right startup. Most of my time as consultant is not the scouting. It's to engage the decision makers. And there are great ways to do that.
That's a good insight. I want to explore a little bit more of governance in open innovation. So you're going to speak about this very soon. But since you say that the best thing that we have to do is to learn from others, let's learn from Jose Maria. Jose Maria, what do you want to speak about this insight from Itai? So from Itai's perspective, the thing about the rate of success has to do with the open innovation practice within the company. Do you have a comment on that?
I will try to, first of all, provide some data and then some insights. In terms of the data, so we analyzed more than around 300 corporations across the globe in Europe, US, Latin America, Asia, Africa, and we found that precisely 69.4% fail regarding your question. But also if you deep dive into the details, because the devil is in the details, I would say there are some factors that increases that failure rate. For instance, it's not the same working with a non-deep tech startup than with a deep tech startup. A deep tech startup, for those who have heard this concept for the first time, are those connected with emerging technologies such as quantum computing, blockchain, artificial intelligence, and others. And the reason behind are a few factors. Factor number one, the time horizon. A non-deep tech startup may give you returns in 7 years, while a deep tech startup you may need 15 years. Second, the risk associated with the technology. To know whether blockchain or quantum computing is going to work at your company, who knows? And third, also the complexity of those technologies. So I would say I will keep the number on the 70% on average if we have a global scope across industries. However, there may be factors such as the type of technology that you are trying to deploy that may increase the failure rate. But the question key behind is what's, again, that I mentioned at the beginning, what's the remaining 30% is doing differently? And this is what we have analyzed for the past decade.
That's interesting. Now there is another thing that Itai told that intrigued me. I want to ask for you, which is practicing up to 2 pilots per area in a company. And I assume you're speaking about simultaneously, right? Or it's, yeah, simultaneously.
Per unit, per division.
Per division. So let's say a medium-sized company with 5 divisions, you would run 10 pilots at a time. I mean, that's the way to go, in your opinion?
I can tell you about a client of mine, an insurance company in Israel, 3,000 employees, 35 pilots a year.
A year?
A year.
Okay. Now, I'm going to speak a little bit from our experience in open innovation here in Brazil. So, in our experience, the rate of failure is much higher if we split the attention of the company. So it's almost impossible to run even 1 pilot at a time in a certain division. I cannot think about making 10 at the same time, right? So before you comment, because you're smiling, I would like to hear on Jose Maria. So in your experience and from the data that you have been collecting, what is the practice of companies on practicing pilots, and do you have any insights on making a lot of them at the same time? What is your opinion on that?
Yeah. So I may say I cannot synthesize 10 years of research in in 4 minutes, but I would say I will just provide one example that I like. If you go to Germany, 2017 more or less, you will find a BMW. Who knows BMW? The automobile sector, excellent. And one of the challenges that they have is they were spending around a year to starting to work with a startup to do a pilot because they were treating the startup as a supplier. Now, Greg or Jimmy landed in the company and created a unit called BMW Garage, which is the venture client model. And what was within that black box? A 50 million budget to do proof of concepts at the speed of around 40K. Second, someone with white hair to approve processes at the speed. Third, a scouter to identify companies. And then a person, kind of human resources, to reduce the friction between the startup and the corporate culture. After that, they reduced from 1 year to a week to start the pilots with the startups that were spending around 4 months to do the pilot and then a few months to scale those technologies across the company. Right now, BMW is running more than 200 pilots through this model, through the BMW Garage. So sometimes having this buffer between the corporation and the startup may be useful to optimize cost, speed, and success rate.
That's great. So I want to hear Itai about the simultaneous pilots and also about governance. So you spoke a lot about having the right decision makers or the right levels of decision involved at the companies. At the same time, companies, many of them, and maybe Jose Maria can comment on that, they create an open innovation area, right? An open innovation area at the company. In our experience, that makes that sometimes you don't have the C-level or the real decision makers on the strategic level involved in the open innovation practice. So would like to hear about that from you. So both about the number of pilots at the same time, but also about this governance issue.
There is a very strong interest for the corporate leaders to run pilots across the company simultaneously. Because one of the values of these pilots is not only to turn the pilot into a success, it's to make as many employees within the corporate touch, feel, meet startups. When they do that, the whole DNA is getting a kind of update to our time, which is super important, super important. And when the decision makers are into it, that spirit influence mid-level management and others, and trust me, everyone can find the time to run the pilot simultaneously. It's a matter of state of mind. Once they realize how to do it and that it is important for the future of the company, and by the way, also for the future of the employee itself, they do it and they succeed. And these times of rapid changes, we cannot allow ourselves for big corporate to run one pilot a year. In this way, the corporate will be in bankrupt. So that's really, according again to my view, the interest, the strong interest to run pilots simultaneously.
Perfect. And Jose Maria, do you have any comments on this issue of governance? I mean, the right decision makers involved in open innovation, vis-a-vis the fact that companies are creating areas for open innovation and sometimes relying that to managers?
Yes. On 2021, I think that we were interviewing 200 chief innovation officers across the globe, for understanding this phenomenon of the autonomy. Because if we ask two corporations here, how much autonomy do you want? Everything. But what's autonomy? And autonomy, what we found there, it has many factors. From, are you going to have a independent budget? That budget has to do break even. Are you going to be located in headquarters or outside? Are you going to report to the CFO, to the CEO, to the CMO? And so there are several factors on how to organize the right autonomy for the company.
Right, so I see here on the screen we have 2 minutes. So what should you like to say as a last message, something that I haven't asked for you, or if you want to fight each other on some assumptions, that would be great.
I want to conclude by concrete tips. When you meet a startup, if you want to get in touch with them, move fast. Pay them on time. Pay them in cash immediately, as soon as possible. If they want to run a pilot for free, insist paying them. publish challenges, corporate, public challenges every quarter to the ecosystem. Get solutions as fast as you can. There are many, many things which are relatively small, but with a huge impact. And last thing, according to research that have been conducted by MIT, when you have 3 board members with a strong experience in technology and innovation, the bottom line performance is by far better than competitors. In Israel, it is mandatory by law in each and every bank to have at least 1 board member with a solid experience in technology and innovation. So diversity in age, gender, and experience, professional experience, is super important. Do you know what's the average age of S&P 500 board members?
No idea.
60. By the way, it's the same in Israel and in Brazil. You know how many board members are below the age of 55?
No idea.
2%. We have to change it. It doesn't make sense. And it is easy to make it, to make the change. It's all a matter of state of mind.
So now you have 30 seconds, Jose Maria.
Ladies and gentlemen, there is a huge opportunity in Latin America to move corporate venturing, corporate startups to the next level. Any corporations and startups in the room, we are going to be around. You can reach to us, we can start together, and let's move Latin America and Caribbean to the next level. Thank you very much.
That's great. So look for Jose Maria and make business. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And now it has come. The CEO of Arezzo, Alexandre Bierman, and the keynote, Entrepreneurship and Innovation. He will talk about his entrepreneurial streak and how it has influenced the entire trajectory of the company. He goes through the creation of core brands, the acquisition of brands for the portfolio, and the presentation of Arezzo & Co.'s eras, with the focus on innovation and omni-channel. With you, Alexandre Bierman, ladies and gentlemen.
Boa tarde, uma honra poder estar aqui.
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here in the South Summit, one of the most important entrepreneur and innovation events in Latin America. A short time ago, a reporter asked me about the correlation of entrepreneurship and innovation. My answer was, entrepreneurs are those who want to build something. They usually have empirical people, they only have intuition, they start doing. Some others, especially today, try to offer consulting and define target audiences, elaborate competitive products with a business plan, and then they start to work. And that is where innovation starts. 90% of plans will not work. So innovation, in my opinion, isn't here to create competitive edges. The first thing of innovation in Arezzo is survival. And that's the spirit during 50 years to transform and reinvent. And somehow even to innovate in the country. I never like to say we are poor people because we have our difficulties like everybody else, but we also need to look at our virtues. We are 210 million people, self-sufficient country in most raw materials, an important consumer and producer market, full of natural wealth, and most importantly, with people like you. Millions of people who want to innovate and make a better company, a better country. So we need to be proud to be a Brazilian and start businesses in this country in spite of all the political and tax difficulties. I'm going to play a 100-second video If you don't know my story, it's just a funny video. It's kind of there's even a little bit of a romance. The actor here is not me. I was uglier when I was little, so it'll be narrated by someone you know.
It's so natural. I just cannot think about my life without my real passion, women's shoes.
The Boy Who Made Shoes is a modern fashion tale. People used to say his baby crib was a shoebox.
At the age of 5, I learned my first lesson, how to mount a shoebox. At the age of 12, I had my real first task, make a shoe with my hands. Starting with the cutting process and then stitching. Then starting the mounting process with the last, the insole, the upper, attaching the sole to the shoe, and most important, having the heel well fixed. At the age of 18, I founded my first brand, Shoots. At the age of 31, I founded Alexander Berman, making my design dream come true.
Destiny, luck, or hard work?
A blend of all them together, spiced with a lot of passion.
And we keep taking steps towards our dream.
Now that you got to know a little bit more about me, about my history, my background as a shoemaker, a shoe designer, I'll share with you another hat that I wear as a CEO.
Obrigado.
Thanks, everybody. I'm from the state of Minas Gerais, the city of Belo Horizonte. But if you ask me what my citizenship is, it's a mixture. I'm Mineiro and Gaúcho at the same time. For 23 years, I visited the Sinos Valley. I'm honorary citizen of the city of Campo Bom. I love the state of Rio Grande do Sul. So I am from the Minas Gerais, but with a heart from Rio Grande do Sul. The Sinos Valley is the birthplace of the global female shoe fashion, and we use a lot of strength to foment and foster the shoemaker's culture. My passion for the craftsmanship, adding value to that with a brand innovation, and consequently to generate business. The best way to contribute, because we have so many brilliant people here, I am here to learn. We have a big team from our company here. They participated in the seminars. Thank you, Renato, for inviting us. But I was thinking about a simple way to contribute. I'm not a speaker. I'm not a teacher. I'm a worker. I work hard. I fight always. Sometimes I get it right. Many times I get it wrong. And when we get it wrong, then we're happy to have new opportunities. 50 years of Arezzo & Co. was branded by innovation and transformation, marked by the spirit of restlessness. I would even say a balance between the pleasure of a job well done with the dissatisfaction of always looking to do it better. And that balance is important. You need to celebrate your small victories, but also you need to know that you could be better. Everything started in 72 when my father was 18, together with my uncle. My grandparents are from Rio, and they decided to sell fashion items. They traveled to Rio and bought and sold items. So they had this idea, instead of buying to resell, they decided to produce. My grandfather loaned his garage where they could start building the shoes. They didn't like the shoes. He didn't like his name Anderson. He thought this name wouldn't be good. That's his name started with A, so Alexander, Alan, and Andre. So he got a map of Italy, and then he chose Arezzo with an A as well. That those shoes, they were so badly done. They weren't shoes; they were just holes for your feet. And then he had an idea to innovate. The first innovation was to look for the greatest market women's shoes, developing an Annabella shoe. And that first women's shoe was a big success in the 70s when the company was founded. In the beginning of the 80s, they founded a big factory uh, in the city of Seis Mineiros. They would do many steps of the production. At the end of the 80s, they had more than 2,000 employees producing 1.5 million pairs a year. So that's all. That all came from scratch. And then an important innovation came. For the reason that I mentioned, because they were restless. They knew they could do better. The industry wouldn't take them where they wanted to go, so they decided to open a store in the city of São Paulo. For the shopping experience, they strengthened the brand because our business is the business of brand desire. We don't make products for people who need. These are not commodities. Our products, I mean, they can say that's superfluous. But it's and women know the difference that shoes can make in their well-being. But it's not a basic need. Everybody has a lot of shoes in their wardrobe, so the brand desire is our base and foundation. The store was successful. And my father created the brand fashion franchising in Brazil because many multi-brands resell in Brazil asked to turn their stores into Arezzo stores. And then they developed the franchising know-how, knowing the difference is between being a franchisor and a franchisee. So delicate relation. In Campo Bom, we have a franchise committee and they meet every 2 months.
Grande transformação. Ele percebeu que
An important transformation in 1995. They realized the interests of the factory were different from the interests of the stores. You know that in the industry, people want to have more of the same. And the stores want to have flexibility, speed, mix, and variety. That's where they decided to shut down the factory. And then Rio Grande do Sul effectively joins our life. They move to Campo Bom and create a product development center and take an opportunity of the drop in exports at the moment when the real was even more worth than $1, creating that tripod, which is product, distribution, and brand creation. Coincidentally, and I'm using here an expression, tell me if it is still or yet, but I was already 18 years old at the time, so I rented a factory and in parallel I created the Schutz brand. That's where we started a new era with Arezzo and Schutz. Arezzo grew a lot in retail. So, and then in the year of 2007, Arezzo and Schutz merged with another innovation. And this innovation, I tell you, lots of entrepreneurs here must question themselves about the scale, about what the right time is to select a partner, how to live with a partner, to have someone who will be an owner, but they will not be doing the business. That is very complex, and the relation needs to be well negotiated. Governance principles are the foundation of everything. Learning the rights and the duties, the obligations of everyone. We sold 25% of the company to an investment fund. In November 2007, our company was valued at 300 million reals. We only had a Rezo in the franchise model, and the Schutz was still a factory in Campo Bom, reselling to multi-brand and export. We wanted to turn Schutz into the same business model as Rezo and create new brands for audiences in the women's shoes, creating Alexandre Bierman for premium and Anacarta for the more affordable sector. The partnership worked. The funds allowed us to focus on creating product, brand desire, sales, but it also brought knowledge, which we didn't have until then. Governance, management board, meritocracy, strategic planning, budget management, a win-win relationship. You have all done the 5-year business plan, and you know that is practically impossible, right? The spreadsheets will accept everything, but we were successful and we reached the goal for the 5th year in our first 5-year sequence. And then I went to Harvard, and then I approached my father with the idea of listing the company, and then it's a different game. A listed company doesn't just have partners, they will have minority partners or shareholders. They need to follow many different rules in the CVM. If you ask me, if I would do it again, and my answer is yes. Even with the obligatory quarterly results, the outside view and the fact that you have to deliver results quarterly better than the previous ones, they drive the company better. The pressure does create return in the proper way. So listing the company was very successful. A company of 300 million in 2007 went to 1.6 billion reals, and a new era started in consolidation of women's shoes and purses in Brazil. At the time, our market share was below 15%, and many people from the Rio Grande do Sul remember large companies that dominated the sector at the time, and we were resilient. First, we decided to have a succession. My father saw that for an open capital company, we needed innovation. And the great discussion was when we created Schutz e-commerce, he was against it. He said he would never buy a shoe without trying it, and then differences appeared, and he wisely allowed me to run the company. For 2 years, we invested to structure that company. First one was the ERP, SAP management to control our processes. Another point was to bring in consulting in management by indicators, creating the practice of people linking individual performance to their scorecards in meritocracy, receiving their bonuses based on their performance, which is Falcone. Also hired Bain Company with all the process creation product and line development, which we did organically and empirically, and standardized large processes. Cassiano Lemos supported me with this. The company nowadays launches 10 collections a year per brand, one every 50 days, with enormous efficiency in the product supply chain. And then finally, the creation of the e-commerce for all the brands created with an omni perspective, because when my dad in 2012 prohibited me from doing e-commerce, already had a store in Oscar Ferreira, Mauricio came like MacGyver. We love his solutions, and we created an opportunity to deliver products through the store stock. I didn't know that name, omnichannel. So that process was very positive. And at the end of 2019, we had 40% of women's purses and shoes. And we tried road international growth. We were unsuccessful. We also need to work about the results that didn't pay off. That is why we chose the management with products and processes that didn't work, also opening stores in the wrong locations. But the U.S. operation that we expected in 2015 corresponded to 30%. At the time, it wasn't above 10%. We thought it was difficult, and then we stepped back and decided to invest in other product categories. Instead of growing women's shoes, we decided to grow men and women's fashion. COVID came and the company was well prepared to face the lockdown because since 2018 we had a tool linking up the CRM through WhatsApp and the salespeople and the clients for remote sales. May 2020, we had basically all the stores closed at 80% of the sales in of May 2019. That's, the company was strong, peaking. We then bought the brand Reserve with enormous visionary entrepreneurs, which at the time they had more awareness than revenue. We implemented a strong growth process with the Vans brand, which was our inorganic investment.
Nesse paralelo,
we grew a lot in 21 and 22. In parallel, tested smaller acquisitions, and I'm here now with new partners. Alessandro and Gustavo are in the Soma Group,
trajetória, novo momento,
complementing our trajectory, a new moment, and creating a new, the biggest powerhouse of brands in Latin America, in the universe of more than 30 brands, with revenues in 24 of approximately 13 billion reals, more than 21,000 employees, premium brands, high added value, with a lot of recall on the Brazilian market, and we know that we have a high number of challenges in that. We will have to adapt and be flexible and learn to work differently, but we believe that the synergy, especially in human knowledge, not in terms of economics, I mean synergy in best practices, product categories, is to have shoes and purses in the biggest brands of fashion in Brazil, Farni Animali, Hering, using the expertise that Arezzo has in the franchise to Hering, which gave an important percentage of their sales from the franchise channel. All the success from Farm Rio, which is our international operation to correct the errors of the brands that we launched internationally, and with Farm Rio, taking our brands too. So there's a lot to do. And more importantly, we have the management of the client database, 11 active persons in the last 12 months. When you look at your credit card statement, I see that you will probably have Arezzo, Farmi, Schultz, Hering, and I believe that all of these great group here in technology will be able to make more sales out of these data with more cross-sell. Why wouldn't a farm salesperson through a digital sale sell an Alexandre Bierman shoes or shorts? So we have a lot of value to add. We're not in a hurry. This is a long-term synergy, building a company which, in our opinion, has big numbers, but I swear to God, right now, beginning now, this is the T0 of a new life, and we have a team here with two representatives of the Soma Group. We're going to be one, and we are creating the naming, the principle of the mission and vision of this company, which will be ready by May. So a new trajectory, a new stage, always innovating and learning that we never get there. It's an eternal game, especially when you are in the capital markets. You need to be constantly evolve. Proudly, I lead this collective of brilliant minds, making me feel better, learning from them. Thank you very much for your time. I know that it's not part of the protocol to open for a Q&A. My DM in Instagram is public in DM. If you want to talk to me with a solution or a proposal for the businesses to help us consolidate the stream, it'll be a great pleasure. Thank you very much for having me. And I conclude the way we love it. Let's say up, up and ahead.
And now, with this energy and vibration, we're going to bring a panel here. Let's just get the chairs. And the theme is the power of capitalizing knowledge. The panel will explore the important
O painel vai explorar a interseção entre a academia e o mercado de trabalho, e assim nós vamos ver como isso influencia em mercados de tecnologias. Como os empresários transformam sua tecnologia em produtos e serviços.
Welcome, Letícia Cabral Calvillo, General Manager Spain and Global Business Development at Accenture Foundation, and to talk, Joel Cano, Director at Tecnológico de Monterrey, and Alejandro Moreno, Director at Fiquitex.
¿Quieres ponerte en medio o...?
No.
¿No?
Ese es el lado.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. ¿Empezamos o...? All right. Okay.
Yeah.
Good morning. Good morning, Brazil. Good morning, Porto Alegre. Very pleased to be here. I'm sorry I'm not speaking in Portuguese. Mi portugués es muy, muy malo. So we're going to conduct this panel in English, right? So before we get into the deep topic of tech transfer, Joel and Alex, I would like you to introduce yourselves. Tell us a little bit about yourself and also the company that you work for. Joel?
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Joel Cano. I'm in charge of entrepreneurship development for Tec de Monterrey. Tec de Monterrey, for the ones that don't know Tec de Monterrey is an 80-year-old institution in Mexico. It's a university that is number 170 worldwide, is number 30 as a private institution, number 4 in Latin America, and number 1 in Mexico. We have 26 campuses all around the country. We have over 90,000 students. 7,000 of them are in the graduate area. And we have more than 700 research people that is dedicated to basically creating knowledge, creating technology. We have 3 institutes that are focused primarily on material development, obesity research, and also the future of education. We have 2 districts, 2 innovation districts, one in Monterrey, which is the largest industrial city in the country, and one in Mexico City, that get together health, entrepreneurship, education, and innovation facilities for the people to work there. So Tec de Monterrey has been a lot of years creating knowledge. but really the last 3 or 4, taking that knowledge into the market, and that's one of our biggest challenges today.
Thank you, Joel. Alex, tell us a little bit about it.
Hello, everyone. I'm Alejandro Moreno, founder and director of Fiquetex Colombia and England. We produce non-woven textiles that are 100% animal and plastic-free. We use the fique fiber, which is a plant, and natural rubber latex as a binding agent to produce our materials. In our portfolio of products, we have fabrics for different sectors of industry, of which we have packaging material for bag tote making, abrasive material for general cleaning, personal cleaning, and so on. And then we have the vegetable leather division, of which we have 3 sectors. One is fabrics for furniture, home and office, car seating and upholstery. The other one is accessories, like women's bag, belts, and wallets, and so on. And the footwear industry for shoemaking, boots, and so on. We are quite proud of our development because we produce a fabric that is in a continuous row that make us unique in the world as to have high outputs of material for industry, because we are a B2B business, and those we are enjoying a unique position.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you, Joel. Now, Joel, tell us something. All around the world, academic and research organizations have been conducting research and developing science-based technology that could have a tremendous impact to solve, or could help solve many of the problems and challenges that humanity is facing, plus also have some benefits for the institution. However, very few of these organizations, and Europe is not the exception, for example, are doing very little to take this technology to market or to capitalize on all the knowledge that has been developed within institutions. Why do you think is this? Why not speeding up the process of transferring this technology or knowledge to market?
Yeah, I think academic institutions are basically victims of their own success of creating knowledge. You know, we have to deal with 11,000 professors, 60% of them with PhD, which are, you know, people with a lot of knowledge, 700 people that is dedicated to research, and their main metric is basically publication, scientific publication. We publish around 2,500 publications a year, and we also protect through patents many of that knowledge that is generated. But the problem is the metrics, right? Because those professors are basically measured in base of publication or in base of patents. Since 3 years ago, we started reviewing which patents really make sense for Tec de Monterrey to keep protecting. We had 900 patents. We reduced that amount to 600 patents, and today we consider that only 300 really have an opportunity to get into the market. And that's a big challenge because a lot of investment has been basically put into creating this knowledge, but not a lot of investment, not a lot of return has been produced from that investment. Around the world, there is no academic institution that is profitable generating knowledge. And probably that's because, you know, there is a lot of basic research that needs to be generated. But at some point, we get to technology that can have some impact in the market, that we can translate from technology to product and services, and we need to focus on that last part of the funnel. And that's one of the things that we have been doing in the last 3 years. We have been able to generate 8 spin-offs out of those patents, out of those technological patents, and we basically push some of the researchers to become entrepreneurs. We have helped them to create companies, we have helped them to create startups, and we also have invested in those companies. Today, that portfolio of 8 companies is worth around $15 million. We have invested around $1.something million in that portfolio, which that gives us around 7% of equity on those companies. And we keep investing, of course, grants, non-dilutable funds for those projects, but we are also taking risk on the development of the new enterprises. I think that metric is the one that needs to change from academic institutions. Academic institutions need to be measured not only on scientific publications and patents, but needs to be measured on impact of the technology in the markets. That decision has to come from the very top of the institution. It cannot come from the research teams, it cannot come from the schools, it cannot come from the institute. It has to be done from the very top of the institution to make sure that the resources are measured, that are, of course, paid based on those new metrics, and that we also take risk together with them. The researchers, not all of the researchers can be entrepreneurs. That's another challenge. So we need also other areas of the university, mainly the business areas of the university, to create teams, entrepreneurial teams that can work together with the researchers to be able to scale the production of companies. We believe that by 2026, we can get around 45 spin-offs. We are focusing more than volume quality, but we think it's possible if we are able to call the business areas of the university and produce some entrepreneurial teams that can work with the researchers in order for us to keep that growing of companies for Tec de Monterrey.
Thank you, Joel. So you mentioned one of the major reasons is precisely the way that researchers are evaluated. They are currently, and this happens in most universities or academic institutions, is based on number of patents, number of publications, not so much on how much of their innovation or technology is taken to market. And that is a big issue, and that is one of the reasons that there's no incentive for them to do that. Okay? And I would also say it's not in the culture for a researcher. A researcher likes to research. It's not in their DNA normally to become an entrepreneur. Few of them, and I've seen a lot of resistance. I mean, our work as Oxentia, we work with a lot of academic institutions. And Oxentia is actually the result of, it was the result of the decision at Oxford to decide, okay, we need to take this technology that has been developed at Oxford to market. Let's create a tech transfer office and let's support this process, right? So nowadays, Oxford is what it's doing, but there's a lot of resistance still on researchers to do that. They don't want to become entrepreneurs. Some of them with the belief that they might procrastinate, but it's very perfectly acceptable that some researchers may want to research and continue researching. Not all of them are entrepreneurs, and as you said, you're pushing some of them to become entrepreneurs, but not all of them. And if they don't want to, doesn't matter. You can bring teams to try to set up a company with the support of advice. And I'm going back to you, but Alex, your case is very unique. You have more than 30 years experience on research and development. You are an inventor, a true inventor. But your case is unique, or it is not very common, because most of the patents that you have developed or the research you have conducted has been done on your own. You didn't develop your patents within an institution. And that's even more challenging. Gives you some flexibility as to what you want to do, but it also comes with challenges. But I'm curious first to know, why did you decide to make the transition from a researcher to an entrepreneur? What motivated you to become an entrepreneur? And also, what are the major issues and challenges that you face throughout this transition from researcher to entrepreneur?
Well, having worked in the UK for almost 30 years, in research for different multinationals and so on, I realized that I could start my own business. A decision that took very long time because obviously being in the UK was expensive, to take the journey. So I came back to Colombia and I made sure things were, in place. I wanted to succeed, and also I want to leave a legacy for younger generations, because innovation is the key to the future. And anyway, so I started with it, but I have found that it's extremely hard. I have cried a lot over it because I recognize it. But I think the main obstacles is when you are by yourself, you have to do a lot of effort, and it's extremely hard. That's why I try to link with the academy, and somehow, in the very early days, I managed to do some very good contacts and so on, and then things started from there. But I think the main obstacle or difficulty is the fact that you cannot do everything yourself. You cannot be the manager, the production plan, the employee, the tea lady. You cannot do, you have to delegate, and you have to form a team which you are able and capable of moving things forward. And somehow we have done it through Ficatex, which, I love very much, because it feels like it's myself. But anyway, it's been really hard, but I think I can prove that it can be done. And I don't think I'm special like all of you. So I will persuade you to if you want to become an entrepreneur, or if you go, and don't be frightened of whatever comes to you, because you have to be stronger and do your best.
Thank you, Alex. And now we'll continue with asking you. You talk about the issues and challenges you have. You are a solo person, you developed your research on your own, and then you became entrepreneur as a solo person. But having said that, you have done it the other way around. Seems like you have it the other way around. You face all these challenges, but you found a way in which you could get the support from institutions, not necessarily academic, could be academic, but also government institutions that have helped you in the process of, in the development of your process and even your company. One of them, I understand, is the Center for Education, the National Education in Colombia, the SENA, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. Can you tell us what kind of support you have got from this institution that have helped you to thrive and to take your Ficatex to the market?
Yes, indeed. In Colombia, there is, on the Ministry of Education, there is a body called SENA, S-E-N-A, which is the Service of National Apprenticeship. And once I joined them, they have been extremely helpful, because they have like labs accredited worldwide. So testing is extremely expensive. And one of the things I have avoided is to buy a lab, because it's extremely expensive, and the maintenance is even worse, because you have to calibrate machinery, and it's quite cumbersome operation. Anyway, so we have had testing facilities. We have been invited to forums, to seminars. We have done diplomats. We have been promoted through the e-letters they do every month. And then it's a very good connection, because it facilitates your way of doing your things. I do belong to something that's called the sectorial tables, which has some agro, some plastics, some industry, and so on. And one of the things is I belong to the agro table as a representative for the Department of Antioquia, which Medellin is the capital. And the members of the table are people who grow fig fiber and the rubber latex to get the materials. And it makes things very easy because by doing that, you get the suppliers on the actual table. So you don't need to go and look for your raw materials far away because you have the connection, it's people that you trust, and it makes things quite, feasible and easy. So I think that having that connection with Sena is extremely useful for us, and it has been for now over 8 years or so. Yep.
Okay, thank you. Well, you see the problems that are struggling. Sometimes academic institutions or research organizations, if there's a tech transfer office, one of the issues, they support the technology transfer of projects that has been developed within the university, and they try to push it. So can you tell us a little bit more about how did you capitalize this knowledge, the models that you have developed or implemented in order to take this knowledge or capitalize from this knowledge and take these technologies to market? And also, are there any initiatives that Tec de Monterrey has to support innovators or entrepreneurs such as Alex that have developed their innovation from outside but still need or seek support or collaboration with academic institutions?
Yeah, Tec de Monterrey has many services around research and development. We have, for example, core labs, 6 core labs. We do from preclinical analysis all the way to big data analysis. So those services are available not only for the projects at Tec de Monterrey. We can also provide those services, very specialized services, very technical services to other companies, to other startups, or to other corporations. And Tec de Monterrey is trying to kind of do a systemic approach to this, because the other challenge we have is that in entrepreneurship, it's a two-way street. You need entrepreneurs, but you also need capitalists that are interested in investing in your projects. Today, in Latin America, there are not that many venture capitalists or angels that understand enough technology to be able to invest in those projects. So we are also trying to integrate people that is investing, that is doing basically investment or donations in Tec de Monterrey to be interested in the technology that we have. We also have an Institute of Entrepreneurship that is part of the system of Tec de Monterrey, and with them we are developing a venture builder strategy. What is a venture builder strategy? Basically, they build the company, or they detect the necessity, the problem in the market, and they bring it to us. We have a platform. Basically, that platform allows to consult out of 2,000 profiles in Tec de Monterrey, who is the best team, the best technical team to solve that problem. So you can come with a problem, that requires technology in order to be solved, and you can basically take that platform and ask, who is the team that I need to put together, who is the technical team, who is the research team that I need to put together to be able to deliver the solution to the market. We also do a lot of challenges together with the industry. In those challenges, we try, again, to a specific problem or a specific area. For example, in Mexico, we have a lot of problem with water, right? There is not enough water for the Mexican country as a whole. And the north part of the country is even worse. So we basically had some challenges together with some corporations, and we put together teams that are from the corporation, from the Tec de Monterrey, and we basically fund those projects to be able to create new companies out of challenges that are industry challenges. We also do some market pool to try to bring problems and to try to solve those problems with technology. I think we need to understand also that in the case of science-based projects, as opposite to what happens on technology-based projects, we don't need to develop the market. The market is already there. You find the cure of cancer, the market is already there. There is no marketing or there is no market that you need to develop. We need to find the product, we need to find the technology that solves the problem and that solves the market. And once you solve it, the market is already there. The bigger the impact, the bigger the market. So that's one of the things that we also need to change in the mindset of the investors. You know, a lot of investors come to us and say, well, you know, I will invest if you show me the market. I say, well, the market is already there. I need you to invest in the development of the solution, not in the development of the market. Because if I find, you know, a new product that can solve, you know, a challenge that has been there for I don't know how many years, right? I mean, the company doesn't need to develop that market. The market is already there. The solution is the one that needs to be invested in order for us to approach the market and win a big portion of that market. So those are different types of initiatives we have.
So you mentioned, for example, we can summarize, for example, I mean, you were saying that, for example, at Tec de Monterrey, it needs to be the decision of start doing tech transfer has to come from the top. It's a decision. It's a policy that has to be implemented. The process needs to be in place. Another thing that needs to change, or you've changed, was the incentive or the incentives for researchers. I mean, why am I doing that? I'm not being evaluated based on the technology transfer. So it's also how are you going to measure the performance of the researchers and how you're going to incentivize them to do that. In some countries or in some universities, the researchers can have up to 50% or 20% of the ownership of the innovation, something that is not happening in some of the universities I've seen in Latin America or in Asia. So that incentive scheme has to change to allow for that. That's internal to the institution. So it comes the willingness for the institution to do that. It's the changing the measurement of performance, changing the incentives schemes as well, right? And it's perfectly fine if the researcher cannot or do not want to become entrepreneur. So you're also saying you put the mechanism by which you can support with venture build programs or something, and you bring experts to run the business and keep the researcher as an advisor. And that's all internal. But if we go externally, and Alex also mentioned that, it's not only for this to happen, it doesn't require only the collaboration, academic research, or having these mechanisms in place. It also needs to change the mindset outside the institution. I mean, this is, as you said, deep tech takes longer. Some, I mean, pharmaceuticals or agri, it takes like 3 years, 5 years, longer to develop. It's risky. At every stage, you need to validate, you need to produce a pilot, test it in laboratory or whatever. So you also need to change the mindset of whoever is investing or putting money into that. And that's the concept now of impact investors, that they say, okay, well, it's going to take longer, I'm taking a longer risk, but as you said, the market is already there, right? So you need to change that mindset. What else do you think needs to change? And you talk about a little bit of the support from some governments on, you know, to entrepreneurs. What else do you think needs to be changed in the ecosystem, or who other actors can contribute to the speed up the process of tech transfer?
Yeah, we're taking an approach of a consortium. For example, we partner with the number one public university in Mexico is UNAM. UNAM has probably double the number of researchers and probably double the number of funding that we have. So we need to work with the other institution in order to do that. We also have some agreements with universities in Chile and some other parts of Latin America. And I think this is a problem that needs to be solved as a region. You know, we need critical mass. I mean, one institution, even, you know, the largest universities in Brazil, Sao Paulo University, which is the #1 in Latin America, I mean, as a single institution, there is no way we can compete with MIT or with these large universities or universities in Israel, right? They have a lot of more resources, they have a lot of more technical people. So we need to take an approach of a regional and a consortium process to be able to generate critical mass and select the projects that really are going to impact the market. So researchers are already working in teams, in multicultural, multi-country teams. We need to make them work now in creating multinational companies. And I think that's one of the next challenges that we have to tackle.
Alex, anything else you want to add in terms of what else can be done, or who else needs to be involved, or ideally should be involved in this process of tech transfer, or to support the transfer of technology to market?
Yeah, I think, first of all, the system needs to be changed in order to, you know, for it to work. There has to be new policies, probably from the government, local governments or national governments, to be some legislation about, because, again, there are some universities, entities, and, you know, the lot, that are not quite transparent, and the person who is innovating feels a bit afraid of getting engaged because of the way the conditions are nowadays. So the best thing to do is that all the actors try to get together and start working on a framework that brings this, you know, up and running. We, in our case at Ficatex, we have had a unique position because we not only SENA has helped us, and a university in Medellin, like one of the best reputation one, but we have received support from Oxford University, which has been the best university on earth for the last 8 years, Newcastle University in the UK, and then it has, you know, aided us a big time because it has put us in the world scene, and that's why Ficatex is enjoying a unique position among the materials that are, once again, 100% plastic and animal free.
Okay. Well, we are running out of time, but I would like to mention, Alex, you mentioned something about public policy. And I think there are two other key elements or actors that really need to support all this effort. Governments are critical, because in the case of private universities, yes, the decision is made by the university. They have some kind of flexibility as to what they do and what don't. But most of the research all over the world is funded primarily by government, or it comes from public funding. So the decisions about what can be done, what can be taken to market, it's very linked to the government policies. So there needs to be also policies that allows for tech transfer, or that talks about the ownership of the IP, for example, of the researchers. So this is something that is crucial to support the process of tech transfer, or to capitalize on all this research and knowledge. And I think there's a key actor that nowadays plays a critical and important role, and they are the corporates. Corporates are fundamental, and all the support, more and more we see corporates all over the world that are trying to collaborate with universities or with researchers or with entrepreneurs. And what they can offer is amazing, from obviously mentoring, they have their own incubation programs, but also a lot of corporates are offering their facilities, their access to their laboratories, access to the facilities to do industrial validation. I mean, this can be very, very expensive for entrepreneurs, also for universities. So corporates now are launching challenges and inviting entrepreneurs or researchers to try to solve these problems, or even to go and test or validate their innovations. If the companies can fund this, they can even give them some extra money to develop this or conduct this validation. But also, it's a win-win, because if that technology works, if that innovation, they can see the value of that innovation, they even invest a little bit more further. What they want is for this entrepreneur, for this innovation to go to market and to be successful. So they put a little bit more in, and if it becomes very strategic, they're looking for a client-supplier relationship, a partnership relationship, or an investment relationship. They put money. So corporates play, I think, a critical role in all this process. But again, mindset has to change from investors, from corporates, from governments, from the same institutions, and from the same researchers. So I wouldn't say more. It's a very sensitive topic, a lot to discuss. But thank you very much for your patience. Thank you very much for listening. And I think that's it. Thank you very much, Joel and Alex.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Thank you. Thanks. Alex.
Thank
you. What's great? And from academia to CMOs, our next panel takes us to the role of the CMO in high-growth companies. What is the CMO role in these fast-growing companies? Much beyond the communication, the panel will approach a new perspective on how the CMO should work and behave in these fast-changing scenarios. To moderate this panel, Dana Liper de Almeida, CEO and founder at V4 Company, and our speakers, Ricardo Dias, co-founder at Adventures, Marcela Rezende, founder at Mr. Marketing, and Felipe Rabat, CEO and founder at For Equity Media Ventures. On stage with you.
Vocês.
Boa tarde, turma. Tudo bem? Fala, turma.
Hello, everybody. What's up? Oh, time's running. I have Marcelo, I'm Tanner, I'm here from the city of Leopoldo, Marcelo, and Ricardo, and Felipe. I think you have heard and saw a little bit of our resumes, and I'm here to drive the conversation. We don't have a lot of time. We want to give you the best. First question in our slot is that both of you worked with large brands everybody loves, Bacardi and Bevi. I worked with big brands through V4, and maybe people here could help us. For a large brand, nowadays you are in startups or on your own project, and an important brand versus the present universe of a startup and early stage companies, as many of you in the audience. What did you learn leaving a large brand and going to a small company? Maybe a large brand that everybody admires. Is the merit in the professional, or is the merit in the company that grows? And what's the difference? That is the first question. Maybe we want to start? Is it me? Can you all hear me? Good afternoon. It's a big pleasure to be here. As Tanner said, I was in Bacardi, L'Oreal, Madeira, Stark Bank. I believe the first big difference is that when you are in a multinational company, you have a lot of people, things are well structured. You definitely know what your role is, where it begins and where it ends. When you are with a startup, the rules aren't defined. Very often you have an issue that you've got to solve. So there is no, this is what I do. You tend to believe that people in a smaller structure, in a startup, would be more hands-on and have more merit than those in a multinational. It doesn't mean I'm in a large company, have less merit, and the business has more merit. It's different. Complexity is different. And anyhow, a professional needs to put in the effort. It does say this is a larger company and I'm getting less than in a smaller company. In a multinational, you also have a lot of people to deal with. L'Oreal, for example, we had different countries, so we had different cultures. And I'm going to say that you have policies, but you have to exchange more than in a startup format. We have 100 people in the bank. At L'Oreal, 10,000, 20,000. So it's different. You need to put in the effort every day, but you also have the politics and the exchange that you have to do in a larger structure, which you don't have to do in a smaller structure. So, in summary, it's not that a larger structure gives you less merit to people. The merit is always with the people. But depending, they will either be more or less hands-on, and it's also a matter of politics. Maybe you want to add?
Tem dinheiro.
I think it's the big picture. I mean, if you have the money. I think that I don't know. I worked for 20 years in a large company. They had a lot of money. I woke up in the morning. They had an idea, and then I executed. I have a startup nowadays. I don't have the money. I wake up, but I can't do anything. Well, it means you have other things to do. You are being very political. What do you think? Well, let's try and cool this down. Things are heating up. I mean, we arranged this, okay? But I mean, you are in a startup, you're effed. If you are in a big company, you have money, but it doesn't mean it's easier. He means he's effed because he owns the company. Yeah, I mean me. And to answer your question, I believe that yes, it is easier to perform in marketing in a large company because you have more resources. So the merits with the people. The merits will always be with the people until artificial intelligence changes that. But do you think they have more merit in a multinational? You have more reach. But I think the big change happened recently is that the currency of attention is more fragmented, and a startup company may get the same attention as a large company without the money. Water, very unknown category. We have a liquid death. Liquid death. A guy through creativity, and that's a big variable, they can reach the same as a large company, and then the merit is with the person. But the money, no question, is a facilitator. If you don't have the money, you got to use your mind. I disagree. I don't think it's just those with their own money. I think money helps. I and Ricardo were with Ambev for many years. Ricardo for 25 years, and I was there for 10 years. It's a big privilege. We ran brands of 300 million of reals in added budget. So if you have an idea in the morning, it's easier to execute. Have all the ad agencies in the media working for you. And I was also on the other side as Marcelo with a startup as Stone Go. So differently today is that accountability in a startup depends on the person. I think that helps because, as Marcelo was telling us, she's been with a Stark Bank with the CFO. She doesn't have a team. She doesn't have a branch. She needs to go to a meeting. In a large company such as L'Oreal and Ambev, we do more to approve the budget, coordination, so that we will move on together, then effectively doing hands-on work. So if you are with a startup, what would you suggest to them? So creativity, and if you are in a large company, what would you tell them? Good suppliers. And take on more risks. So what we don't have in large companies in Brazil nowadays is that people hide behind the brand. I believe if you want to have a growing career in a large company in Brazil, the one thing that I would say is that you need to take more risks. I mean, everything goes except going to jail. Okay, all the rest goes. That is kind of true. That is the benefit of being a large company. My greatest project in life was not the most expensive one, see? But I had the money. It was L'Oreal when I was 23. And the one that probably drove your career, yes. And I told them, if you don't do this, and for 6 months, I worked outside in the office in a project that my boss had said no to, and I told him this is going to change the game. So if you're a large company, go back to work tomorrow. If you don't, maybe you will be working remotely. You'll only be working on Monday, but I tell you, take on more risks. Maybe returning the question, Danner was the one who took on more risks since he was 18. That is kind of like the world of startups. The world of scarcity when you founded V4. When you are in a startup, you are the startup's first CMO, the first accountant, the first storefront manager, etc. But when you are in a large brand, CMO, Coca-Cola or Banderso, you have a legacy to be continued that will facilitate your work. In a startup, you need to set the first steps. So you need different abilities because you don't have a team, you don't have a legacy, you don't have a guideline. You need to create that guideline. And you are examples. If you are in a large brand, you need to be a disruptor.
Transformar em algo maior. O próprio Sérgio Zimmer que
I
foi.
want to turn that into something better. Sergio Zimmerman was the first CMO in Coca-Cola. He took Coca-Cola with $9 billion, and he ended at $15 billion. Became one of the 3 largest marketing directors in history in a brand that was 100 years old, because he dared more. So often in a large company, you are afraid of politics. You're afraid to lose your job. You go and you hire McKinsey. And you were there to preserve the job, not to build it. And in this world, that's what we need. Marketing, you need to committed to the results, not to preserve jobs. Yeah, that's a concern too, because when you are in a large structure, you work to preserve your job. In a smaller company, you work for results, business, because you are directly responsible for those results. In this context, CMOs, in the C-levels, a CMO is the one that lasts the least. So if you want to be a CMO in marketing, keep your eyes open. Is the job that lasts the least? Okay, maybe try a name for CFO. Like you lasted a lot in this job. What makes a CMO last? Why is it so volatile to preserve a CMO in the job? We have all been CMOs in different stages of our companies, in different companies. Daniele commented on a McKinsey survey saying that the CMO lasts around 4 years as a job. So, the average C lasts 7 years. And then, the study also shows that the story of being a CMO, in the past, it was easier. You had a clear objective and a channel, which was TV for large communication, and your job was mostly communication. Nowadays, if you hire a CMO, and Marcelo can also speak about this, communicating in a B2B company like B2B might not be the greatest marketing lever. If Mark Stark hired her for communication, that may not be her role today. In large companies such as Ambev, they don't have a CMO anymore. They changed that to a chief growth officer, which is related to acquisition channels. Unilever replaced the CMO with a chief digital and marketing officer in a much larger structure. So, for me, that's a spectrum that the CFO didn't change a lot in the last 10 years. They're probably doing the same F&A, M&A, accounting. The CMO, at our CMO for a time, Marcelo and Marcelo's CMO, what is expected from all of our positions, depending on the company's stage and category, is different. It could be CRM, revenue ops, activation of events, such as B2B enterprise, which is more PR and events, account-based marketing, or growth funnel, as V4 does, looking at acquisition of digital channels. So they all have their role, and mostly when they hire CMO, they are hired for communication. And then person believes they are being hired for account-based marketing, and in the end, it's communication that the CEO expects. And that is why the turnover is so high. So I joke that medicine and marketing are similar. If you are having an infarction and then you hire an orthopedist to fix you, it'll die. But in marketing, if you have a growth marketing and you hire somebody from events activation, you are going to die. So it doesn't matter if you have a specific pain and you hire generically. And a CMO is a generic position nowadays. You need to know what your pain is to avoid dying in the hands of an orthopedist who will not be able to operate your heart. In the past, marketing interacted with some very defined areas with finances, also sales, trade, depending on your business. Nowadays, because of the complexity, you leave this era of product where you had only a few products. You focus on the product. Nowadays, you focus on the client. And around the clients, there are many products and technologies. Complexity is greater. So marketing needs to exchange with many teams, creating greater complexity for the CMO. There are many things to consider in your marketing strategy, your channel, data analysis, market analysis, variables that were more controlled in the past. So it's not so obvious, and some professionals adapt it to the world, others don't. Often companies hire a CMO believing they have a skill to look at 360 and interact with all areas, but they come from a company where they didn't have to do it. But because if they're in a large company, it doesn't mean they will be able to navigate. So it works a lot in a structure that has many less points of contact. Doesn't mean that that person will perform well in a technology core company, 100% digital. That's different. So that also makes people get there. Maybe you have to decide, and this is something I was expecting from the CMO. I hired a person who did a lot of brand construction in the other company. Now, to add to that, I see that most companies think about how they were founded. I mean, linked with a technical aspect. So I was good with communication, created a marketing agency. I was a good cook, set up a restaurant, engineer, and then I created a plant for this or that. So the heart of the company is often that close to product. So the boards are often focused from the door to the inside. We call that marketing myopia. Because we look at the product, try to sell it, and the marketing or the right company, they will look from the client to the inside, and they will always adapt to what the client wants. Now, companies aren't like that because of the way they were founded. Many of the leaderships hiring you as a CMO don't even know what marketing is. They don't understand. They believe it's communication. Yeah. I mean, you ask them and they will all give you different answers. I believe that for you to last longer on the job, You need to be skilled in communication, understand the foundation. In marketing, is understanding the client and changing the company to better serve the client. Not only marketing and advertising, which is a fraction, but always being in movement according to the client. But sometimes you are the only one thinking about it. I also wanted to say that it depends on the company's stage of maturity. If you take a Dropbox is a wonderful company. Do they need to have the best CMO on the market? Maybe Coca-Cola CMO, maybe not, depending where the company is from. We have three categories of companies that are served by marketing: sales-led growth, product-led growth is the second one, and we usually call it marketing or consumer-led growth. And what is the difference? Is that in the segment, or does that come from the profile of the founder? I will give you an example. Looking at Coca-Cola and Ambev. Coca-Cola clearly is a marketing-led company. They don't manufacture the product, they don't distribute, and the percentage of investments that they do in marketing compared to their revenue is greater than all the others in the same category. In Ambev is clear sales-led growth company. The sales team demands the marketing team to drive. Ambev has greater commercial marketing, more focus on market share. They have distribution centers, plants. Ricardo was Ambev CMO. So his connection to the sales team to effectively have a top line, if they didn't have that, he wouldn't be able to do that. So you need to look at the funnel as a whole. So when you are in a company, you need to understand your role as CMO. If you are sales-led growth, your role is connected to that. Marcelo in Stark Bank is a clearly sales-led growth. L'Oreal was marketing-led growth. Yes. Nubank, super marketing-led growth. And you have products such as Dropbox, Ford, Samsung. Close friends of mine were CMO, and they said that they are product-led growth. Marketing in this company is to handle features, the launch of features, how the media will react, and not so much sales. If you take PLG, the startups use PLG, and the marketing strategy for a product-led growth is premium. Maybe the type of marketing that you have for each kind of company, you have to understand. Because if you don't understand that, in the context, it will probably be using a fully different tool, and the company will change the company's origin. If I go to Dan, an amazing person who built a company who is super sales-led growth, the level of excellence he wants in the sales team so high as what he wants from the marketing team. Now he put together marketing and sales in a single person, which now the CMO is doing sales too. So the journey depends on the context. There is no right or wrong, and your context and your maturity stage. That is super important for you to do the best game and accelerate your growth. In the 20-some years in Ambev, you led some of the biggest, greatest brands in Brazil. And many of them were in the categories in the markets that you led. A question for you and the others is science and art, branding. Marcela loves this, or performance. So what is the main skill of a big marketing person? So because you were on the job for so much, because you are good and creative, and that's building brands, or is it science? So how much logical, how much creative does a person need to be? For 2024, I think it is easier. I mean, it would be easier to talk about the past. And actually, in this event, we need to look at the future and provoke you to think better. So I think the marketing is in a stage of crisis. Recently, I saw this case of a company in 2023 who won all the Cannes Awards, but their shares dropped, their sales dropped, their market shares dropped. And then you say, wow, so creative, no results. And honestly, as a business owner, I would answer, first thing is result. I prefer not to be so creative and meet the targets than being the most creative being in the world without my targets. And I believe marketing is in a crisis because many companies are linking meritocracy by awards and marketing is not delivery. And then you fire CMO, 3, 4 years they change again, and you're not solving the brand problem. At the end of the day, the thing is result. If you become a high performing company with results and a lot of creativity, you will win because you will be more efficient. So your costs will be lower, so your margins will be higher, so more profit. And I think that's what market is looking for. The crisis in the marketing is because marketing can't tell the company what their role is in the result. And then they are in a crisis and conflict in sales. And then they say this market isn't working. Marcelo, what do you think? Now, marketing in the end, needs to sell. Marketing is sales, folks. My first answer was that we leave this situation of a product. In the past, they didn't have social media, internet. We had 4 TV channels. Competition was very low. It was very easy to reach the customer, and only if you had a lot of money would you reach the customer because the brands to be with the money to be on the news, on TV, they dominated. So the barriers were very high. Maybe you know, Marcelo, at the time of the mass media, um, see, for example, consumption beings, the share voice, which is how much you have in television in your category, that reflected 99% accuracy the company's market share. So if you went to a country and asked in Vietnam what the company's market share was, it was exactly the share of voice that they had in that category. Crazy. Product was a commodity and still is. Now, the digital changed. Now you have a disproportionate share. And then as it evolved, social media came, the power went from the product to the client. Barriers are down nowadays. Enormous companies are bringing down giants. Competition is fully staked. You have companies with zero money, plus creativity, swallowing giants who have a lot of money and are the main advertisers. In the end, marketing will come from a movement in which this is going to be horrible, but practically the brands would make the consumer swallow what they want the consumer to buy. Now the consumer decides where and what to buy. And with this whole modification, what happens is that you lose this control because you have many variables, and in the end marketing has a lot to control and you need to focus on sales because that's your objective.
At the end of the story, marketing, we always say there's the story of branding. I like this discussion. I'm writing a book that's going to be launched in March next year, talking about the importance of the construction of the brand for the company, and it's focused on CEOs, and they open a company. So they are the king of the construction of branding. I don't believe in brand construction, but you're the king of the brand construction. So many other founders do not believe in that. You see, the brand is red. But what I believe really is that marketing needs to sell. It has the objective of selling, and the second objective is brand building. To build a brand, you have, well, something that comes from within to the outside with the mission, values, etc. Value strategy, visual strategy, that's the last one. That's the branding, identity, etc. Internally, your position, and then you show it to the what is the outside, what you are, how you represent that. And you do that with 3 pillars: frequency, and communication in an automated way. So you have to make the construction of this, but the most point of marketing is sales. Yes, and not only art, not only science, sometimes marketing, translating for Portuguese, is markets, not communication. So you have to understand what is the business you are inserted and how you do it. It's art, science, and discipline. And the discipline for management and connection. And every entrepreneur has a level of discipline. So I'd like to pass the word to you so that you could tell about this. Well, before I created, because I believe marketing is selling for more people, selling more times, and for the biggest value. So selling is the objective, and I am building the brand as I sell. And the weight of the brand depends on the context. So sometimes, what is it? Well, I'm ThyssenKrupp, I do elevators. This is the weight of the brand, right? And Liquid F, it's different because it's water, right? Everybody sells water. It's $100 million branding. So the context of your client will be a game changer. This is the time we had. Thanks for the time. It's a pleasure being here.
And now, don't all go. We're going to close this on a high note. We have an amazing panel here to talk about Brazil's G20 presidency, the opportunity for startups. As Brazil holds the presidency for the G20, a unique set of opportunity opens for startups to grow and thrive as an entrepreneurial ecosystem. As the moderator, we'll welcome Paulo Costa, CEO at Cubo Itaú, and to debate, Ingrid Barf, President at ABS Startups, Bruno Rondani, CEO at 100 Open Startups, and Guilherme Alves Pereira, Deputy Head, Science, Technology and Innovation at Ministério das Relações Exteriores. Guys, the stage is yours.
Pronto? Podemos? Boa tarde. Boa noite já, né, pessoal?
Último painel.
Último painel, vocês estão vendo que eu já estou sem voz. 2 dias de South Summit, mais 3 eu chego em casa, mais 1 eu chego em casa, né, sem voz nenhuma. Muito obrigado, eu sou o Paulo Costa, CEO do Cubo. Estou aqui com uma turma da pesada aqui do ecossistema de startups, há bastante tempo. Eu queria que vocês já se apresentassem aí, falando da visão de cada um sobre a nossa participação aí no G20, na visão de cada um de vocês, para a gente continuar essa conversa.
Boa. Estão me ouvindo? Não.
Não
está me ouvindo.
Microfone. Oi. Produção?
Acho que o som está funcionando. Agora está, né?
Agora foi.
Agora foi. Bom, boa noite. Último painel. Eu prometo que vai ser legal. Vamos lá, né? Eu sou a Ingrid Barf, sou empreendedora. Também estou como presidente da Associação Brasileira de Startups, ABS Startups. E antes de virar presidente da associação, eu ganhei um presente do pessoal do Itamaraty de liderar o grupo de engajamento chamado Startup 20 dentro do G20. E aí, explicando muito por cima, e me corrija depois se eu estiver errada, Guilherme, daquilo que eu comecei a aprender, né? Porque eu também não tinha esse conhecimento tão específico com relação a G20, mas basicamente o G20 que a gente normalmente conhece e tem acesso é aquilo que a gente vê na televisão, que é a cúpula, que são os presidentes de bancos centrais, ministros, governo de uma maneira geral. Mas existe também o que a gente chama de grupos de engajamento, que são compostos principalmente de pessoas da sociedade civil, da parte privada, especialistas naqueles temas. E a Índia, que foi presidente o ano passado, criou um específico para startups. Por quê? Porque as startups já representam 15% do PIB do G20. E é um setor novo, que cresce de maneira exponencial. Então, daqui 2 anos, pode ser que seja o dobro disso. E aí eu fui representar o Brasil no Startup 20 da Índia e, alinhamento dos planetas, o Brasil ia ser o próximo presidente do G20. A presidência troca a cada ano, de acordo com os países do G20. Então, esse ano estamos organizando e recebendo essas delegações internacionais aqui no Brasil, para posicionar bem o Brasil dentro desse ecossistema, porque a gente já está fazendo um excelente trabalho. Então, apesar de todos os nossos desafios, o Brasil está ali entre os 5, 6 melhores ecossistemas de startup. E quando eu falo de ecossistema, eu não estou falando de números só de startup, eu estou falando de vários outros indicadores, como, por exemplo, iniciativas públicas, iniciativas privadas, enfim. Então, está sendo um momento muito importante na história do país, na história do ecossistema de tecnologia, inovação e startups. E nessa virada, né, da presidência da Índia para o Brasil, o Startup 20 também ficou responsável por tudo que é pequena e média empresa. Então, o Startup 20 ele representa todo esse empreendedorismo, seja startup ou não, mas pensando nessa pequena e média empresa. Então, é um momento muito importante para o país se posicionar naquilo que é a nossa vocação natural, e tem várias, tá? Então, vou deixar agora depois o pessoal.
Vamos pular para o Guilherme, sem ensinar a ordem aqui, que aí ele dá a visão do governo também, depois a gente vê a sua visão de como experiente aí, Brunão.
Beleza. Obrigado, Paulo. Obrigado, Ingrid, Bruno. Bom, meu nome é Guilherme, eu estou aqui pela divisão de Ciência, Tecnologia e Inovação do Itamaraty, que é...
Here, we are here in science and we are here the innovation and what is ready for the innovation, what we have inside Brazil. So this is for promoting the image. And in Itamaraty, we have the presidency of G20. She talked about civil engagement, startups, and here we have sustainability, human rights, and etc. And of course, G20 is the moment for the chiefs of the state, etc. So this is the pyramid of the, I don't know, of the candy. After we get to this moment, we have many meetings of what we call the work groups of G20, and they are dedicated to special teams. There is this group for work for research and innovation. That's work for the Brazilian presidency. This is the first meeting we are doing for that. We had a virtual meeting in February, first one in Brasilia last week. And we have 2 more, one in Recife, one in Manaus, May and September. And the presidency for research and innovation, the work has been done by science and innovation, talk about open innovation and the role in sustainability. So this is a multilateral debate, and the timing of the government is different from the timing for the private sector. So when we try and make the debate in terms of the main economies in the world, and remove some conclusions and ideas from that, will give us some legal advances in the next years. Maybe I consider myself an experienced person in the sector of open innovation in Brazil. So, how do you have this point of view of Guilherme and this work of the startups like open innovation? What's your point of view about that? Well, I think this is an amazing opportunity. Imagine the work we have, the effort that we can see that you're doing for us to seize this opportunity. And it's super interesting because this information from the startups with this proportion that is big, maybe it's not this proportion in Brazil, 15%, right? Maybe it's lower than that. But what I think is interesting, and we have seen a lot in Brazil, and it's official, is open innovation. Open innovation is opening corporations. It's a big ecosystem, one of the biggest Latin America, with a promotion coming from a corporation. And I think this is something important for Brazil. We have a role in that Center of Open Innovation in Brazil, like a ranking for this iteration. I think this is the protagonism. What is it? How we can use this moment to make our ecosystem stronger. How the impact in the market. And I would say these are the corporations that are giving the basis for the development of this crisis of venture capital, etc. So this is related. I think we are living a moment with many good news because there are many other big events in Brazil strengthening this ecosystem, and we need to be the protagonists. Ingrid, this is a huge responsibility to work as the development of the ecosystem, having the startup as a focus, as a vector for transformation. It is an ecosystem. You cannot work in an isolated way. Regionally, you have a cluster, not concentrated. So we have to be possible to disseminate in many regions. But I think Brazil is a continental country. We do have many ecosystems, and we have to interconnect these, as we have been doing with startup cooperations, the government, the university. The university a little bit outside of this development is coming back now, and Latin America, which is something very important to work with integration of Latin America and bring this to the whole planet. One of the objectives of the organization of G20 is to solve world problems. We're not only talking about Brazil. When you look at the possibilities that we have coming from the Brazilian entrepreneurship, what is a strong point? When you look at other ecosystems, Latin America, etc., what are our strong points? Let me start. First, with that opportunity for the representation of Brazil in India, which was the first meeting after this engagement group, the first thing that I learned was to get to know more about Brazil. We learned a lot about the Brazilian ecosystem. We learned that we are very good. The Brazilian is the best entrepreneur in the world. And I make a bet. If you say the contrary, the only problem we have is our self-esteem. Our self-esteem is horrible. We don't like to say we are very good. And I heard from an international group that everybody likes Brazil. We smile, everybody would sit with us to exchange ideas, samba, carnival, football, caipirinha, but nobody would remember us to make business. So we don't feel we are competitive in sectors that we are the best in the world and we are doing an excellent work and this is not our natural way. So a lot of this experience made me become an ambassador in Brazil. If we're talking to you right now is because we want you to be these ambassadors because your work doesn't appear in the world. And that's because this financial flow doesn't arrive here because people don't know about the opportunities that we have here. But, of course, everybody makes money, everybody's happy. So when we think about this, we are already doing a wonderful job. Like financial market, fintech, financial system in general. We are the best in the world in everything. Financial innovation, regulation and innovation, engagement of the people related to the services and products and finances we are creating. And about health tech, we are very good. About edtech, we are super good. And a natural tendency that can only be Brazil in this leadership, and we didn't sit there yet in the environment, energetic transition and climate. 60% of Brazil is the Amazon. Only we have that. 60% of the area of Brazil is the Amazon. And they're not calling us to discuss how technology and innovation may promote this global impact on these teams that we have to be the leader. So a lot of this experience showed me that these are the sectors we can concentrate for natural leadership and we have a lot to win. Fintech, health tech, clean tech, ESG, and hashtag. 4 points. Guilherme. Cubo has 520 startups. We're not a local hub, not Vila Olímpia, not São Paulo, not Brazil. We're talking about Latin America. Now, I can taste a little bit the strength outside of this access here, São Paulo, although I'm from Minas, but is there a market there? Can I access capital there? Is that strong in the Southeast region? How can we make this entrepreneur be more potentialized? Well, I have two answers. About G20, one of the determinations of the presidency in Brazil is that the meetings of these work groups wouldn't be concentrated in the Southeast, Rio, Porto Alegre, etc. The idea was that we would spread this all over Brazil. So not only the Brazilians, but people who come from the outside would get to know the real Brazil. For example, you have the meeting for GT for research and innovation in Recife. This is not a coincidence. We want people to know that it is possible to have a super nice project for urban revitalization with social assistance and other initiatives, entrepreneurship programs, and put all this together in a package and see how it works. For example, it's this digital port is established in Europe. So next year you have COP30 in Belém do Pará. Nothing better than talking about the environment and the entrance door of the Amazon. And it's not a coincidence. So with that, we open opportunities for the local communities for being able to present that together with the government of the state or the municipality so that people who come can see this is happening, this is being conducted by the state, but we have interesting opportunities. And the other side of this idea is what we already do. for the government. With Itamaraty, we have this program for diplomacy and innovation. When we channel this support for the Brazilian startups to put them all over the world and say, see how nice, we have a technological park in Belém do Pará, or startup in Maceió, I don't know, a group of researchers in Cuiabá, and we want the world to bring knowledge to Brazil. So if you look on these two other sides, we create opportunities for the people. We have other programs, examples of startups being able to establish outside, to have their clients and expand. And with the support from the government, it doesn't work alone. We want to participate, we want to help, and this is why we are here. Yes, how can we create strength outside of this axis? Well, this was the basis. We were talking about English. It was illuminating cities. We would speak in English. We wanted to turn on the lights in all clusters in Brazil, to open opportunities, and when you open the opportunity, you bring the entrepreneur. Why is it that we saw the numbers going down concerning startups, but they are growing? This is a phase of maturity. I think we have to start having more startups. But the big companies, the big techs, they made their platforms, and they have innovation and application creativity. Then you have competition, and that exploded. But other companies, not the big techs in the chain, they started to bring a position of a platform to work with an ecosystem. What we are promoting, and this is the opportunity to work with all these actors, is a combo. It's a huge event and a hub connecting ecosystems. This is going for other states. In 2 weeks, we have in Gramado. Other cities are looking for the same opportunities. So I think we have to invest, and this is an investment we make in technology for the management of ecosystems for open innovation. We have to know who had more business during this event. Which startup is in the first place? For example, this one did it right. I just crossed a unicorn startup. What is the big challenges that you had? And he said, you know what, to survive next year. You see? So I wouldn't say it's because when you're talking about short time, when you start being big, how can we help you? Well, I bought 5. And then the story goes and the conversation flows. Somebody brought the guy here. It's a startup that is well known. The point is, it can be anywhere, the partner. How can we make this visible? We have been talking about the ranking of cities and actors, the startups of corporations. It's some competition to see who has more collaboration. So the path should be to flourish these other clusters, but for that to happen, they have to be connected, because they're too small to be put to a third party. And when I used to talk about the A players, what is the place to invest in startups? And the city, the capital, where you have more people, etc. So that will come later. I think open innovation brought this geographical diversity. I see that you at EBS, you have this point of view, and I thought it very interesting. Macapá, I couldn't go, but I felt like, oh, I should have gone. Well, but you were invited. Well, next time I will go. Okay. I think this is spectacular, and this is a good path. How many entrepreneurs do we have in the audience? Can you raise your hands? Who wants to be an entrepreneur? You know this girl, yeah? Okay, we'll help other entrepreneurs. How can we seize this moment? We are bringing this important moment for Startup 20. How is it that these entrepreneurs get ready for this opportunity and is in front of us? I think it's very important to compare ourselves with carefully. I'll give one example that we saw in the meeting in India. Each country had to make a pitch for the startups of the ecosystems in the local. And my self-esteem was low, of course. One of the indicators I wanted to bring was the number of women as founders of startups. And we have something like 23% of women who are entrepreneurs. I don't like these numbers. But when it was the time of Japan to talk about women being entrepreneurs in a startup, it's a strong economy, right? Sometimes we make a comparison, we think we're less. They have less than 1% of women as founders of startups. Let's take another example. In Switzerland. In Switzerland, we always think, wow, they're the best, we are the worst, we'll never be Switzerland. It's less than 10% for women as being entrepreneurs. What do I mean by that? When you are an entrepreneur, sometimes you look at your market, and you have to do that, and you put yourself in a lower position when you compare to the same type of business in other countries. You think that the business is happening in the US and Europe is much better than what you are doing. And when you ask for an investment, you take your low self-esteem like I did. You think you are asking for a lot, your business is not good, and etc. And it makes a difference for the positioning of Brazil as a leader in the segment that I mentioned and as a barn for opportunities. So we always have to look at the market outside of Brazil so that we can sell ourselves in the right way so that people can pay the right price. So let's value ourselves. We are in a good position and we have to create this story and to rule the world. Yeah? Sometimes we don't have the right point of view. Okay, now what about the government? We have many information at Itamaraty, gov.com.br, with the well-known sectors for promotions, innovation, technology, etc. And many of them are already prepared for mapping, for information about the ecosystem in Barcelona is good for this or this or that area. Would you like to talk to that guy, etc.? We already know these people, we already know them, etc. Have better access. Now, for some other regions in other countries in the US, Europe, Asia, or China, South Africa, wherever you think you have the information already mapped. And we have probably this updated, and it's very good if you don't know where to begin. And as Ingrid said, we have some indicators already, and people start comparing. Well, that country has that level, Brazil is much better. And then you see that you are better, you have something to offer. And this is also part of our purpose to go beyond the imposter syndrome or the stray dog syndrome, because we do have all these interesting projects here. And you see, wow, this is going to contribute for climate change, or to have a better world. We can never do this alone. We show the information, but who's doing the work is you. So the two things need to communicate. If you do things and nobody knows, well, doesn't help anybody. How many startups did you analyze in your life, Bruno? In the last years, we have a register of startups that are alive, 32,000. I didn't evaluate them all, of course, but for prizes, we already gave prizes for 1,000. Ingrid, do you trust your game? Do you have game? 1 minute and 45 seconds. I like the provocation for the Brazilians in general, because what we're doing is a movement for the integration of Latin America, Brazil, with open arms, which is an intervention with the Christ the Redeemer, with the open arms, because we want to receive, but we want to go. So we want them to come and we want to go there as well. And the biggest asset that we're putting on the table for people to come is the 7,000 companies looking for startups inside the ranking. So this is all over Brazil in every sector. And they hired 6.4 billion reais last year. This year, our projection is to reach 10. So there is no other place in the world with this concept, this startup of open innovation and the innovation of SAR. There is no other place in the world when you can have that. So what is it that you say? Go to the Silicon Valley and you see, look for a platform with 500 companies. Everything that we have in public policies is related to that. So it's creating a story for an attraction that then we go. We had already international meetings and people say, wow, you have all of these. Wow, you see, what do you think? What do you think we are? Yeah, very good. The idea is you have to have trust and self-esteem. You have to believe in yourself, right? Yes, you have to have collaboration, right? And if your friend is doing something right, you can do it too. Yeah. You should innovate and we should promote. Very good. Thank you very much. Very good, everyone.
And that's it for today, folks. From here, it's to the night summit. You can continue the networking at Mercado Paralelo. There's also a lilac bus supporting and combating the violence against women. So everyone is welcome. Enjoy your night, and we see you here again tomorrow. Thanks for being wonderful.